When the world around you begins to shift, do you stand still or become the force that reshapes it? As the weight of ancient knowledge begins to press against the fragile present, Harry faces difficult truths about the cost of leadership, loyalty, and magic itself. Welcome back to Grimoire Audiobooks, your gateway to the most captivating fan-written stories in the wizarding world. Today, we continue Harry Potter and the Rune Stone Path by Temporal Knight with Part 6, where trust is tested and purpose is sharpened like a blade. Disclaimer: this is a fan-made audiobook based on the universe of Harry Potter, originally created by J.K. Rowling. The story itself was written by Temporal Knight and is adapted here for entertainment and celebration of fanfiction as a powerful storytelling form. With every chapter, Harry becomes something more than a student. He's learning to question everything from magical dogma to institutional manipulation, and the lines between ally and adversary begin to blur. If this powerful narrative speaks to you, make sure to subscribe and become a Grimoire Guardian. And if you'd like to directly support the creation of more immersive audiobooks, consider joining the Wizard Army. The runes are calling. Let's continue with Harry Potter and the Rune Stone Path, Part 6. Chapter 31. End of a tournament, beginning of a nightmare. The 4 champions lined up at the opening to the labyrinth. The huge maze was floating a few feet above the ground of the Quidditch pitch and shaped like a giant egg. The walls appeared transparent from the outside, and Harry could see what looked like 3 or 4 different levels inside it. There was a bright, shining trophy in the center of it that blazed like a beacon. He squinted, trying to take note of a possible route to get past some of the shimmering mists and roaming creatures that he spotted through the walls. And we have reached the final part of our Triwizard Tournament, Bagman said in an almost sorrowful voice as he approached from the side. Harry mostly tuned the announcer out as his eyes caught on a large set of rune engravings etched onto the side of the giant egg arena. This last task is quite simple, really. All you have to do is get to the center and touch the trophy. Once you do, you will be whisked to the winner's platform, while the floor of the rest of the labyrinth will turn insubstantial and drop the other participants to the pitch. There's a mild sleep charm at that point so that we can separate out the magical creatures that will also fall through. Harry frowned up at the etchings. Something was off about the configuration. Of course, inside the labyrinth, there will be several different types of obstacles. The creatures I just mentioned are stationed throughout, as are different assortments of traps and enchantments. The enlargement cluster was fine, as was the insubstantial charm segment and sleep compulsion that Bagman had mentioned. What was off? If you feel overwhelmed for any reason, simply retreat back to the entrance. The path you've taken will be marked off by a colored line. Blue for Miss Delacour, red for Mr. Potter, gold for Mr. Weasley, and green for Mr. Crumb. The visibility and marking clusters were fine. The levitation set didn't seem to have any issues. As with many of the other tasks, the time limit will be 1 hour. Your start will be delayed by 1 minute for every 5 points you are behind the leader. Mr. Crumb has 165 points, so he will be first. Mr. Weasley and Mr. Potter both have 157 points and will enter 2 minutes later. Miss Delacour has 146 points and will enter 4 minutes into the task. Good luck, one and all. May the best champion win. Bagman jauntily walked off to the judging box while Harry's frown deepened. He started to go back over the entire cluster again as the hairs on the back of his neck rose. "Mate, you all right?" Fred asked softly. Harry waved him, quiet as Bagman started to talk to the crowd in the background. "Harry, what is wrong?" Fleur asked softly as she reached over to grasp his arm. Victor pointed up at the egg. "He has seen something. Something they missed. Of course it would not be this easy." Harry drew in a hissing breath and clenched his fists, his eyes going wide as he stared in shock at the rune array. Turning to Dumbledore's spot in the stands, he snarled, "That bloody bastard. Guys, no matter what happens, one of us has to hit that trophy before an hour is up." "Well, yeah, that's kind of the point, mate," Fred said, frowning. "No, I don't mean to win. I mean to live." He raised his hand and pointed out a cluster as Bagman started to wind down his speech. "The expansion cluster is linked to the timer. After an hour is up, that whole thing is going to collapse to its original size, crushing whoever and whatever is still inside. Everything else looks fine, so as long as one of us hits the trophy before time's up, everyone else drops through, and the creatures will be safe as well." "Someone else surely would have caught something like that," Fred said, staring up at the labyrinth with wide eyes. Harry's scowl deepened. "Yeah, Dumbledore should have. Shiva's the only other one at Hogwarts who works with runes and wards enough to recognize it. We have to stop Sis from starting Zen." Fleur exclaimed as feathers started to sprout on her arms, and she turned to the judge's box. Bagman had just started counting down to the start of the task. Victor scowled and shook his head along with Harry. "We can't. We would lose our magic if we tried to stop it as it starts." He turned to glare at the judges. The Toad and her helper played this bell. "And start." Bagman screamed as a cannon blast sounded. Crumb turned to the others and nodded quickly before jumping into the gap in the walls and bounding down the corridor. "Fleur," Harry said, squeezing her hand, but not tearing his gaze from the runes. "Get to the trophy. Just get to the trophy. Don't worry about anything else. Just touch the bloody thing. Accio utility belt." Hesitating for a moment, he shook his head and shouted, "Accio prototype belt." He stepped away from Fleur and grabbed his 2 Rune Stone harnesses, strapping the main one on and cinching the lashes up. Harry had just finished doing up his secondary prototype harness as Bagman yelled out for Fred and him to start. "Be careful and touch that trophy." Harry yelled as he leapt into the corridor. Ahead of him, Fred, right behind. Tonks didn't know exactly what was going wrong, but she knew things had already begun to spiral out of control. Shiva had disappeared off into the forest chasing the bitch. Harry had frozen and gotten that same look he had when fighting the Dementors just before the task started, and Fleur was half harpy with her wings fully formed. She had even lobbed a single fireball past Dumbledore's head before the girl had jumped into the labyrinth after the others. The shite was already flying towards the fan, and Tonks felt horribly out of the loop. She couldn't even afford to watch her boyfriend's or girlfriend's progress through the task, thanks to keeping an eye on Moody. At least Scrimgeour wasn't being an arse for a change. He had actually listened to her when she laid out why they were watching her old mentor, and Proudfoot was a good guy from what little she remembered of him. They'd be decent backup if... Nope. When something happened, "Look alive, people," she said just loud enough for her comm stone to pick it up and transmit it to the oars. "Moody's casting something Crumb's way." I have the listening charm on his sleeve active. Stand by for incantation, Proudfoot replied. Tonks held her breath. A moment later, her ex-colleague cursed loudly. Imperio. Scrimgeour grunted. Merlin be damned. What are you doing, Alaster? Move, move, move. Take him down. Tonks hadn't even waited for Scrimgeour to finish his sentence. She leapt over the barriers separating the audience from the safety observers and shot a spell towards Mad Eye. Two more converged on the man from his sides. Surprisingly agile for an old man. Moody managed to dodge the first volley. He leapt to the side and cackled madly. Nice try, girl. You've been a worthy opponent this year. Far better than the master ever assumed you would be. Avada Kedavra. Tonk's eyes widened, and she twisted to the side, lengthening her torso and shifting mass away from her stomach as the jet of green light passed a few centimeters over her belly. It slammed into the wall of the stands, causing a small explosion of debris, and screams rang out from the crowd. Tonk's immediate follow-up shots joined a second volley sent by the two aurors, and several spells tossed from the stands as well. Moody managed to dance out of the way of several, but one or two hit him and slowed him down. It looked like someone had hit him with a jelly legs hex, considering he only had one good leg that was actually a good idea, and something that made his bogeys fly out and start beating him on the head. Tonks shot off an Incarcerus and a body bind that shattered his shield and sent Moody careening into the egg and falling to the ground dazed. A jet of red from Scrimgeour and another Incarcerus from Proudfoot had the threat contained for the moment. Scowling, Tonks jogged the rest of the distance to the other two as they pulled up beside the old man. Imperius and the killing curse? What the bloody fucking hell is going on? Proudfoot asked, wiping some sweat off his brow. He said something about a master. Tonks said, grabbing Moody's wand. I'd bet my kidney this isn't Moody. Mad Eye would never call someone master. Hell, that'd probably be enough to break him out of an Imperius by itself. I don't know how, but whoever this is has been impersonating him. Scrimgeour, I caught him sneaking out to the Shrieking Shack last night, but couldn't investigate since the tunnel was too small to follow through in case he had doubled back. Can you send someone over there to check it out? Maybe that's where the real Moody is stashed. The head Auror scowled, but nodded, and at a barked command, Proudfoot was sent running off towards Hogsmeade. Tonks stared down at Moody, wondering just how it was possible for someone to have swapped names on the Hogwarts internal ward scheme, and if maybe Barty Crouch wasn't so sick and isolated after all. Of all the precautions they'd taken over the past 4 years, putting anti-summoning charms onto the Comstones had always seemed like a bloody brilliant idea. Now, however, when she desperately needed one, and it was lost in the stupid undergrowth, Shiva tore out of the forest grounds, dropping her invisibility and sprinting back towards the Quidditch pitch, breathing hard. She glanced up at the floating labyrinth as she got closer and had to fight back a pained cry. She had already known she wouldn't have made it back by the time it started, but her chest still clenched in panic, seeing Harry and the other 3 running around inside that thing. She skidded to a stop as she stared wide-eyed at Tonks kneeling over a bound and stunned Moody. Mother freaking, Moody was a saboteur? Tonks looked up, and her hair flashed to pink briefly before settling back to a dark blue. Shiva, you're back. You find Umbridge. The relief in the other woman's voice was blazingly obvious and caused Shiva to grimace slightly. Maybe she shouldn't have gone running off after the bitch. She's not going to be a problem anymore. Ran into some acromantulas. We have a much bigger problem. Good riddance, Tonks murmured. She turned to glare down at Moody. We don't know who this guy is, but he just tried to put Crumb under Imperius, and then shot a killing curse around when we tried to arrest him. Shiva rocked back on her heels and sucked in a breath momentarily jarred out her worry over the sabotage. He what? Tonks. Shiva. Hermione called as she ran up to the barrier to the crowd. People had slowly started to file back to their seats from wherever they had scurried off to when Tonks was apparently fighting the man. The vultures weren't even being subtle about listening in. Head Auror Scrimgeour stalked forward towards Hermione, trying to shoo her away. Girl, this is an active crime scene. Return to your seat. Hermione scowled and ignored him holding out the parchment in her hands. He's still showing as Alastair Moody. But look, here on the edge of the grounds. This dot with Proudfoot is showing as Barty Crouch Jr. Crouch has a son. Tonks asked incredulously. Shiva shook her head in confusion as well. That was news to her too, but it could wait. Getting those students out was the priority. We can deal with that in a minute. Tonks, Scrimgeour, we have to stop this task. Umbridge ranted about the egg arena collapsing before she died. We have to get them out before that timer expires. Harry ran around the corner and barreled headfirst into a third patch of yellow mist. This obstacle was becoming horribly annoying. The shifting gravity wasn't a huge problem, especially after the second time through it. That it made his stomach flip-flop was the issue. He didn't have time to be queasy. 40 minutes had already passed, and he was running out of time. It was possible that the lava bomb or the Yamato cannon could break through the layers and drop him on the ground outside, but that wouldn't help the others. And the Yamato cannon wasn't fully tested yet. Getting past the mist, he turned another corner and let out a soft curse as this route took him up a level. At least it was still going in the right direction. The walls weren't quite as transparent from inside as they had been from outside the egg, but it was enough to let the beacon around the trophy show the general direction he needed to go in. If he could at least get over the bloody thing, then he could always use Plan L. He ran further down the corridor until a dark shape burst out ahead of him. Snarling, Harry started to let out a curse at whatever had waylaid him before realized that the shape had morphed into a dead body. Looking down, Harry recoiled and started breathing heavily as he saw Shiva's corpse in front of him. A moment later, the body popped, and Hermione was there. Then it was Tonks. Then Fleur. Growling, Harry took aim at the boggart and yelled a blasting hex as loud as he could. There was a shriek of pain, and the corpse twisted and jumped down the hall, vanishing around a corner. Stupid bloody boggarts. Harry cursed as he started running again. He hit an intersection and stopped for a moment to regain his bearings. A large chicken covered in scales instead of feathers suddenly hopped up from the corridor ahead of him. Squawk. What the hell are you? Harry asked, momentarily stunned. Tracy, it's a Jabberwocky. It's a Jabberwocky. Luna screamed, jumping up and down, and holding on to Tracy with one arm while desperately pointing at Harry with the other. Coco peered curiously down her arm from the Snorkack's perch on Luna's shoulder. Luna, I think that's a cockatrice. Not a Jabberwocky, Neville said, narrowing his eyes. Good thing he still has those glasses. A cockatrice is a lot less powerful than a basilisk. He may be able to actually petrify it instead of just stunning it. At the very least, he can just ignore it and won't lose any time. Every second counts right now. Luna's face fell, and she sat back down hard. Coco nuzzled her neck in silent support while she looked dejectedly towards Neville. "Are you sure it's not a Jabberwocky?" "Pretty sure, Luna," Neville said, nodding. Tracy shook her head. "I really hope it gets petrified." Apparently, the last time they used a cockatrice in one of these tasks, it got loose and killed 3 spectators before someone blew the thing up. Might be small and not as good as a basilisk, but it's still stupid fast. The green, scaly chicken squawked again and stared into Harry's eyes. He felt the frames of his glasses heat up, and then the chicken thing dropped to the side, stiff as a board and slightly gray. Oh, petrified. Cockatrice then. Huh, thought you'd be bigger. Oh, for crying out loud. What am I doing wasting time with a bloody cockatrice? Harry jumped over the frozen body of the creature and kept running towards the shining beacon at the center. A giant blast-ended scrut lumbered out of a side corridor a few feet in front of him, and Harry shifted to midnight. The scrut had barely even started to turn towards him before he jumped into its shadow and leapt out on the other side, continuing onwards on all 4 legs. He was getting closer. Fleur turned a corner of the maze and nearly ran headfirst into a large sphinx blocking the corridor. She blinked up at the hybrid creature and gaped in astonishment for a moment. "You are close to your objective. It lies shortly beyond me. Should you wish to make the attempt, I will give you a riddle. Succeed, and I move aside. Fail, and I attack. Walk away, and I remain." Fleur scowled and tried to resist forming a new fireball. That had been her answer for most of the creatures in this maze. The acromantula in particular seemed quite vulnerable to the fire, and she was relatively certain she'd killed a lethofold with one. Whatever hybrid monstrosity Hagrid had created by breeding manticores and fire crabs was somewhat immune to her passion fire, but thankfully it couldn't fly, so she'd simply soared over it and kept going. She wasn't about to roast a sentient creature, though. At least not one that wasn't actively trying to kill her. "We have 5 minutes to touch Z trophy, or everything in this labyrinth dies," Fleur stated. The Sphinx stopped moving and peered down at her, sniffing the air. "I will not fall for tricks. My people were assured this would be safe." "No trick," Fleur said, shaking her head and trying to force some of her panic down. "One of the contestants has been targeted for assassination. Every task so far has been sabotaged in some form. If one of us does not touch Z trophy before Z time, Limit Z expansion collapses." The Sphinx's mouth twitched. "You speak truth. I can smell you are not lying." The being uttered a low growl and twisted her large body to face the opposite direction. "Follow me." Fleur stared at the Sphinx's backside as it started to lope down the corridor. She shook herself and started running after it a moment later. "I can't believe diplomacy worked. Stop this task right now and get them and everything else out," Amelia snarled. Dumbledore simply sat in front of her, with his hands folded into his lap and sad frown plastered over his features. "I cannot," he said softly. "Once the task was started, the only way out is through the floor or out the door. If the labyrinth is to collapse shortly, as you say, I cannot justify sending in a retrieval team with so little time left and so little chance to succeed. Amelia felt her wand vibrate in her hands, and she saw red. The old man wasn't going to walk away from this one. She would see him behind bars or in the ground by daybreak. First, though, she needed to get the students and innocent magical creatures out. Shiva, Hermione, and Daphne were floating on brooms by the rune etchings with several other upper-year students trying to figure out a way to delink the expansion and timer clusters. The prospects didn't appear promising. Amelia herself was physically blocking a murderous Sirius and Maxime from approaching Dumbledore. Karkaroff stood to the side, leaning against the wall with a slightly stunned and lost look on his face. Bagman had just fallen quiet and could only stare between the judges and the labyrinth. Dumbledore, allow me to make myself perfectly clear. If you don't stop this thing, Amelia cut off as a shout of triumph rang out behind her. Twisting, Amelia saw Susan, Tracy, and Neville pumping their fists in the air. A moment later, a small avalanche of magical creatures fell out of the bottom of the labyrinth and bounced on the cushioned ground beneath. She saw at least 2 human forms drop out near the center, as well as she let out a loud sigh of relief. It wasn't a moment too soon either. Barely 20 seconds after they hit the ground, the labyrinth imploded with a loud bang. Instead of an arena nearly 50 meters in radius, there floated instead a small egg only 2 meters in diameter. Where are they? Amelia heard Tonk's panic shout from the ground floor. Her eyes narrowed in suspicion. Amelia turned to the winner's platform. It was empty. The Sphinx knocked a charging acromantula out of the way and started battling the giant spider as Fleur scampered past her hind legs. Coming out the other side of the 2 creatures, Fleur found herself in a round room with several open doorways leading in. She saw Fred and Victor charging down one of the long corridors across the way, but they were too far. She turned to the trophy and smiled. There was very little time left, but she had made it. Before Fleur had taken more than a single step, the ceiling to her side fell to the ground with a loud hissing crash amidst a shower of heat, melting stone and glass. She could only stare as Snowball jumped through the hole and landed just outside the still smoking pile of debris. The panther changed back to Harry, and her brain slotted into gear again. All 4 champions took off, running towards the trophy in the center of the room. She and Harry were the closest, though, and Fred and Victor didn't really have a chance. She reached out and grasped the handle of the trophy at the same time as Harry grabbed the side closest to him with a triumphant shout. A hook grabbed her by the navel and jerked. She felt the wind whip past her as the portkey took hold. The journey should have only been a moment, but it took several seconds. As she jerked to a stop, she stumbled and fell to one knee, dropping the trophy. A pained grunt had her twisting with her wand half raised before she sighed in relief at seeing Harry levering himself up from the ground. Bloody brilliant. Ow. I hate portkeys, her boyfriend muttered, dusting himself off. Harry, she lunged forward and wrapped him into a hug and pulled back to quickly kiss him. I am so glad you are all right. Same to you, Fleur, Harry replied with a soft grin. But I think we still have some problems. Like where the hell are we? She glanced around, seeing several gravestones nearby and a large shadowed manor house in the distance. Agreed. This does not seem to bode well. Kill the spare. Fleur's eyes widened at the menacing wheeze. She turned to find the source, only to see a jet of green light speeding towards her. With no time to react, Fleur could only wish she had had more time with those she loved as the green light filled her vision. Then she was pushed aside, and a jerk around her stomach had her whisked away into the night again. Shiva was frantic as they levitated Fred and Victor to the side, waking them up. The two students had barely had time to blurrily blink their eyes before she had grabbed Fred by the shoulders. "Where are Harry and Fleur?" One of them had to have grabbed the trophy. "Did you see which one? Did you see what happened, Professor?" Fred asked, shaking his head. They both grabbed it at the same time, I think. Victor and I met up in the middle somewhere and hit the last straightaway as Harry fell from the ceiling in his animagus form, and Fleur came out from behind a sphinx. They veer both closer than us. They hit the trophy together. They should be at. Victor trailed off as he looked over at the empty winner's platform. Cursing in Bulgarian, the champion turned back to the small crowd surrounding him and scowled. "We must find our friends." Shiva had opened her mouth to reply as a pop drew everyone's attention back to the platform. Fleur, covered completely in feathers, materialized in midair on the platform, falling to the center with the Triwizard trophy crushed underneath her chest. Tonks and Hermione were already jumping onto the stand as Shiva started to move towards it as well. Non. Fleur pushed herself up and desperately dropped and picked up the trophy. Ramenez-moi. When nothing happened, she screamed and threw it into the floor before grabbing hold of it again. Fire formed in her hand, and her wings tore the back of her shirt as she lifted the trophy again. Hermione crashed into Fleur from behind and wrapped her arms around the older girl. "Fleur, stop. It's not helping. Where is he? What happened? Ils vont le tuer. Arrêtez, laissez-moi." Fleur screamed again, clutching the trophy as tears fell from her eyes. Harry slowly clawed his way back to consciousness. His scar was throbbing in pain, and his back and wrists were sore. Keeping his eyes squeezed shut, he tried to piece together the last few minutes. He remembered landing in a graveyard. He remembered Fleur kissing him. He remembered someone on a hill shouting out the killing curse. He'd moved without thinking. His left hand had been up enough that he'd been able to hit Fleur with a low-powered knockback. She had fallen forwards onto the Triwizard trophy, with the curse sailing by close enough thread through her hair. Fleur had vanished. The figure had launched a stunner, and Harry hadn't moved fast enough. That was when everything went dark. Fleur was safe. So were Fred and Crumb and the creatures from the labyrinth. They'd gotten to Trophy in time. A trapped Trophy that dropped him straight into an ambush, and his only way out was now gone. Brilliant. Absolutely bloody brilliant. He had no idea how to apparate, couldn't make a port key. A graveyard was not a likely place to find a flue, and Lord only knew how close the nearest street was to try and summon the night bus, assuming the thing wasn't too far away. That last option wasn't even possible unless he could find a wand and escape from whatever was holding him down. There was definitely something holding him down. Harry could hear quiet murmurs nearby, so he didn't risk opening his eyes. Instead, he concentrated on the feeling in his body, and, with a slight twitch, realized it was ropes. He was tied to a rather large headstone with his arms spread to the sides and palms turned backwards, hanging slightly off from the headstone. He grudgingly admitted that whoever had done that was intelligent. This way he couldn't use his knockback tattoo to try and destroy the marker like he could have if it had been under his hand. The boomstone had potential usage, still, but that wouldn't help him break free of the ropes. And Harry knew the lava bomb was a lost cause with his arms spread so far. The light in the graveyard was bright even with his eyes closed, so he assumed whoever had him knew about his animagus abilities and had taken some precautions. It didn't matter at the moment, anyway, with the way he was bound. Shifting into midnight would just end up suffocating him. He briefly considered one option to get away, but almost immediately discarded it. There was already only a small chance that whoever had kidnapped him hadn't destroyed his runes. Even if they hadn't, Harry'd much rather wander around the woods for hours trying to find a road rather than risk using the Trace-key. It was not remotely ready for a large-scale test. Not with a living body, at least. Especially not through Hogwarts wards. "It is ready, Master," the muttering voice suddenly said at a normal volume. Harry couldn't help the flinch he gave as he recognized that voice. Peter Pettigrew. Brilliant. "Start the ritual, Wormtail." A rasping wheeze spoke. Harry's eyes flew open at that. That was the same wheeze that had said to kill Fleur. And it was horribly familiar, too. Something he hadn't heard since he was 11. As Harry's eyes adjusted to the light, he saw Pettigrew pick up a grotesque bundle, only slightly larger than a baby. The head was too large, the limbs too small, and the entire thing was black with skin that almost appeared charred. The eyes, though, were blazing red, and as Pettigrew turned, those eyes locked onto Harry's and a grin split across its features. Awake at last, Harry? Just in time to witness my rebirth. Harry felt a spike of fear and dread settle into his spine, and his scar throbbed painfully. He tried to ignore all of that, though, and forced a veneer of calm as he stared at Voldemort. "So you go from Quirrell-Mort to Diary-Mort to Baby-Mort? You're getting more pathetic every time we run across each other. Riddle," Harry snorted. Baby-Mort chuckled confidently. "We shall see just how pathetic I am. Wormtail, begin." "Yes, Master," Pettigrew said. He cast one final spell at the cauldron sitting inside a large, intricate ritual circle. The liquid started to bubble and churn. Pettigrew stepped carefully over the lines and dropped Baby-Mort into the cauldron. Harry uttered a short prayer that the evil little homunculus would drown even if he knew the odds of that happening were probably close to 0. "Bone of the Father, unknowingly given, you will renew your son," Pettigrew said imperiously as he waved his wand, and the grave under Harry's feet shifted slightly. A moment later, a small pale bone soared out of the grave and into the cauldron, which turned the boiling liquid into a poisonous blue color. Harry glared at Pettigrew. "Why are you doing this? Just let him die for good. He murdered your best friend. He's killed and tortured hundreds, if not thousands of people. He's destroyed countless lives. Why are you doing this?" Pettigrew had grabbed a silver knife and stepped up to the cauldron. He paused and looked over at Harry with a weary expression on his gaunt face. "I chose my lot when I told him where to find James. No matter who I serve now, I'm going to die in pain and begging for it to end. At least with him, I will likely have some sort of mercifully quick death at your side's hands. If I stopped helping now, it would be worse than anything I could imagine. I am sorry, Harry Potter. Flesh of the servant, willingly sacrificed, you will revive your master." Pettigrew turned his head away, and his chest heaved. A quick downward stroke with the large knife lopped off the man's hand, and a scream of pain and anguish rang out through the graveyard. Harry twisted his head to the side, fighting down the urge to vomit. Pettigrew kept sobbing with his stump clutched to his chest for several seconds before eventually pulling a rag from the side and tying it off around his forearm using his remaining hand and his teeth. Still nauseous, Harry cautiously glanced in the man's direction and saw that the boiling potion had turned a burning red and was letting off light sparks. Pettigrew finally finished with his hand and tottered unsteadily to his feet. As his captor started to stumble towards him, Harry tried to twist his hand enough to get his knockback rune angled correctly. Even if he couldn't hit Pettigrew, he might be able to nudge the edge of the ritual circle, which would be hopefully enough to throw a wrench into things. Unfortunately, the rat had been very thorough in his application of ropes. His hand was firmly wedged well away from the circle. Briefly, Harry tried to summon Pettigrew himself using his Accio tattoo in his other palm, thinking that maybe he'd get lucky, and the flying body would disturb something in the circle. Again, he was hit with failure, as absolutely nothing happened. One of them had obviously gotten smart and spelled themselves against that charm. Pettigrew started to step over the last lines when Harry tried his last gamble. He channeled power into the boomstone tattoo. That was a mistake. A cry of pain, almost as bad as Pettigrew's, had been rang out over the graveyard, and Harry sagged in his bonds against the stone. His right hand felt like it had been dipped in fire, and he could barely think through the pain. Panting in short, ragged gasps, Harry squinted through tear-filled eyes down towards his right hand and saw faint lines cut into the back of it right across the runic tattoo. It wasn't much, but it was enough to disrupt the magical channels. Pettigrew shrugged as he pulled up and jerked his head towards Harry's hand. "Barty sent us word about that one in particular. No noise attacks from you tonight." Scowling up at the man, Harry snarled as Pettigrew loomed over him and reached out with the knife. "Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken, you will resurrect your foe." Pettigrew drew the knife down as Harry's eyes widened. "Take it. Take my blood. Go ahead and use it, you bloody arse," he thought defiantly as the knife pierced his upper arm and drew a bloody gash down several centimeters before Pettigrew pulled back and teetered over to the cauldron again. The knife flicked out, and the potion turned a steaming, blinding white. Harry's heart plummeted. It had been a long shot anyway. He'd done more research after his own run-in with rituals, and things like this were entirely intent-based. Just thinking that he wanted the traitor and the murderer to use his blood wouldn't be enough. He'd have actually had to have wanted them to use him, not just tried to convince himself it was okay. A loud bang crashed out, and the cauldron exploded, sending pieces of metal bouncing away in several directions. Spots danced in front of Harry's eyes, and as his vision cleared, he saw a tall, pale figure with an angular skull and leering visage peering down on him with crimson eyes. "Robe me, Wormtail." Voldemort's voice was deeper now, and it practically resonated throughout the graveyard. Harry managed to keep his shudder from manifesting. It helped that his hand was still burning, and he could use the pain to distract himself. Pettigrew whimpered and picked himself up from the ground. He had fallen to grabbing a nearby black robe and draping it over Voldemort's outstretched hands. A large snake nearly 3 meters long slithered through the grass and twined around Voldemort's feet. Rearing back slightly, it extended a wand from its jaws, which Voldemort happily accepted. Thank you, Nagini. I can always trust you to keep my treasures safe. Of course you can, Speaker. Nagini will always follow and always obey and always protect, the snake hissed. Harry grunted. A snake familiar. How very typical. He briefly entertaining a fantasy of Hedwig battling the giant snake and plucking out its eyes before he was dragged back to the present as Voldemort stepped in front of him. The man held out his hand and caressed Harry's forehead above his scar, sending a shock of pain, and more burning through his head. Letting out a cry, Harry hissed and tried to draw his head away. Voldemort laughed and pulled back. Ah, excellent. I wasn't certain if that would truly work, but it seems I have definitely broken that veneer of protection that surrounds you. Harry, such a shame for you. It does not seem to go both ways. Chuckling softly, the snake-faced, resurrected dark Lord grinned down at Harry. We are quite alike, you, and I. Far more so than either of us would prefer, I believe. Both raised by muggles, both hating that world, both with few friends, both powerful, both geniuses, both orphan dash. I was orphaned because of you, you bastard. Harry snarled, his eyes narrowed to slits, and his lips curled. Voldemort nodded and started back towards Pettigrew, who had collapsed to the ground, clutching his stump. Indeed, it need not have turned out that way, though. Your father stood his ground as a warrior and gave me pause for a few moments. Had he had more room, he might have even managed to injure me before I killed him. Your mother, though, she was promised to one of my more promising servants. I would have let her live had she stepped aside. I doubt I will ever understand why so many always refuse to step aside. He mused. Harry's insides twisted. He'd had a long time to think about the memory the Dementors brought up and had long since come to worry that Voldemort had actually come for him that night. To have it so bluntly stated, though. My own mother was just as foolishly stubborn and idiotic, Voldemort said with an offhand wave. She was a poor witch who lived near here with her pathetic little family. I turned to the spoiled muggle upon whom you are standing. When he rejected her, she potioned him into loving her and managed to convince herself that it was real. Voldemort scoffed. He appeared to be in the middle ground between disdain and amusement. Harry was just stunned into complete silence that Voldemort was monologuing about his family history to his mortal enemy with a whimpering servant in the background. Shortly before I was born, my mother stopped the potion regimen, and my father abandoned her. She died in childbirth. Dead of broken heart, Voldemort paused and laughed. He shook his head with and shrugged before smiling at Harry. A broken heart, as if such things exist. At least your mother died of a killing curse. I killed my father myself before I graduated Hogwarts. Ironic, isn't it? Two sides of a coin. Your parents died to save you. I killed both of my own parents. The end result is same. We both grew up never knowing family or love. Voldemort turned to smile at Harry, and he could feel his skin crawl. Ah, look at how sentimental and nostalgic I have been getting. Let's just call it a side effect of being able to talk without necessary pauses for the first time in years, shall we? Now, I think I shall introduce you to my true family. Your arm, Wormtail. Harry's blood ran cold as Voldemort turned to the rat. Pettigrew sobbed gratefully and held out his stump, which only caused the Dark Lord to laugh. "No, Wormtail, the other arm." Still laughing, Voldemort reached out and pressed his wand to the dark mark on Pettigrew's left shoulder. Screams rang out yet again. By this point, Harry had been convinced they were either very secluded or under very strong wards. Surely the amount and volume of the screams so far this night would have drawn someone by now. Otherwise, I wonder who will have the courage to show. The three present didn't have to wait long. After less than a minute, pops started sounding from the surrounding air near Voldemort and Pettigrew. Figures resolved in the darkness in various states of dress. Harry only recognized Lucius Malfoy, though he certainly wasn't surprised to see the man there groveling at Voldemort's feet. "Ah, my friends," Voldemort said, extending his arms wide. The false cheer in his voice did absolutely nothing to hide the rage and disgust in his tone. "You come before me again. Malfoy, Avery, not Crabbe, Yaxley McNair," he said as he turned from face to face, still smiling. "Karkaroff is too much of a coward to show, I see. We will make him remember why you don't resign your post at my side. Snape, should he prove useful, still I might allow him to continue breathing. We shall see." Harry's eyes narrowed as Voldemort started to monologue again to the assembled Death Eaters. Snape being a Death Eater really shouldn't surprise him at all, considering the man's hatred of him. It wasn't something to deal with right now, though. Harry cast about for anything he could do to get out of this. Apparition was looking better. He still had no idea exactly what to do, but obviously they could get in that way. Shiva had said something about destination, deliberation, and what even was deliberation anyway? Well, destination and desperation would probably work. Unless this was just a ward scheme that had dark mark bearers keyed into it, which was likely. So not only would he end up splinched, he'd be right where he started except minus a few bits. Brilliant! Sucking in a breath, Harry resisted the urge to slam his head into the tombstone as a thought smashed into his mind. "Dobby," he whispered as Voldemort sent off a few crucios at one of his followers who had arrived in a night robe. The air near Harry stayed defiantly empty and quiet. "Dobby," he said louder. Still nothing happened. Cursing inwardly, he was forced to revise his opinion of Voldemort upwards. Purebloods in general ignored house elves. Granted, Voldemort had just admitted that he wasn't as pure as his followers liked to believe, but Harry had been hoping the man still subscribed to many of the established prejudices. Obviously, he was a bit smarter than that, unfortunately. Another potential avenue of escape closed off. "You see how generous I am to those who serve me faithfully?" Voldemort's voice cut back into Harry's thoughts. He turned his head and caught sight of Pettigrew with a shiny new metallic hand and Voldemort smiling broadly. Wormtail may be quite pathetic and a true coward above all else, but this coward searched me out. And between him and Barty, we have claimed Harry Potter. As Voldemort smiled over to him, gesturing, Harry did his best to roll his eyes and ignore the hammering of his heart or the pain in his hand, arm, and head. "Careful, Tommy. Keep talking about claiming me and people are going to think you have a crush on me and are keeping me as a love slave." Voldemort's slitted nostrils flared, and his eyes seemed to almost flash. For a moment, Harry was worried he might have pushed it a bit far, but then the Dark Lord started to laugh. "Oh, it takes true courage or amazing stupidity to speak such words to one's executioner. Shall we see which it is you possess, Harry?" He raised his wand, and before Harry could do more than grimace, flicked the glasses to the ground, and exclaimed, "Legilimens!" Harry snorted in amusement as he landed lightly on his feet on the walls of his castle in his mindscape. Thankfully, his injuries didn't carry over into here, so all he felt was a dull throbbing instead of true pain. Harry looked out over the boiling moat below him and laughed. Voldemort obviously hadn't expected there to be a fight in this setting. Enough arrows to blot out the artificial sun had been launched as soon as Voldemort popped into his mind. A shield had blocked some, but not all, and the Dark Lord was sporting several. Wooden shafts sticking out of his arms and legs when Harry's catapults and trebuchets launched their volleys. These included everything from large rocks to flaming balls of Greek fire, to giant cows and pissed-off alligators and monkeys. The second volley had barely left their launchers before the air was split by a deafening crack as hundreds of cannons shot their ammunition at the intruder. Voldemort had managed to get a more substantial shield up by now, and was looking at Harry with a mixture of hatred and respect. Harry raised a hand in a mock salute, and as he dropped it, nearly 1,000 soldiers came charging out of the castle over the moat's drawbridges. Many stopped and took aim with rifles, pistols, and ray guns, while just as many kept charging towards Voldemort with swords swinging and spears held forward. A scream of frustration ripped from Voldemort, and Harry's mind lurched in dull pain as many of his defenses were sundered and ripped. The Dark Lord launched spells and magic, and was shortly able to clear a path through the battlefield. He managed to get over the moat by commandeering a horse and leaping the gap, dropping into Harry's next lair. Harry scowled, but followed after him. This first level was never really intended to do more than delay, annoy, and tire people out anyway. Popping into incorporeal existence next to Voldemort, he started to laugh at the man. The Dark Lord was floating freely in the middle of space, looking left and right, and obviously trying to figure out just how he was supposed to move from his current position across the vast emptiness spanning between him and the small form of a planet. "That's Jupiter, if you're curious," Harry mentioned offhandedly. "You just left Mars. Seemed appropriate for an initial mind battle, you know?" Voldemort scowled. "I did not expect a child to have such well-developed shielding. You prove yet again that I chose correctly when seeking to destroy you, boy." He started to fly forward, angling towards Jupiter. "I had a great teacher. Babbling, I assume. Or black. I doubt either will submit to me once I kill you. Shame. It is so hard to find decent minions," Voldemort mused. Harry growled. "You won't touch them, Riddle. I wonder if I can kill your mind while you're mucking about in here." "Such anger," Voldemort laughed. "You should follow me. I know you won't, but you should. We'd be unstoppable, and we could dash." He froze, and a large grin split his face. Well, this is unexpected. How ironic." An instant later, Voldemort had vanished. Harry frowned. That wasn't supposed to be possible, especially not in the space layer of his defenses. Voldemort, should Harry, let out a scream of rage and frustration as his mindscape finally caught up to where Voldemort had penetrated to. Harry blinked, and he was next to Voldemort again as the man waltzed through the replica of number 4, Privet Drive. Somehow Voldemort had managed to bypass 90% of Harry's defenses without a fight and had appeared in his deepest lair. Harry started to raise his hand to bring his last line up when he froze. Behind where Voldemort had walked through, there was a door open with a roiling black mass behind it. Harry hadn't put that there. It was next to the door to his old cupboard, and as he watched the door, slammed shut and melted into the wall. "This is a bit problematic, to be truthful," Voldemort said, waving at the door. "I'd hate to have to kill you now after seeing this. Are you truly sure I can't convince you to join me? You are clearly powerful and accomplished despite your age. I'd be perfectly willing to let you keep your women and pets. If I was willing to let your mother go to a young man whose only claim to fame was bad hair, a surly attitude, and brilliance with potions, there's no reason why I wouldn't let you have a mudblood, a half-breed, and a whore. I'll even guarantee the safety of Babbling and Black if you can convince them not to attack me or my followers." For a horrifying moment, Harry actually stopped to consider the offer. The man had destroyed his family. He had killed his parents and countless others. But he was going to force a change on the stagnant wizarding world. And if Harry could guarantee the safety of those he cared about most, Harry snarled and wrenched his eyes away from the wall, where the door concealing the black ball of corruption had vanished. Turning back to Voldemort, he uttered a simple, "Go to hell." Jerking his head, Harry summoned the final line of defense. A facehugger dropped from the ceiling onto Voldemort's back, while an alien queen tore through the front door of the house. Far above the little dwelling, a superstar destroyer fired its engines, navigating onto a ramming course. And in orbit around the little asteroid sheltering the replica number 4, the Death Star centered directly on the house, fired. Harry's head snapped back and cracked against the tombstone with a dull thud, while Voldemort stumbled back. Harry grit his teeth as his head felt like someone had taken a jackhammer to it. Voldemort, for his part, held a hand to his own head and just started cackling. "Well done, child. Well done. Such potential." Voldemort shook his head and stepped back with a slightly manic grin. "Such a shame that I have to cut you down. You should have taken my offer, Harry. But let's make this fair at least, shall we?" A quick gesture with his wand, and the ropes binding Harry to the tombstone vanished, letting Harry drop to his knees over the grave of Tom Riddle. He hurriedly scrambled to put his glasses back on. "Fair?" Harry asked, scowling up at Voldemort. "I'm exhausted, bleeding out, have no wand, and you have my main tools. If this is what you consider fair, no wonder people despise you." Voldemort nodded, clasping his hands. "Ah, very good points. I see your exhaustion and bleeding and raise you a recent resurrection." Grinning, Voldemort chuckled, his Death Eaters following along and laughing with their master. "I will grant you, however, Harry, your wand and runes should be returned." Another wand flick, and 3 shapes flew through the lighted graveyard towards Harry. With his seeker reflexes, Harry surged forward and grabbed all 3 items. He stared with wonder at his main rune harness and his prototype versions. He'd actually somewhat expected Voldemort to give him back his wand. But to return the rune stones too, Harry scowled. He was likely not going to win this fight, but he'd make damn sure Voldemort regretting underestimating him. And he had a chance. He had a legitimate chance to escape, to get back to Hermione, NYM, Fleur, Shiva, and Daphne. He had a chance to survive. He was sure as hell going to take that chance. "You've been taught official dueling, Harry?" "Flitwick has been busy, from what Barty tells me." Voldemort moved back slightly and smiled. No one will interfere with this. First, we bow." Harry scowled, slipped his 2 harnesses on, and stood. He palmed a chain reactor beam and channeled a small burst through his tattoos, checking over any other potential problems before ramping up to full fighting capacity. Breathing a short sigh of relief, Harry found that the only tattoo they had sabotaged was the boomstone, and he at least had an extra in the original etched form. Turning to Voldemort, he didn't even have time to react when the Dark Lord sent an Imperius curse at him. The blank feeling washed over him momentarily, with a single command to BOW. Throwing it off without much effort, Harry cocked his head at Voldemort. "Queen Fleur was a hell of a lot worse than that, Tom." Voldemort scowled and jerked his wand, sending out a stream of red and purple spells towards Harry. Harry lifted the chain reactor beam in response and threw as much magic into it as he could. The energy beam that flew from the stone was twice the size of the one from his battle against the evil Overlord doppelganger, and 2 of the Death Eaters arrayed behind Voldemort had to leap out of the way to avoid being consumed in the burst of power. Screaming in rage, Harry kept up the assault until the rune stone crumbled to dust and the beam died. There was a large gash in the ground of the hill in the path of the beam, and a section of the manor in the distance appeared to be in flames. Voldemort, though, was simply standing there, with a glimmering shield in front of him. The shield was glowing a deep red and pulsing slightly as energy seemed to bleed off it, and the small cracks in the center healed themselves. Voldemort's eyes flashed, and his features set into a frown. Impressive. Not impressive enough, however. Harry jumped to the side as Voldemort dropped the shield and started tossing spell after spell at him. The ground behind, beside, and in front of Harry exploded as he leaped and dodged, barely staying ahead of the surge of spells. This far surpassed anything that Flitwick or McGonagall had been teaching him about spell chains and silent casting. Voldemort had apparently gained his reputation through actual skill instead of subterfuge. Diving behind a tombstone, Harry pulled out the Yamato cannon from his prototype harness and stood powering it up. The ball of roiling destruction surged out from the rune stone, working just as well as he'd hoped. It let loose a 3-meter-wide torrent of energy that left a trail of devastation and ozone as it flew towards Voldemort and his Death Eaters. Well, that gets upgraded to the main harness now, Harry thought as he dropped the crumbling dust of the stone and pulled out a freezer. The ball of energy exploded into the midst of the Death Eaters, and Harry saw at least one body go flying through the graveyard. A pop behind him had Harry turning and desperately starting his own weak spell chain with a torrent of freezing water from the freezer joining it. Voldemort had managed to apparate behind him, completely unharmed. The man swatted away all of Harry's spells and shattered the ice that formed over his legs from the freezer, while Harry dived to the side again. He grabbed the boomstone rune and activated it as he hurriedly tried to etch a reflector into a blank stone. If he could finish that, he might have. The tombstone he was hiding behind vanished into a pile of debris, and Voldemort smiled down on him. Harry dropped back and brought his arms together, letting the lava bomb complete itself. He noted with satisfaction that Voldemort hadn't expected that as the man fell back with shock in his eyes as lava poured out at him. As Voldemort blinked out again, Harry dropped his arms and grabbed for a ninja. If he could hide, then maybe he could dash Crucio. Harry fell to the ground screaming in pain as every nerve in his body started firing at once. The spell wasn't kept on him for long, thankfully, and after a few seconds Harry felt it drop off, and he could breathe again. His body twitched, and his hand again felt like it had been dipped in fire, but he could think. Looking up, he saw Voldemort with a badly burned left hand stepping forward. "You really should have joined me, boy," Voldemort said tonelessly. He lifted his wand, and Harry's eyes widened. No, it was not going to end like this. Avada Kedavra, Voldemort yelled. Sanguinamulcus. Harry shouted at the same time. The two spells met in the center, and instead of ricocheting, each turned golden and merged into a line between the two combatants. The single thick line sprouted a large golden cage of lines a few meters wide around them, and both were lifted a half-meter into the air, clutching their wands with looks of shock and confusion mirrored on both faces. A song burst into existence, and Harry dimly realized it was a phoenix sound and appeared to be vibrating out from his wand and the lines of light. No one interfere. Voldemort screamed as the Death Eaters started to circle the sphere of light. Large beads of energy appeared in the center of the main beam, linking Harry's wand to Voldemort's, and began to edge towards him. His wand began to shake, and Harry snarled. He focused everything he had on those beads, and the tide shifted. The light beads flowed towards Voldemort. Sweat ran down Harry's brow as he forced the energy back into his enemy's wand. Finally, with a roar of triumph, the light bead touched Voldemort's side, and the wand shook violently. Several phantom spells and rays of light shot from Voldemort's wand and faded into the air. Harry could only watch in awe as the man's wand seemed to regurgitate the last battle in reverse. Suddenly, a torso appeared from the end of the wand, dropping to ground. The spectral form of an old man scowled up at Voldemort, spitting at him, before walking towards Harry. "Doing well, sonny boy. Keep it up and kill the monster for me," the pseudo-ghost said. Voldemort's eyes had gone wide, and Harry just gaped as another ghost fell from the wand. This one was a frumpy-looking woman with a large beehive hair bun who just looked around confused before sitting down where she fell. A third ghost fell from the wand, and Harry's breath caught in his throat. "Dad," Harry whispered as the final specter came close and smiled at Harry. His father's apparition nodded. "Keep it up, son. When the connection breaks, make your escape. Me, the geezer, will be able to linger long enough to distract the bastard." "Right you are," the old man spoke up. "Wait," Harry cried out. Something wasn't right. It wasn't right at all. His father had died before his mother. "Where's Dash?" "No time, Harry. Your wand can't take much more of this. Get ready. 1, 2, 3. Harry reacted on instinct and jerked his wand up, breaking the beam connecting him to Voldemort. The Phoenix song died, and the cage of golden light disappeared. The two male ghosts rushed to mob Voldemort, who screamed in rage. Before Voldemort could cast another spell, Harry shot a huge burst from his knockback tattoo at the man and grabbed for his prototype harness. He lifted the Tray-ski from its slot and uttered a prayer to whoever was watching that this would work. His last view of the graveyard, as he activated the rune cluster, was Voldemort screaming out a final killing curse. Then a hook grabbed his navel, and Harry was jerked away into the night. Chapter 32, The Folly of Dumbledore. "Where is that pensive?" Shiva muttered, pacing back and forth beside the winner's platform. Fleur was still sobbing into Hermione's shoulder on the corner. all of her avian features in stark relief. Her hand was clutching the vial containing her brief, dim memory of where she'd been brought to before Harry had knocked her back into the cup. Amelia and Proudfoot had gone to the ministry to retrieve a pensieve so that they could try and see if anything from the memory could be used to apparate to Harry and save him. If there was even still a living Harry to save. Shiva kept pacing, steadfastly refusing to continue that line of thought. Tonks was to the side with Shacklebolt and Scrimgeour heatedly interrogating Barty Crouch Jr. The polyjuice had worn off shortly after Fleur had reappeared, and the real Moody had been bundled off to St. Mungo's. The Aurors had agreed to question Crouch here in the hopes that he'd be able to shed some light on where Harry had been taken, and time was of the essence. The man's answers could just barely be heard over the continual noise of the murmuring crowd a short ways away. I don't know why my name shows differently on that map. It was nothing I did. Crouch's voice was fully monotone, all of his resistance burned away from the Veritasrum flowing through his system. It's been perfected for months now, and takes its input directly from the castle wards. You had to do something at the Yule Ball to affect it. Tonks snarled. Shiva noticed the flammels in the crowd behind the small group frown and melt back into the mass, probably avoiding Dumbledore seeing them. All I did at the Yule Ball was swap the polyjuice flask for a whiskey flask and move Moody to the Shrieking Shack after you questioned me. Scrimgeour eyed Tonks appreciatively before turning back to Crouch. That was the only illegal thing you did during the Yule Ball. A bit of emotion crept into Crouch's voice. Used Moody's eye to look through the dresses quite a bit. Lots of fancy lingerie that night. Much better than during the rest of the year with those school robes. Girls went all out at Yule. I didn't even look through the lingerie of a few. They were so beautiful. Tonks looked like she was ready to cut the imposter's bollocks off, and Shiva would have helped if she wasn't so worried about Harry. As it was, Scrimgeour's hands clenched into fists, and he said in a clipped tone, "Did you contact your master that night?" "No. I couldn't kill Potter's sex toy, so without looking even more suspicious, and I didn't want the master to think me weak or foolish." "Who is the master?" "The Dark Lord, the rightful ruler of us all, the savior of witches and wizards, the conqueror of death." Crouch's tone was practically dripping worship even through the Veritasrum. Tonks' hair flashed to a deep red and stayed that way as she growled. "And where is his current base?" "He has no current base." Scrimgeour slammed a palm against his face. "We are running out of ways to rephrase this stupid question. How can you keep avoiding answering it?" "I spent months trying to get Moody to answer my questions about his past and his precautions before running out of Veritasrum. I learned from him how to give a truthful response while answering your direct question instead of what you want to know." Shiva tuned them out again. That was going nowhere fast. She wasn't certain what was worse about this whole screwed-up thing. That the man had managed to impersonate Alastor Moody for nearly 10 months, supposedly without anyone other than Tonks the Wiser, or that the Death Eater had actually been a better teacher than anyone in the last decade barring Remus Lupin. If Harry had left a Treski prototype behind, she would have used it already to track him down herself and damn the consequences. As it was, she knew he'd made a few extra modifications to the base diagram, and she couldn't risk making a new one. The working prototype was dangerous enough. Goddess only knew what the unmodified version would do to her. A dead rescuer wouldn't be of much help. She scowled as she took stock of the grounds again. Karkaroff seemed to have disappeared at some point. It made him suspicious, but he'd been enough of a coward previously that Shiva was left with worrying conclusions about why he had left, what he was running from, and just who likely had abducted Harry. None of that had been allayed from Crouch, saying his master was the Dark Lord. Crumb was sitting a ways away with Millicent Bulstrode, and just holding her hand. Fred was wrapped up with the Weasleys and several members of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Daphne, Tracy, Luna, and Neville, along with the rest of Harry's close friends, were holding a vigil in the first row of the stands nearest to the winner's platform. Much of the main audience had stayed seated, continuing their whispered conversations and waiting to hear what happened to their star champion. And Dumbledore was standing off to the side. The old man had a decent sad look on his face. Shiva grant him that. She even fully believed that he had no idea that the trophy's portkey had been modified with a way station. But his eyes were practically dancing with triumph and glee. If Harry didn't come back soon, she'd have to make sure that someone was with her for the next several days, so that she didn't find Dumbledore in the dead of night to interrogate him. Someone besides Hermione, Tonks, Fleur, and Daphne. They'd all likely have to stick with their own Minders as well. Harry disappearing would be bad enough. All of them getting tossed in Azkaban for murder would be worse. I fail to see why you are preventing me from administering judgment immediately. An annoyed shout cut through to Shiva's consciousness. She stopped pacing and turned to see Fudge striding forward on Amelia's heels with his bowler hat in his hands and a scowl on his face. Sirius growled as he stared back at the minister. You can't have your pet demon kiss the prisoner, Fudge, because he hasn't finished his official interrogation yet. I've been an Auror a month, and even I know that. He is an escapee murderer from Azkaban. That is a kiss-on-sight offense. Sirius' hands twitched towards his wand. No, really? I didn't know that. So we shouldn't bother to ensure that he was working alone, then, or that he's actually the one who did this. Shiva tried to find the humor there, but couldn't muster up enough effort. Instead, she went to Amelia's side as the woman brought up the court pensive, and they both turned to Fleur. Fleur, we're ready. Amelia sighed as Hermione helped Fleur to her feet. Remember, don't expect much from this. You weren't able to get a good enough view of anything for this memory to be clear enough to do much with. It will be enough. It must be, Fleur said, wiping her eyes and moving forward. They had just poured the memory into the bowl when the air was split by a thunderous crack and a flare of lightning along with a caterwauling from the Hogwarts wards. Hands clamped over her ears and blinking away the spots in her vision. Shiva gaped at the platform ahead of her. Harry Potter was lying on the ground covered in blood and dirt and clutching a wand in one hand and a glowing rune stone in the other. She gasped and vaulted onto the stand, moving towards him. Harry sat up and held up his wand, shouting, Accio blood, replenishing potions. The glow from the rune stone in his hand started to creep up his arm as 4 potion vials flew through the air. She reached Harry as he snatched the vials out of the air. Shiva was only a second faster than Hermione, Fleur, and Tonks. All 4 opened their mouths to say something, but Harry shoved the vials into Shiva's hand before any words could get out. When the bleeding starts to slow down to a trickle, make me drink this. It'll mean I'm out of blood. Hopefully that's enough vials. What? Shiva asked, rearing back in shock. The glow from the rune stone reached his shoulder and started moving towards his chest. She stared at it, praying it wasn't what she believed. Harry's next words took the wind out of that prayer fast. Traski grounding backlash. Harry said, doubling over in pain and breathing fast. Make me drink the potions until the magic is fully dissipated. Shite. I need a breathkeeper. Also, he dropped his wand and grabbed a stone from his harness just as the glow reached his chest and seemed to absorb into him. Harry, what dash? Hermione started, but then stopped and flinched back, staring at her boyfriend in horror. Harry had screwed his eyes shut as tears of blood leaked out from their corners. His ears trailed blood down the sides of his face, and his nose started spurting blood as well. The cut in his left arm seeped out blood in a minor torrent. Worst of all, perhaps, was that every shuddering breath he took caused a shower of blood to rain out of the sky above the group. Harry, Tonks uttered, her mouth hanging open, and her hair a pure white. Shite. Goddess damn it, kid. I told you not to touch that thing until we fixed the grounding problem. Pomfrey. More blood replenishers. Now, Fleur turned to Shiva with a scowl. Explain, she demanded in a dangerous voice. Focusing her frustration on Shiva probably wasn't the best thing to do at the moment, but the professor certainly couldn't blame the girl. Her boyfriend was hemorrhaging in front of her, and she was still beating herself up over having unintentionally left him alone in that graveyard. The Traski punches threw wards at both the start and the destination. It's the only way to safely track criminals to an unknown location with potentially hostile defenses, Shiva said, carefully watching the blood flow trailing out of Harry. Pomfrey finally managed to get onto the platform, but she pulled up short as she saw the condition the young man was in. The blood slowed down, and Shiva lunged forward and poured a vial down his throat. Coughing, Harry swallowed, and a few moments later, the volume of outflow picked up again. Shiva picked up her explanation as Pomfrey shifted to Harry's arm and tried to close the gash. The tumbler creates an amount of magical feedback directly proportional to the strength of the wards it's bypassing. Stronger wards, stronger backlash. Originally, the energy grounded out by exploding. We fixed it so that it grounds through the activator instead. Harry's bleeding slowed again, and Shiva jammed another vial of potion down his throat, praying that the energy was almost fully dissipated. They were running out of vials. How is this safer? Hermione screamed. It's not. Shiva growled. The grounding energy currently centers into the heart and bleeds off through the bloodstream, following the flow to dissipate harmlessly into the air at mucus boundaries. The issue is that the rate of dissipation is too fast, and it instead bursts the blood vessels while grounding out, leading to extreme bleeding until the excess energy is fully gone. Thankfully, all internal bleeding should be restricted to the lungs. She started breathing quicker as Harry's bleeding slowed down again, and she forced the third vial down his throat. Tonks looked between Shiva's pasty complexion and Harry's shuddering form beneath her. What happens if you run out of potion before he's done grounding out? She asked quietly. All sound nearby seemed to stop as Shiva steadfastly refused to look up from Harry. He bleeds out and dies. She blinked away tears, refusing to allow herself to cry yet. Instead, she muttered low, "Damn it, Harry, what the hell were you mixed up in that you'd risk using this thing into one of the most heavily warded sections the country?" His bleeding started to slow once more, and she started to move forward with her final vial before feeling a hand on her arm. Snarling and shaking it off, Shiva found her arm again, restrained. No, Bathsheba. Not this time. Much less time has passed. It's done. The nurse waved her wand, and Harry's body glowed a dim crimson before Pomfrey nodded and smiled. He's cumulatively lost enough blood to warrant some of that potion, but not the full thing. Give it to me, and let me stabilize him. Shiva breathed a sigh of relief and handed the vial over to the healer, then stepped back. The girls also quickly surrounded her. You knew he was working on that, Hermione accused. Shiva scowled. Of course I did. He's been consulting me on it since the bloody cup over the summer. He had a working copy in the prototype belt along with other half-finished things. It was for emergency usage only and was never expected to actually be needed before we fixed the problems. Harry knew the risks inherent in it, and he wouldn't have used it unless there was no other choice. There wasn't, Harry croaked from behind them, sitting up and grimacing. Madame Pomfrey, can you look at my right hand? They cut my tattoo, and I didn't realize it until after I tried to channel magic through it. It still hurts a lot, and it's different from when I tried to use the knockback while transformed. The nurse nodded and shifted her target as the latest spell finished. Harry winced and looked up at the people surrounding him. The crowd had grown in the few minutes he had been knocked out by the Treyskis' backlash. A quick glance around showed his girlfriends glaring at Shiva, who seemed just as angry, though her ire appeared to be focused on herself, judging by the set of her shoulders. Daphne was in the stands with her knees drawn up and her head between her legs. Tracy and Luna each had their arms wrapped around a shoulder, while the Slytherin girl shook between them. Neville was between Susan and Hannah, who were both crushed against his chest. Harry caught a small, reassuring smile flash from his best male friend when he caught sight of Harry sitting up. Sirius, Remus, and Amelia were arguing with Fudge and Scrimgeour over the limp body of someone he didn't recognize tied to a chair. Dumbledore was close enough to hear both conversations, but not close enough to contribute to either, something for which Harry was very grateful. One Dark Lord was bad enough for one day. He scowled as he saw Snape walk up to Dumbledore, argue about something with his hand gesturing toward his left shoulder, and then storm off towards the castle gates. Brilliant! Voldemort was getting another Death Eater follower. Granted, it was possible the horrible man was being ordered to go, but Harry still wanted to fantasize that Voldemort would just off the bastard. Harry, what happened after you touched the trophy? Shiva asked gently. The concern suffusing her voice was comforting, but even that wasn't enough to prevent the shudder that ran through his body. Harry shook his head. Kidnapped, obviously. Voldemort. He scowled as he felt Pomfrey flinch at the name. Voldemort had gotten a homunculus body, barely bigger than a misshapen baby. Pettigrew was helping him. Impossible. Fudge yelled, staring at Harry goggle-eyed. A vein was popping out on his forehead, which made Harry think back to the man's resemblance to Uncle Vernon. The twisting lime green bowler hat was the only thing that prevented the image from being perfect. Well, and the fact that Vernon was a walrus in human disguise. Amelia snorted. Minister Fudge, perhaps you'd like to hear the explanation before you bother hiding your head in the sand. Harry gave her a small salute with his left hand while Pomfrey kept casting spells on his right. Anyway, Voldemort just wanted me. He had Pettigrew try to kill Fleur, but I managed to knock her out of the way before the killing curse hit her. She must have landed on the portkey, because the next thing I knew she was gone. I did, and it wouldn't take me back, no matter what I did. Fleur mumbled. Her voice hitched partway through, and Hermione and Tonks both wrapped an arm around the French girl. I was knocked out almost immediately. Woke up tied to a tombstone. Pettigrew performed some sort of ritual that used the bone of his father, Pettigrew's own hand, and my blood to give Voldemort a full-size body. He's an ugly bastard. Looks more like the love child of a snake and human than a straight-up person. Harry shuddered, thinking back to those red eyes and that slitted nose. Shiva nodded. What happened after he got a regular form back, kid? Harry flinched. We taunted each other a bit, and he called his Death Eaters. Malfoy, not. Avery, Crabbe, Yaxley, and McNair all showed up pretty quick. He said Karkaroff ran, and that SN dash. Karkaroff disappeared shortly after you were kidnapped. Harry, Dumbledore cut in, moving forward with a grandfatherly smile. Harry wasn't fooled. Protect him all you want, Headmaster, but Voldemort specifically called SN dash. Dumbledore nodded. Be that as it may, I would prefer to discuss that aspect in private. Lives may well depend on it. Everyone looked between Harry and Dumbledore, sensing the undercurrent of the battle between the two. Harry scowled, but backed down after a few moments. Full explanation, or I tell the press exactly what he said. Old man. As much as he hated to admit it, there was a dim chance that Snape was just an bigoted arsehole acting as a spy, that he had waited long enough to speak with Dumbledore before running off to the Master was enough to stay Harry's hand, for a few minutes at least. Fudge stepped up, still twirling his bowler hat. You are disparaging several extremely prominent, extremely well-respected individuals in our society, boy. You would do well to remember that before pointing fingers at people. So I should ignore the men who laughed while Voldemort tortured me. Harry asked, cocking an eyebrow at the minister. How did you get elected? All you do is protect the people bribing you. Do they own half the country and pay off everyone? Money runs out, you know. Fudge just spluttered, and his face turned red. Harry twisted back to his friends. So after we taunted each other, Voldemort tried to mind rape me. A few gasps were heard, and he saw Pomfrey scowl. I fought him off. Barely. He got a lot deeper than he should have been able to, which we need to talk about later. Shiva, after that he wanted to duel me in front of his minions. Another shudder ran through Harry's body, but his face set in a firm expression. I actually managed to burn him a bit before our wands linked. Something really weird happened then, sort of like a jumbo version of the prior Incantanto thing. A cage of light surrounded us, and our wands linked together with beads of light appearing in the center and Phoenix song playing us. That's priori incanatum. Daphne murmured, threading into the group with her head down, and her eyes red. It's really rare. It's supposed to only happen with brother wands when one overpowers its twin. Harry nodded. Makes sense then. Anyway, I beat him in the wills contest. Thank God it wasn't power. He tossed out spells faster than I thought possible, and he hits like a lorry. Harry scowled, shaking his head. So, then some specters of the people he'd last killed came out of his wand. Not quite ghosts, more like echoes. An old man who I think was Muggle was first, then some woman with a beehive hairstyle, and my dad. They distracted Voldemort as I broke the connection and activated the trace key. Harry paused and looked at the ground guiltily. I didn't really have any other choice. The night bus only works on roads I can't apparate yet, and I'm willing to bet there was a ward against it even if I could. There weren't any brooms. I was surrounded, and the area was lit up enough that I couldn't use midnight to escape into shadows. Harry frowned and stopped, staring at his hand. I don't think I would have been able to concentrate enough to jump through a shadow anyway. Actually, at least not more than once. Shiva sighed and shook her head before reaching out and squeezing his shoulder. I think that counts as an emergency usage, Harry. We need to make fixing it, though, a priority now. I don't plan on watching you bleed to death in front of me again, kid. Harry nodded. There's 2 other big things that need to be a priority, also. I'll tell you later, he said quietly so that only Shiva, the girls closest to him, could hear. Well, if the explanations are done, I need to move this to the infirmary. Mr. Potter needs rest and several addition potions. Especially for this hand. Pomfrey frowned. There's quite a bit of internal damage. I'm amazed you managed to hold your wand so long. Harry ran a hand through his hair and shrugged. I might have cast a quick sticking charm to my hand. That elicited mild chuckles from the surrounding personnel. This is all preposterous. It's raving ramblings of an attention-seeking, delusional, fame-hungry liar. Fudge snarled. Even if you actually believe that nonsense you just spouted, you said yourself that the criminal Peter Pettigrew was one of the first faces you saw. He probably confounded you, and you're too addled to have realized it. Harry had to fight down the urge to laugh at Fudge. From the looks on the faces of the women surrounding him, he was probably the only one who wasn't about to curse the portly man. You know what, Minister? I'm not even going to try and reply to your insanity. Go ahead and say whatever you want. When Voldemort waltzes through your front door and props his feet up on your desk, don't come crying to me. Dumbledore followed the group of schoolchildren and adults into the infirmary, outwardly calm and collected but raging inside. Tom had returned. Harry was still alive, and now he was too late. He would have to let the boy play this out and be ready to step in as Voldemort was cut down. Or perhaps he could still salvage this nightmare. He could reveal small pieces. Just enough to sway these people. Just enough that they would understand why he had done what he had done. Not enough to incriminate, but enough to imply and direct. Just enough to push them down the path that would lead Harry to die prior to his complete fall. Yes, that could work. Dumbledore was jostled to the side and looked up in surprise. When had this many people entered the hospital wing? The boys' partners and guardians were to be expected. Nymphadora, Granger, and Delacour hovered by his bedside along with Amelia, Bathsheba, Sirius, and Remus. Nearby others of his close companions gathered: Greengrass, Davis, Lovegood, Neville, Abbott, and Bones. What surprised him were the additional personnel against the walls. The 3 remaining Delacours, the Weasley twins Ginevra, Bulstrode, Crumb, the Gryffindor chasers, Brown, Lee, the Patil twins, even Phileas and Minerva. Harry Potter had an inner circle and a cabal of followers. This was even worse than Dumbledore had anticipated. Harry Potter, sir, must stop being so injured. A diminutive little house elf berated the boy from beside the bed. Harry just smiled down at the being and reassured him he'd do his best. Dumbledore's frown deepened. If Harry started recruiting from other races, as well, this should help finish repairs to your hand, Mr. Potter, Poppy said, shuffling forward and pouring a potion down his throat. You should avoid casting spells with that hand for 2 or 3 days just to be safe, but the major damage should be healed by morning. Expect residual pain for about a week. Bathsheba thanked the nurse, then turned to Dumbledore and glared. Before she could say anything to him, though, Maxime appeared in the doors to the infirmary and cleared her throat. Mademoiselle Babbling, your guests need to speak with you. Immediately. Bathsheba looked between the headmistress, himself, and Harry. Finally, she leaned over the boy, whispered something, and followed the woman out the door into the hallway. Dumbledore peered down at Harry and slowly shook his head in sorrow. You are certain that Voldemort has returned, Harry? He asked. There were remarkably few reactions from the assembled personnel. Normally such a thing would have greatly reassured him, but now they were too entrenched with Harry to fear anything else, it seemed. Harry snorted and looked at Dumbledore incredulously. Considering he tried multiple times to kill me in the past hour, I'm going to have to say, yes. He's not the only one who tried to kill me tonight, though, is he? Many of the eyes in the room turned to Dumbledore in accusation. He gave his best grandfatherly sigh and opened his mouth to begin weaving the web when he was interrupted by a shout from just beyond the doorway. What? In his office. A dull murmuring could be heard as all eyes in the room turned to stare at the portal where Bathsheba's voice was yelling. He knew. Newton, you'll have your prisoner tonight. The runes professor stalked back into the room and fixed her stare on Dumbledore. He raised his eyebrows at the woman. He couldn't help pulling back slightly in shock as she raised her wand and pointed it at him with the tip glowing. You son of a bitch. You goddess-damned, arrogant bastard. Not content with just assassination attempts on your own. Huh? You had to let Tom fucking Riddle Voldemort himself do your work for you. Dumbledore frowned. He kept his hands in plain view and well away from his wand. This situation was best diffused without violence for the moment. She had no proof after all, and was making a fool of herself in front of Dumbledore, glanced around the room, and his thoughts froze. Nearly everyone present had their wands trained on him as well. He was strong and skilled, but this many, even he would be hard-pressed to fight against this many, let alone memory charm them all. I am afraid that I don't know what you mean. You know damn well what I mean, old man, Bathsheba snarled as sparks shot off her wand. The Hogwarts ward anchor is in your office. The aid takes its names directly from the wards. The only way it could have swapped Crouch and Moody was if someone toyed with the wards. Someone who knew exactly where the anchor was. Someone who was familiar with the construction of them. Harry, you and I are probably the only people familiar enough with runes and wards in the castle to be able to manipulate them in any sort of decent time frame. Nymphadora's hair had turned crimson as she narrowed her eyes at him. You were near me and Moody during the ball. You disappeared halfway through my conversation with him. You are why the name changed as we checked him out. Inwardly, Dumbledore began to sweat. This was unexpected. He could play off many of tonight's events as unfortunate circumstance or intriguing coincidence, but this was not something he had planned on being forced to explain. No one was ever supposed to know about that little tidbit. The only ones who even knew of the anchor's location were long dead or retired to foreign countries. He'd have to divulge quite a bit more than he had intended in order to satisfy them. The situation is far more complicated than you are aware, Bathsheba. Complicated my arse, she snarled. You've pulled Umbridge strings this entire year. She was too much of an idiot to realize just how much you manipulated her, but she ranted long enough to be pretty clear about who gave her the ideas for her rampant sabotage each task. You've been trying to get Harry killed this entire time, and you knowingly let a Death Eater roam the castle. 2 Death Eaters, actually. Harry's quiet voice rang out throughout the room. 3 if you count Karkaroff, though we all knew about him already. I wonder just how many people knew that Snape was one too, though. Dumbledore sighed. Severus defected during the last war for reasons that are not mine to disclose. I've already said that I fully intend to tell the press about Snape if you don't disclose them. Headmaster, Harry said with a flippancy that did nothing to hide the threat. But we can come back to that. I'm far more interested in why you let Crouch wander around. As am I. Amelia set her tone so monotone and quiet that it demanded all attention. Even Minerva stayed quiet as Amelia stepped forward, and the old Scot looked fit to lock him up in irons and throw away the key. Dumbledore's lips curled, and his eyes narrowed. Who were these people to claim to understand? He had been dealing with this situation for longer than many of them had even been born. Better the devil, you know, than the unknown opponent. With Crouch nearby, I knew exactly what he was doing and where the enemy was. And yet you were criminally negligent by allowing a known murderer to interact with children and not informing anyone. Amelia's voice dripped disgust, and sparks started to issue from her wand as well. This was not going correctly at all. Again, there are deeper concerns present. Sirius laughed. There was no humor present in the sound. Perhaps you should start explaining those then if you want to end up anywhere, but at the mouth of a Dementor? Dumbledore scowled, his grandfatherly facade dropping. There is a prophecy concerning Harry Potter, and it must take precedence. Everything I have done is for the greater good of our world. A pin could have dropped in the room and sounded like a cannon. Sue, Lee was the first to break the silence. For the greater good was Grindelwald's motto. Of course it was his motto. Dumbledore said, brushing off the girl. He took our philosophy and perverted it. I have stayed pure. What is the prophecy? Granger asked softly. Several eyes turned to her questioningly, but she continued to stare resolutely at Dumbledore. He shook his head. Unfortunately, I do not believe it wise to reveal that particular piece of information at this time to this many individuals. It could cause disaster should it fall into Voldemort's hands. Laughter rang out throughout the small room, and everyone stared between Tonks and Sirius, who were both chortling. Sirius was the first to recover, and he wiped his eyes while raising his eyebrows at Dumbledore. Seriously? That's your excuse? Oh, there's a prophecy. Oh, I understand the prophecy. There is only one way to know what it means. Please. Everyone knows that prophecies only make sense in hindsight. Come on then, let's hear it. Fool. I have lived for over 100 years. I would think I can interpret the significance quite a lot more efficiently than you. Amelia smiled dangerously. Allow me to make something clear, Dumbledore. Tell us your reasoning fully, including the prophecy, or I will see you in Azkaban before dawn. I am afraid I cannot, Dumbledore said, leaning back and folding his hands, calling her bluff. Amelia laughed. Very well. Have it your way, Albus. Harry, tomorrow morning I'll escort you into the Hall of Mysteries, and we'll take a look at their record ourselves. If the middleman is going to stonewall, we can easily cut him out. Dumbledore paled. That would not do at all. He had to salvage this situation. Perhaps he could gain some goodwill by telling them the initial part. Sighing heavily, he said, You would go so far despite my concerns, Amelia? She simply raised her eyebrows at him. Very well. You force my hand. The prophecy is as follows. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. And the rest? Tonks asked. Dumbledore frowned at her, as did many of the others. What? You all think that's it? That he was worried about that little 2-line thing? That he would give up something he's been obsessed about enough to try and kill Harry over with a simple threat? He's keeping something back. I want to know what it is. Neville nodded in agreement. She's right. There's no way that's all there is, because that thing could easily apply to me. I'm also born at the end of July, and my parents turned down Voldemort 3 times before I was born too. Dumbledore scowled at the boy. When had he gotten so intelligent? When had he started to grow independent enough to think logically? When had any of them? I related what Voldemort already knows. So that's why he went after my family, Harry murmured. That's why he was coming for me, and said he'd let my mother go if she had stood aside. But how did he find out? Someone must have overheard that part and told him. They probably got a huge reward for it too. Bathsheba growled. Reward. He said my mother was a reward. Harry paled before his visage morphed into pure fury and hatred. Voldemort claimed my mother was a reward for a follower with bad hair, a surly attitude, and brilliance with potions. Snape told him that part of the prophecy, and Snape asked for my mother in return. You protect him. Dumbledore could feel the boy's rage swirling around the room as a heavy wind whipped aside several curtains. Madame Pomfrey moved forward with a calming draught in one hand, but Harry just batted it aside. Dumbledore shook his head sadly. You presume far too much, Harry. Yes, I will admit that Severus informed the Dark Lord about that aspect, but he did not ask for your mother as a reward for his service. He asked for Voldemort to spare her when he realized her family was being targeted, and came to me afterwards to plead for my assistance as well. Her. Only her. He didn't give a toss about my father, or me. She never came out of Voldemort's wand with the prior incanatum. For all I know, she's locked in a dungeon somewhere under him. Harry shouted. Several of those present had frowned in confusion when Harry said Lily Potter's echo wasn't present. Dumbledore was not one of them. He knew that the exact workings of Brother Wandle battles were not so easily understood, and it was folly to assume that was the case. Dumbledore shook his head and sighed heavily. Again, you assume far too much, Harry. I personally witnessed your mother's dead body in the ruins of that house. I was not even the first there. Hagrid and Sirius both arrived prior to me and found her first. You can ask either of them. Your mother is quite deceased and not locked in a dungeon, as you put it. Severus loved your mother. She was quite possibly the only person he ever had loved. He would not do something as debased as what you imply. You're just protecting him because gave you a sad sob story, Sirius growled. Screw you, Albus. We'll find out the truth of that particular situation soon enough. Remus nodded emphatically. That we will. Lavender Brown held up a hand while her wand stayed, centered on Dumbledore. Excuse me, everyone, but he's avoided answering the initial issue. What's the remainder of the prophecy? Dumbledore gaped at the girl. He'd been rather successful with his diversion. How in the blazes did Brown of all people see through his sacrifice of Severus? Again, I caution against revealing anything further. The consequences dash. Now, several different voices at once shouted out. Scowling again, Dumbledore's control slipped. Fine. You all wish to know the truth. Fine. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal. But he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. Do you see now? Do you understand? Dumbledore yelled. Harry Potter has no chance of defeating the Dark Lord. He is a mere 14-year-old boy, while Riddle has decades of experience, followers, and power-building rituals behind him. But if Harry Potter dies, then Voldemort can be killed by another, as the prophecy will no longer be in play. What? Harry asked, blinking at him. Everyone else was perfectly silent. The prophecy is quite clear. Dumble snarled. Either must die at the hand of the other. Voldemort will be the one to kill you. I had hoped that perhaps Crouch entering you into this tournament at his orders would be close enough to sway things, but clearly I was wrong. Fate has conspired time and again to save you from impossible situations at unbelievable odds. That more than anything proves what I say. You will die at Voldemort's hand, and then someone else can destroy his evil taint forever. The silence again reigned supreme. After several long moments, it was broken by a small chuckle from Harry. A chuckle which quickly turned into a laugh which spread among nearly half of the watchers in the room. The rest, including Dumbledore, looked on at those laughing as if they'd gone mad. Wiping his eyes, Harry finally quieted and shook his head. You are such an idiot. I don't understand how people could have ever looked up to you if you always thought this way. Even assuming that thing is completely accurate and perfectly literal, there's dozens of ways around it. Hermione, you want to take this? Granger glared at Dumbledore and held up her hand, flicking up her fingers up as she began to speak. A powerful memory charm on Voldemort. Then literally everything could be the power he knows not. Concealment and a piercing spell through the brain from the back. Draught of living death administered in his sleep. Actually, anything performed while he's sleeping would satisfy that condition. Horrors hit wizards, or really anyone subduing him and calling for Harry to perform the final execution. Harry telling a pack of mercenaries or hit wizards, go act as my hand and kill Voldemort for me. Some trap involved the insane runic inventions Harry keeps coming up with. The prophecy doesn't even specify Voldemort. Any 2-bit wizard could go around calling himself a Dark Lord. Scratch Harry and be the one it's referring to. You've apparently tried to kill him. All year it could just as easily be talking about you. That you assume your interpretation is the only interpretation is utterly moronic and frankly embarrassing. By the time Granger was done speaking, even the people who hadn't been laughing were nodding their heads in agreement. You fools, Dumbledore snarled. This little witch thought she was better than him, that she was smarter than him. He'd lived for a century. He'd experienced more loss and combat and subterfuge than anyone in this room. He'd heard countless prophecies, and he certainly knew what he was doing in regards to this one. They didn't have all the information, and they dared to look down on him. You don't have half the facts, and you assume you know everything. You follow a nascent Dark Lord, and you smile about it. Eyebrows rose, wands sparked, and wings grew from Delacour's back. The first to speak, though, was Bathsheba. Nascent Dark Lord. "You're speaking about Harry?" she asked in a quiet, even tone, all the more dangerous for its lack of inflection or emotion. The boy who has only ever displayed a worrying lack of self-preservation and a nobility streak larger than Big Ben? The boy with an incurable case of chronic hero syndrome? The boy who tried to negotiate a peaceful resolution with a basilisk? The boy who has ignored long-standing house divides and made friends in every single house? The boy with the love of 3 young women? That boy, that's your nascent Dark Lord? He is corrupted. Dumbledore yelled, surging to his feet and pointing at Harry. You blind yourself to what you don't wish to see. His every action broadcasts his disdain and contempt. He waltzes through tradition and culture with nary a glance. He gains followers and confidants and allies just like Riddle's early years. I've already watched 2 Dark Lords rise through my own inaction. Not again. I can see the signs even if you cannot. He will turn and he will destroy any who stand in his way. He has already been seduced by the dark. The Horcrux has corrupted him, and dash, Dumbledore slammed his mouth shut with an audible clack. Too far. He'd let them push him too far. Horcrux? With Harry? Sirius asked, his eyes slits. Explain. Harry frowned. What's a Horcrux? Greengrass shook her head and hugged her arms around herself, shuddering. Evil. Pure evil. It's like those soul jars you showed us over the summer in that Dungeons and Dragons game thing. Granger frowned. Like a phylactery? It safeguards one's soul, preventing death. I suppose that could explain why Voldemort survived as a wraith, but what does that have to do with Harry? Of course, Greengrass would know of Horcruxes. Black was no surprise either. But Granger, had Harry been so corrupted that he brought an innocent Muggleborn into his long-term schemes? Dumbledore stayed resolutely silent. Amelia shook her head and sighed. Tonks, go to Ministry and get the Veritaserum. On it, Nymphadora moved to brush past him when Dumbledore scowled and shook his head. Stop. The Exorer turned to raise her eyebrows at him, and Dumbledore's visage darkened further. Veritaserum. He was skilled at avoiding the questions, but he knew he did not approach Moody's level, and they would break through eventually. If he was going to be interrogated, then he was going to control the interrogation. I will explain. We're waiting, Harry said, laying his hands carefully down on either side of the bed. Dumbledore glared at the boy. Of course you are. But just who is waiting? Harry or Voldemort? No one spoke as Dumbledore continued to stare at their leader. Finally, he grunted and shook his head. You fools refused to see it. Voldemort created his Horcruxes to defeat death. The diary was won. You already destroyed that, he said, gesturing to Davis, who flinched back into Lovegood, who wrapped the girl in a hug while Greengrass squeezed her hand. The house elf also cringed and wrung his hands. Did you think that a mere magical artifact would be able to possess and drain the life of another to take on its own? Preposterous. Perhaps something the ancient Atlanteans had created might be able to do such a thing, but certainly nothing from the present time period. That Voldemort continued to be a presence afterward proves he had more. If he created more, then certainly he would have gone for a magically significant number. Harry is his last, Dumbledore continued, scowling at the group. Likely an unintentional one. Voldemort would have expected to have little resistance that night, and would have already prepared the initial ritual, only requiring the significant death and associated object to be imbued with the Horcrux. When he was instead vanquished himself, the prepared soul shard was thrown loose and attached to the boy as the only other living being present in the vicinity. I saw the taint immediately upon my arrival at Godric's Hollow, and ensured that appropriate steps were taken to ensure that the effects of the corruption were minimized. The Dursleys, Harry whispered. Dumbledore nodded. Of course. With your will beaten down, either your magic would surge to protect you, reinforcing the barriers holding back the Horcrux's influence, or you would be consumed by it. Once the Horcrux consumed you, the prophecy would likely have been considered filled, as Harry Potter as a distinct entity would cease to exist. I would be forced to complete what Voldemort started in order to safeguard the rest of the population. It has already begun. Your actions prove that you have been influenced and corrupted. Voldemort's soul has turned you down a dark path, and you follow in his footsteps. I will not allow a third Dark Lord to arise on my watch. I am sorry, but I cannot allow it to happen. Even if you have avoided full corruption, you still must die to destroy the Horcrux anchoring Voldemort to life. Dumbledore's mouth set in a stern line, and he flicked the Elder Wand into his hand. He cast a silent immobilization spell on the room. It would only hold for 2 or 3 seconds against this many people, but it would be long enough. Raising his wand for what might very well be his last act, Dumbledore cast the strongest reducto spell he could at the bed containing Harry Potter. Harry watched frozen as Dumbledore adjusted his aim and let loose his spell. If he could move, he would probably be in hysterics at that moment. Surviving a duel with Voldemort just to get slaughtered by Dumbledore? The universe certainly had a sense of humor. Prook! A loud squawk sounded throughout the room as Fawkes flamed into the infirmary between Harry and Dumbledore, directly in the path of the old man's spell. The curse collided with Fawkes, and a pile of feathers tumbled to the bed below where the phoenix had materialized. Fawkes? Why? Why would you? Why? Dumbledore uttered with his mouth gaping open, and his wand held limply. The room unfroze. Harry summoned the old man's wand with his Accio tattoo. At the same instant, nearly 30 spells converged on Dumbledore from the people in the room. A cacophonous bang rang out almost equal in intensity to Harry's boomstones. Shaking his head to clear it, Harry peered down the length of his bed to see Dumbledore crumpled onto the floor nearby. He had obviously been hit by several different spells in addition to the standard stunning and disarming hexes. The headmaster had sprouted boils, tentacles, bat bogies, burns, some bleeding, and it looked like part of his beard had been wrapped around his neck. Harry let out a low whistle and looked around the room. Remind me never to piss you all off. Yeah? Thanks, guys. And thank you, Fawkes. You saved my life. The baby phoenix crawled out of the pile of feathers, let out a soft trill of appreciation and sorrow before hopping up and nuzzling Harry's neck, settling in on his shoulder. Several people were breathing hard, some from anger, others from worry. Most of the latter group were from the members not in Harry's core team, and they seemed to be taking both Dumbledore's attack and their own counterattack much harsher. Pomfrey took charge and shuffled forward to start casting diagnostic spells at Dumbledore. Well, he'll live, though at this point I'm not certain whether that's a good thing or not. It is, a resigned voice said from the doorway. Harry turned and nodded to Newton and Parasila as they came into the hospital ward. We'll take over from here. And just who the bloody hell are you? Amelia said, glaring at the two alchemists, and stepping between them and Dumbledore. This man has to stand trial and be imprisoned or executed for crimes. I don't care who his friends are. He attacked a student a house lord with intent to kill in front of 30 witnesses. He can't get away from this one. And he won't, Parasila said, calmly pushing Amelia's wand to the side and glaring down at Dumbledore. I told you he'd gone round the bend. Nick. Sorry, Newt. That's a horrible pet name, Newton muttered. Should have thought better before choosing Newton. Parasila shook her head, ignoring the incredulous looks of most of the occupants of the ward. Too late now, dear. He's senile, utterly and completely bonkers. How he managed to hide his condition for so long is amazing. He should still have had several decades before getting that bad. Poor old fool. Should have asked for help before trying to murder innocent kids. I'll ask again, who are you? Amelia hissed through gritted teeth, with her fingers whitening as they clutched the wand handle. Newton and Parasila Fulcanelli. Or, if you prefer, Nicholas and Perenelle Flammel, Parasila said with a sigh. Loud gasps sounded, and Harry thought he caught Padma fainting momentarily. Gabrielle's mouth dropped open before widening into a huge grin. We'd very much appreciate it if you all keep that under wraps. We much prefer to fly under the radar, so to speak. Newton grimaced as he looked at the blank faces. To use a more wizarding-appropriate phrase, we go shopping with a notice-me-not-up. Harry snorted as he said, heads suddenly bobbing in understanding. Muggle studies was so woefully out of date. Parasila turned to Amelia, McGonagall, and Flitwick, who had also stepped forward to block her progress. The old man may be mildly insane dash. Mildy. Tonks muttered, drawing an assortment of dark chuckles. Yes, unfortunately mildly. As I was saying, he's not fully wrong. A cacophony of shouts rang out before Parasila glared around the room at everyone waiting for them to quiet down. If you would all let me finish, thank you. He's not wrong in that. Voldemort did obviously create Horcruxes, annoying blasted things. Every few decades, someone decides it's a good idea again. The knowledge of how to create them or who had decided to use them should not be spread. All it would take is one delusional megalomaniac with an ounce of sense, and it'd be easier to move to Mars than kill him. Newton sighed and nodded. She's not really overstating that either. I highly suggest you all take a vow to only speak of this to each other in order to safeguard it from prying minds. McGonagall slowly lowered her wand, as did Flitwick. Both looked between each other and sighed. I have to agree. This sounds like the darkest and most dangerous of magic. Phileas and I will craft a sufficient magical vow. Everyone please remain present until we are complete. Amelia didn't look happy, but she nodded as well and lowered her wand. Shiva stepped forward and fixed the two alchemists with a hard stare. And what he said about Harry. Harry shifted uncomfortably on the bed. In less than a second, he felt 3 different hands on him and felt a bit of tension, leaving him with the reassurances of the women he loved. He noticed from the corner of his eye Daphne shift slightly in his direction before planting herself back in place. Newton shrugged. I'm an alchemist, not a soul worker. Don't ask me. Once we're done interrogating Albus, I'll let you know if he has any specific spells to detect a Horcrux, or if he's just going with a gut feeling. Say 2 or 3 weeks. Maybe a month or 2, depending on how good he is at evasion under potions. We can do that perfectly fine, Amelia said. Sirius sighed and took her arm, slowly drawing the DMLE head back. Let it go, Amy. He's right. We have very few Aurors, even less who wouldn't be intimidated by Dumbledore, and none with the right skill set to ask the correct questions. I doubt I have the right skill set, and I've made it my mission in life to avoid answering direct questions, if possible, just because it's funnier when people get frustrated by it. He turned to the fool Canellis. What will happen to him after you're done? I don't want him ever coming back to threaten my godson. Shiva made a noise in her throat that could loosely be termed as agreement. Harry thought it sounded far more like something that Midnight would let out when angry. Parasila sighed. We already told Fleur, Harry, and Bathsheba the initial plan. No matter what will bind his magic. After that, it'll depend on what shape he's in. Honestly, with the amount of spells you people hit him with, I'd be amazed if he wakes up in a month. Dumbles is not a young man after all. Newton nodded. Agreed. If his mind is mostly intact, we'll see about turning him back over to you for judgment. If he's truly as far gone as that rant made him appear, and if your spells have pushed it even further, well, to be honest, your government is horrible with punishments. He'd likely escape anything beyond being left at St. Mungo's until the end. I would prefer the first option if that is the case. Albus would be comfortable at St. Mungo's. I don't really think that's an ideal solution anymore. However, Harry, you have final say. You were his target after all. Harry Potter, sir, should have Whiskers stabbed with his demon sword, Dobby muttered from the bedside. Harry turned and smiled down at Dobby. As poetic as that might be, Dobby, there is a difference between killing someone in battle and killing them in cold blood. I agree, though, that if he's senile, he'd probably be sent to St. Mungo's, and it's too cushy there for him. Go with the first thing you told us earlier. Very well, Parasila said, nodding. We'll just take Dumbles then, and be on our way. Let us know how this turns out. Yes? I don't think we'll be staying around the area, what with the megalomaniac on the loose again. Besides, Comic-Con starts up soon. Things to do, people to see, collections to improve. Much later that night, Harry was sitting up and speaking with his girlfriends, Daphne, Shiva, and Sirius. The girls had glanced at Daphne initially, but Hermione had taken her aside, whispered a few words of which Harry only caught later, and most of the tension seemed to diminish. Remus had intended to stay as well, but Amelia had recruited him to help her clean up the fallout and deal with the Wisengamot along with the Delacours. Are you all right, kid? Not the bull's height you fed before to the others. Seriously, are you all right? Shiva asked, frowning down at him. Harry sighed loudly and flopped back into the pillows piled behind him. Pomfrey said I was in shock. With that, and the calming potions she gave me after it wore off, I don't think I could really feel much strong emotion at all at the moment. I could be a lot worse. I can tell you that. My hand is killing me, though. Daphne, we're going to have to retouch up that tattoo when I get out. Sure, Harry, Daphne said, nodding. That's really not that important at the moment, though. Harry groaned and wiped a hand through his hair. Tell me about it. We have like 3 or 4 issues that just jumped to the top of the priorities list. Sirius leaned against the wall and chuckled. Just 3 or 4, pup? I'd say closer to 20, but hey, good to know you have priorities. Harry, hey, by the way, did you try and use the Sword of Gryffindor on Riddle? It seems like a good primary plan if we know it'll work. Even if his soul is split like Dumbledore thought, well, a sword that eats souls would probably be useful. Harry shrugged. Never got close enough to try. Well, I was close enough maybe once, but I was a bit too distracted to try and summon it. Also, same problem as with Midnight. Between the duel itself and my hand, I doubt I'd have been able to concentrate well enough. Hey, I'm not criticizing, Sirius said, holding up his hands. I was just asking. Tonks sat down on the edge of the bed, her hair shifting to a dark blue color that hung halfway down her back. So what's on the top of your priorities, Wonder Boy? Harry frowned. In order, the soul shard that is in my head. Finding out if my mother was laid to rest correctly. Fixing the Traysky. Then I can worry about the possibility of Voldemort having more Horcruxes that we have to hunt down and destroy. So you are not worried about Z prophecy? Fleur asked. She slipped under the covers next to Harry and snuggled as close to him as she could, eliciting a few raised eyebrows. The relieved sigh she let out and the way that the remaining down covering her arms faded away, however, only resulted in knowing smiles from those surrounding Harry's bed. Harry draped an arm over Fleur and pulled her closer while shrugging. Not really, like Hermione said. There's a gazillion ways to interpret that phrasing without having to definitely focus on a one-on-one duel to the death. Knowing my luck, it's probably going to come down to it, but I'm not going to needlessly stress over it at the moment. And NYM and Sirius are right. Prophecies only truly make sense in hindsight. Good. I left to you to battle that monster alone once. I have no intention of leaving you alone against him a second time, she murmured into his chest. Fleur, Harry said, slightly exasperated. You didn't leave me alone. I pushed you, and you hit the poor key. If you want to blame someone for me being alone, blame me. And I'd do it again in a heartbeat. Harry's face darkened, and he knew Fleur could feel his heartbeat pick up since she squeezed him tighter. You didn't see how close Pettigrew's killing curse came to hitting you. It passed through your hair. Fleur. Hermione moved to Harry's other side and lightly kissed his cheek. But it didn't hit her. And you are both alive, which is the important thing. Just for the record, Tonks said. We also don't know for sure that you do have a bit of riddle in you. That sounds like a load of shite to me. I mean, anyone who spends 5 minutes with you when you aren't pissed should realize that. Wonder Boy, besides the snake tongue thing, I can't see it. She paused and continued in a much quieter voice that was barely audible. And I really like the snake tongue thing. Harry's lips twitched upwards for a moment before he lost his good humor and shook his head sadly. It's not shite. I wish it was. When Voldemort was mind-raping me, he found something. It let him jump straight to my deepest layer of defenses. And when I followed him, I saw something. Something that shouldn't be there. A door with something behind it. The door disappeared almost immediately, but I know what Dumbledore meant when he said I'd be corrupted. Harry grimaced and clung to Fleur. Hermione frowned and sat down, leaning into his other side. Taking a deep breath, Harry nodded and kept going. Voldemort switched gears. All of a sudden, he was willing to do a lot to turn me and keep me alive. That was when he said that my mother was a prize for Snape, and he offered me an incentive, I guess. He said you guys would all be spared if I stopped fighting and joined up. I stared at the wall where the door disappeared, and I wanted to take the deal. I wanted it bad. Harry shuddered. It was like I could see a glimpse of evil Overlord Harry, but worse. And not worse because I was being as immoral and callous as him, but worse because I wasn't. I was perfectly in control, just ruthless and selfish. Oh, well, shite, Shiva said succinctly, summarizing pretty much the entire group's feelings. Harry snorted. Yeah, agreed. I don't think I'm quite up for it yet, but once we get home, Shiva, I'd really appreciate it if you help me find that door in my mindscape. I think it's there, I just can't see it. I'm pretty sure I can put up more barriers around it and wall it off if someone can show me where it is exactly. Sure, kid. As soon as we get home, I'm all yours. I might not be the best person to do that, though. Mind magic isn't exactly my thing. Are you sure you want me in your head? Harry nodded. I trust you, Shiva. He winced and looked at Sirius guiltily. I mean, I trust you too, Sirius. It's just Dash. Sirius smiled and waved off Harry's concerns. Don't worry about it, pup. I understand. I was never as good as Andy anyway, so I'd probably suggest her. Then again, I certainly wouldn't want my girlfriend's mother in my mind. His grin widened, and he waggled his eyebrows at Tonks, especially considering what my cousin has apparently been teaching you. Fleur, Harry, and Hermione's faces lit up like Christmas lights while Tonks stayed perfectly normal, though it was pretty obvious that she was concealing her own blush with her powers, since her hair flashed through several colors before settling on bright red. Yes, haha, laughs all around. Thank you for that, Lord Black, Daphne said, crossing her arms and glaring at the man-child. I think we really ought to hit on the elephant in the room, though. What the bloody hell are we going to do about this hitchhiker? The silence could be cut by a knife after that. For a full minute, no one spoke. Finally, Hermione asked in a soft voice, could we just cut it away from him? Mione, I love you, but I don't think it will be remotely that easy, Fleur said, raising her eyebrows at the brunette. Harry, on the other hand, had a thoughtful expression. Actually, it might be, maybe, I'd have to craft a rune that could visualize souls as auras or something, so we could see if it was centered on a specific body part like my scar. If it is centered instead of diffused throughout me, then I might just be able to cut off with the sword. The sword that eats souls. Shiva said, frowning. I'm not liking this plan. Not at all. Well, it doesn't eat our souls. That is what the Dementa anchor is for after all, Shiva. Harry said, his grin growing to manic proportions. Yeah, in theory. It's not like we can test that aspect of the darn thing. Look, can we at least agree that this will be a backup plan? Like a plan Z or something. There's got to be a better way than lopping off pieces of your skull with a sword. And that's not even counting that it has basilisk venom infused into it, kid. Harry turned his head to stare at Fawkes. That's where Fawkes comes in. I know we're not. Bonding little guy. And we probably can't. Hedwig likes you, don't me wrong, but she'd kill me if I let myself bond with another familiar. He leaned his head down to whisper conspiratorially to the Phoenix. She's not as understanding as Mione, NYM, or Fleur. A loud bark sounded from the direction of the windows, and all eyes turned to it. A snowy owl was sitting perched on the bed frame nearest the window and glaring at Harry. Harry paled and clutched Hermione, and Fleur closer, shifting slightly so that Tonks was between him and Hedwig. Hey, girl, I meant that in the nicest way possible. You know you're the only bird for me. Hedwig bobbled her head to each side, several times, continuing to glare at Harry the entire time. Fox let out an amused trill, and Hedwig finally barked and flew over to perch above Harry's bed. He let out a relieved sigh and turned back to the phoenix. Yeah, real good friend you are, he said, grumbling. Anyway, considering you've tried to save my life twice now, would you be interested in perhaps crying some tears into my wound if I end up being stupid enough to cut into my body with, as Dobby called it, the demon sword? Fox gave another amused trill and bobbed his head up and down. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate it. See, Shiva, problem solved. She glared at him and muttered several choice curses, while Sirius dissolved into laughter. Daphne groaned and wiped a hand down her face. Pomfrey needs to cut down of the cheering potion dilution in the calming draughts. What were you saying about your mother, Harry? Laying her to rest properly. Harry's laughter stopped, and he leaned back into the bed. Honestly, he said, sounding suddenly very, very tired, I don't know any more. Brother wand effects can't be well documented or consistent, and that certainly wasn't ideal circumstances in that graveyard. So I suppose it's possible Voldemort did kill her even without a ghost echo. He certainly thinks he did. Dumbledore thinks he did. Sirius thinks he did. Hagrid obviously thinks he did. I know I said Snape might have her in a dungeon or something, but now that I'm calmer, I can't see that being the case. He'd probably be a lot less of an arse if he had her locked away somewhere. Harry shrugged. I don't know what to think. I'm half convinced now that Pettigrew was there that night, that she survived Voldemort's attempt to kill her, but that Pettigrew finished her off. All I know for sure is I need to see her body now. I may not be able to get answers, but I should hopefully at least get closure. I shouldn't have let the tournament distract me from it when the goblins offered back at the start of the year. Shiva looked distinctly uncomfortable as she nodded and reached over to squeeze his shoulder. I'll talk to Snapfist, Harry. We can go either the day we get back or the day after, okay? He nodded. All right. Get some sleep, kid. You need it after tonight. We can work on the tray ski over the summer. Term ends in a few days. Get your rest. She stood and started walking to the door. Sirius, Daphne, come on. Sirius waved goodbye to the rest and started to follow Shiva out. Before either got far, Harry called out to her. Shiva, what happened to Umbridge? I forgot to ask with everything that happened. Don't worry about it, kid, she said, shaking her head and not looking at him. She's not a problem anymore. She ran into some acromantulas. Didn't make it. Harry frowned. That's not everything. Shiva turned and gave him a sad smile. You know me too well now, kid. Don't ask Harry and I won't tell. His frown deepened. Are you okay? I'm fine, Harry. Slowly, he nodded, though the frown remained. We're going to talk about that when we get home then. Yeah. It wasn't a question. Her smile shifted a bit into something less sorrowful and nodded her assent. Night, kid. Daphne, you coming? Daphne looked at the group on Harry's bed for a long moment before nodding and turning away to follow Shiva and Sirius out. The hospital wing's door closed, and Tonks frowned at it. Girls, we need to talk to her. If not before term ends, then on the train back. Fleur nodded into Harry's side. We. Hermione lifted her head and stared confused between the two other females. Wait, how are you both riding the train back with us? Tonks cocked her head at Hermione and chuckled. After the craziness that just happened a few hours ago, you seriously think I'm letting Wonder Boy ride back without some adult supervision/protection? That goes double for me. Fleur said, I have already spoken with Madame Maxime. I do not need to be on Z carriage back or at Z closing ceremonies for Z graduation. I do not have many friends at Z school anyway. Gabby was the only one who would miss me Zir, but she is returning with Maman and Papa, so Z point is moot. Yes, Fleur. That's the correct expression, Hermione said, shaking her head with an amused grin. You two could have said something earlier. I thought I was going to have to watch. Harry's back all on my own. Not going to happen, Meone. Tonks smiled as she looked at Harry with his eyes closed and breathing lightly. He is so adorable when he sleeps like that. Two sounds of agreement from Hermione, and Fleur met her statement along with a quiet bark from Hedwig and a soft trill from Fawkes. Tonks shifted and laid down so that her head was resting on Harry's chest while Hermione and Fleur both snuggled closer. Good night, girls. Sleep well, and let's keep everyone's nightmares at bay for tonight. Chapter 33. The Mystery of Lily Potter. Severus, Babbling said, standing in front of Snape as he walking into the entryway of Hogwarts. Welcome back, walk with me. I am extremely busy at the moment, Babbling. It will have to wait, he said in reply, eyes narrowing. Why was she accosting him immediately upon his return? He hadn't immediately attended to Voldemort until after the Potter brat returned. The boy surely couldn't have told her about him returning to the Dark Lord. Could he? Would Riddle have said anything? He certainly wouldn't have put it past the bastard. Scowling, Snape decided it didn't matter. Dumbledore would protect his precious spy. Spy. Sure. More like potion slave. Snape never received any credit for the mass amount of work he did keeping the castle stockpiled on salves and potions. With the amount of injuries Potter received on a yearly basis, Snape was certain at least half the budget the staff always complained about was channeled directly down the brat's throat. Babbling's scowl matched his own as she stepped forward nose to nose. I really must insist, Severus. I have just returned from a strenuous outing, and I need to update the headmaster immediately. Out of my way. Which was entirely truthful. That he was going to make a short, stop to his private supply, and grab a few painkillers and something that should help with post-cruciatus recovery wasn't something she needed to know. The headmaster won't be receiving any reports from you, Snape. She couldn't hide the small predatory grin that flashed across her features. It set Snape's alarms ringing. You should know that should I disappear, steps will be taken, he said, slowly fingering his wand. Babbling had the gall to laugh in his face. I'm not threatening you, Snape. Not yet, at least. That's why you need to follow me. That way we can see if you need to be threatened. No, I'm merely commenting that our dear, esteemed Headmaster Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore has left the premises, hopefully for good. Hogwarts is under new management. Now, her good cheer fell away, and she glared at him with wand in hand. Teacher's conference room. Now, Dumbledore gone. What? Numbly, he set off towards the conference room. If Albus was gone, then who was he supposed to report to? Who was to ensure that he received appropriate updates and sacrificial operations to deliver to Voldemort? How was he supposed to toe the line between the two sides without the primary leader in play? How he supposed to survive without Dumbledore? The door slammed shut behind Snape, jostling him back out of his thoughts, and he looked up at the table in the center of the room. The only hint of surprise he let show was widening eyes as he looked down upon Amelia Bones, Phileas, and Minerva. "What is this?" "An inquiry," Minerva said with a slight rise in her eyebrows and a tinge of Scottish brogue leaking into her voice. Babbling took her seat next to Minerva, causing Snape to begin to sweat as he sat down in the lone chair across from the other four. "Please lift up your left sleeve. Severus Snape," Amelia Bones said calmly. She might have been discussing the weather for all she seemed to care. Snape did what he always did when confronted. He attacked. "I believe that it is against the law asking a private citizen to reveal anything he does not wish to without proper authorization. I will assuredly be lodging a formal complaint with the minister's office as to your lack of proper procedure, Director Bones." Well, according to Statute 12, the department head can conduct a pre-investigation if there is reasonable suspicion that underage personnel are in danger. Considering the recently resurrected Voldemort himself called you by name near Mr. Potter, that already grants me the right. Bones replied, still completely calm. Snape clutched his wand under the table tighter. "Of course Potter had blabbed. In addition, you disappeared shortly after the return of Mr. Potter, also suspicious. To further muddy the situation, you, Severus Snape, have been consistently protected by a man who just recently admitted to attempting to murder Harry James Potter for over a year." Snape's eyes widened, and his sneer was replaced with open-mouthed shock. What the bloody hell had happened in the day he'd been gone? Amelia leaned forward, all hints of civility dropped. "We already know you used to be a Death Eater, Snape," she hissed. "I can check court records perfectly fine. I wanted to see how you'd react. The answer is not well, if you're curious. Now here's the situation, you pathetic bastard. I know Dumbledore helped you in the past. He tried to pass off some story about you turning to protect Lily Potter. If that's true, then as much as I personally despise you, I have a hard time believing you'd have been helping Dumbledore this year with his insane little attempts on Harry's life. We can't be certain of that, though. So you are going to drink this vial of Veritasrum, answer our questions, and we will proceed in the most appropriate manner from there." Snape leaned back into his seat and finally succeeded in closing his mouth. Amelia leaned across the table and deposited a small vial of potion in front of him. He tried to come up with a response, a question, a rebuttal, a refusal, anything. Nothing came to mind. Albus Dumbledore tried to murder Harry Potter, his protégé, his golden boy. Finally, Snape shook his head in simple denial and grabbed the vial, tipping his head back and dropping 3 drips onto his tongue. "Severus," Minerva said, "where did you just return from?" "Attending the dark Lord Voldemort," he replied, monotone. He was quite displeased it took me so long to respond to his initial summons. I barely succeeded in convincing him I still served him, and that my position so close to Dumbledore was perfect to spy for him. Afterwards, he kept me longer so that I could treat his wounds from the duel with Potter. Phileas closed his eyes, and his lip curled upwards in a silent snarl. "Do you still serve the Dark Lord?" "No," Snape said. He breathed an internal sigh of relief as the other four visibly relaxed slightly. The potion still allowed for feelings even if they couldn't be expressed. "I ceased to serve Voldemort once he killed Lily. Had he left her alive, I might have returned. But he did not. I served Dumbledore as he has promised He knows how to kill the man. Voldemort took the only thing I have ever cared for and crushed her under his heel. I will see him destroyed. Beyond that, my loyalty is to me alone. This entire country can destroy itself for all I care. I just want to see Voldemort dead first. Revenge. Filius sighed but nodded. I find you distasteful to the extreme, but at least I can understand that motivation. Amelia? The director nodded at the charms master and turned back to Snape. What did Dumbledore have you do? In the past decade, I have brewed potions for him, primarily things for both the castle and his personal stock. Last night, I informed him of Dark Lord's summons, and he directed me to return and embed myself into Voldemort's inner circle again, so that I could spy for him. I intended to report major engagements back to Dumbledore, and bring whatever information he specified back to Voldemort to convince the Dark Lord I was his spy. And you have never tried to harm, injure, or murder Harry Potter? Babbling asked. Snape sneered even through the haze of the potion. I have allowed Potter to harm himself multiple times since he arrived at school, primarily during lessons where I allowed him to test clearly defective potions on himself. None that would cause true damage or be too dangerous, but all had painful or embarrassing effects. If any potions were actually dangerous, I stepped in and questioned his intellect. I have allowed Slytherins such as Malfoy to add ingredients to his potions to increase these occurrences, as well as and to jinx him in the hallways. I have belittled him and his close allies. I have taken excessive points from him and ordered him into numerous frivolous detentions. He is a fool, impulsive and reckless. He is exactly like his father, and the only thing in him of the woman I loved is his eyes. I have, however, saved the boy in his first year, when Quirrell cursed his broom. I have done nothing further to aid him. I have never done anything that would cause lasting harm. Babbling looked ready to spit fire at him, and Snape was very thankful that others were present, as it should prevent her from sending him to the hospital wing at least. What the woman saw in the child, what Greengrass and Davis saw in the child for that matter, was beyond him. All Potter ever did was get himself and those around him into trouble, just like James Potter. At least the son managed to avoid bullying those less fortunate than himself. Did you know Albus was trying to kill Harry Potter? Minerva asked, breathing deeply. Snape shook his head. No, I wish the boy humiliated, not dead. As much as I hate it, I never satisfied a life debt to the boy's father. And at the end of the day, he is still Lily's son. Babbling pushed back from the table and stalked to the wall, grabbing a calming potion and downing it before sitting back down. For a moment, Snape wondered if perhaps he had gone a little too far with his torment of the child. Potter was, after all, just a boy. Do you know anything about how Voldemort has maintained his life? Filius asked. It is certainly some form of dark magic. I suspect at least one Horcrux. Snape said. He grimaced internally. If they spoke of this outside these walls, if any hint reached Voldemort that he suspected the man's greatest secret. Amelia smiled and nodded. Do you know where they might be or what they are? No, it is something I hope to discover while spying on him. Amelia leaned back and sighed. Damn. Well, it was worth a shot. Anyone got any other questions? No. Okay then. She handed Snape another potion vial, which he took. Feeling the effects of the Veritaserum fade, he peered cautiously at the department head. What happens to me now? Now, Amelia said, you work for me. Albus Dumbledore has left the building. If you wish to run, feel free. I almost hope you do, since then I can just let your old fellows track you down, and you can be Voldemort's problem. If, however, you want to stay, then you can continue your spying and inform me instead of Dumbledore of all important developments. You can tell Voldemort whatever the hell you want to in order to make the lie convincing. Minerva leaned forward with her lips in such a thin line that they had almost vanished. And if you wish to maintain employment at this school, you will be conducting yourself in a fair manner from this point forward. Consider your head of house privileges revoked as soon as term ends. I don't care what your position is with the enemy or your importance to the war effort. This school and these children are my priority. If I had had my way, you would have been curbed years ago. Now that I am acting headmistress, you will behave, or you will find yourself out on your arse, Severus Snape. Do I make myself clear? Snape narrowed his eyes, but gave a curt nod. Oh, and Severus, Babbling said flippantly with a false smile. Stay the hell away from Harry Potter. Harry had just managed to get released from the hospital wing in time to make it to breakfast the morning before traveling home. When he walked into the Great Hall, he had to suppress a smirk looking up at the staff table and seeing McGonagall in Dumbledore's old chair. From what Shiva had said, Fudge was trying to suppress news of the man's breakdown and arrest. The current story circulating in the Prophet was that Dumbledore had experienced mental trauma in the aftermath of the Triwizard Cup and was busy recovering. Amelia was apparently furious, and Shiva had said it was only a matter of time before the actual story got out. Harry had privately asked Luna if she'd wait until about a week into the summer before printing a story in the Quibbler. As he sat down at the table, he found the seats on either side of him taken by rather unusual guests. Sully sat down to his right, the Patil twins across from him, and Millicent to his left. Good to see you out and about, Harry, Sue said, grabbing an apple from the table. Harry just nodded and raised his eyebrows in a silent question. What? Did you think we'd all run after what the ex-headmaster said? Harry shrugged noncommittally. The core group was never in question, but the others were somewhat unknown quantities after all. Sue snorted in reply. Please, I think we'd have been able to see an up-and-coming Dark Lord. At least I'd hope so. She shook her head and took a small bite from the apple. Anyway, I would like your permission to speak with some members of my family back in China about your potential little problem over the summer. No names will be mentioned, and nothing specific will be discussed unless they have a non-lethal solution. Harry's eyes widened. You seriously think they might know something? Sue shrugged. Probably not, but it couldn't hurt to ask. Either way, I'm willing to teach you some martial moves next year. I'm pretty handy with daggers, and I might be able to show you something with your sword if you want. I expect things to ramp up once we all come back from the summer halls. All I ask in return is you teach me some of those spell chain things that Flitwick was showing you. Or something with runes, but I doubt that's something you can easily teach. Harry laughed and smiled, holding out his hand to shake hers. Deal. And yes, as long as no names and specifics are mentioned, feel free to ask for some help. Sue smiled back and left the table, letting Hermione slip into her vacated spot. Harry turned to the Patil twins, where Padma just smirked. She already said pretty much what Parvati and I were going to say. Does that same permission extend to us and our families in India as well? Harry nodded. Excellent, Padma responded. We'll let you know if we find anything. For what it's worth, I don't think you have much to worry about long-term. Short-term, yeah, definitely. But long-term, I think you have enough bad karma to balance things out and leave you with enough good karma coming your way to make it through. Parvati laughed. Or at least to get rid of the hitchhiker. Having 3 partners might tip the scales a bit there. Oh, and Lavender is still behind you too. She's busy consulting her crystal ball to see if she can see anything. I think she'd have more luck with the tea leaves. But hey, she prefers the ball. Parvati shrugged, and both girls rose waving goodbye to Harry and letting Luna and Tonks shift seats. Millicent smiled and lightly punched Harry's shoulder. The way you gather allies, Potter, you should have been in Slytherin. You would have ruled the dungeons. You already know where I stand. Before we headed out, I just wanted to thank you again for setting me up with Victor. I'm visiting him this summer. Father has even been talking with him about moving to Bulgaria long-term if we start getting pressured to join up with Malfoy's lot. Victor's basically been directing the Durmstrang operations since Karkaroff pulled a runner, otherwise he'd stop by and say something personally. He did want me to pass along a message, though, that if the tag-along gives up any decent dark spells, feel free to share the wealth. That goes for me, too. Millie smirked again at her boyfriend's joke and got up to go sit back with the Slytherins while Fleur slotted into her usual seat beside Harry. Harry looked around at his friends in wonder. Everyone started chuckling at roughly the same moment. The Hogwarts Express had just left the station, and Harry was settling in when Hermione stood and moved towards the compartment door. We'll be back in a few minutes, Harry, she said when Tonks and Fleur moved to follow her. Do me a favor, and do try not to get into another life-threatening situation while we're gone. No promises, Mione, Harry said, smirking. Me and Deadly Problems are practically neighbors, it seems. They like to come and ask for a cup of tea or pound of butter. Hermione groaned while Tonks just laughed. Wonder Boy, if they do come knocking, you just slam that door in their face. The compartment door slid shut, and the girls went searching for their target. Only a few sections down they found her. Daphne was inside, leaning up against the window with Tracy beside her and Luna across the way. Daphne, Hermione said, we really need to talk for a few minutes. Daphne turned to them, sighed briefly, and nodded. Tracy also looked at the 3 girls filing into the compartment. She snorted and murmured, told you to look for them first. Good luck. Come on, Luna, let's go for a walk. Once Tracy and Luna had left, Fleur cast several privacy wards around the compartment. Daphne grimaced and set her shoulders. Before you begin, allow me to apologize. I never should have kissed Harry. I know that now. I knew that then. I was just, for a moment, all I could envision was him not coming back from the last task, and he was sitting there being so noble and heroic and concerned, and I panicked. So I'm sorry. It won't happen again. Hermione crossed her arms, and her lips thinned into a line. Harry defaults to noble, heroic, and concerned. You've been our friend long enough to know this, Daphne. Daphne wiped a hand across her face and groaned. Trust me, I do. That's the problem. Daphne, we are not adverse to the idea of you seeking a relationship with Harry, but to just up and kiss him out of the blue is not acceptable. I know, Daphne nodded and leaned back in the cushion. I know. Again, I'm sorry. I'm not exactly used to being this concerned about someone. The only one that's ever come close is Tracy, and she's never been in situations where the odds were strong she'd die. Well, besides the chamber thing. Fleur gave the Slytherin a small smile and reached over to squeeze her leg. We understand this. What we need to know now, Zuff, is what your intentions are. My intentions? Daphne asked, confused. I intend to sit here and try to forget it ever happened. Tonks groaned, and her hair flashed through a few colors before settling on pink. That's probably the worst option. Look, you like him, right? Everyone likes Harry, Daphne retorted with a raised eyebrow. We both know that is not what I meant, Tonks said, staring steadily at the blonde. Daphne stayed silent for several moments, eventually responding with a small nod. Okay, unlike the two beside me, this actually surprises me a bit. However, I've gotten glowing recommendations from both Hermione and Fleur regarding your character and suitability for our partner. Ignoring having feelings for Harry isn't going to work. Trust me on that one, I tried it for months. That said, you appear to be in a relationship already, Tonks said, gesturing towards the door, where Tracy had walked out with Luna. Hermione picked up the conversation thread. Hence why we really need to know your goals here, Daphne. Luna said that you and Tracy have an arrangement. That is none of business until it begins to involve Harry. Do you want to end up with our boyfriend, or do you want to end up with your girlfriend? Daphne stared back out the window, frowning. Again, a long silence hung in the cabin. Finally, Daphne whispered, I honestly don't know. She continued louder. I never thought I'd enjoy being with a girl, but Tracy has been my friend since before I can remember. To my immense surprise, we fit extremely well together. I don't want to lose that. But with Harry, I can't stop looking at him. I can't get him out of my head, and I can't stop thinking about how he's everything I ever dared to hope for in a potential husband. He's smart, funny, good-looking, willing to stand up for what and who he believes in, and he's my equal. I trust him enough to let him put a runic tattoo on me. Daphne scowled and glared at a passing tree. That's why I'm going to sit here and try to ignore that kiss. The last thing I want to do is toy with that boy, or with Tracy, or with any of you. Do I like him? Yes, okay, yes I do. But I need to take more time to figure things out. Tracy has been pushing me to tell him. Well, now he knows. Now I need to figure out what I want. Fleur moved to sit next to Daphne and wrapped an arm around the girl. You wish to have them both. Daphne winced and slowly nodded. Daphne, look at me. Fleur reached out, gently turned the blonde's head to meet her eyes. Hermione, Nymphadora, and I are all dating each other as much as we are dating Aerie. We understand. Daphne rolled her eyes. I know, Fleur. I'm not talking about dating you three, though. I'm talking about dating someone else. That, she frowned, searching for the right word. That wouldn't be fair to you three. I would be the outsider in the group, and that doesn't seem right. I like you all, don't get me wrong, and I certainly wouldn't mind joining you in the bedroom every once in a while. That comment caused Hermione's face to flush, though everyone mostly ignored it. I'm just not interested in dating any of you. You all have a good thing going with Harry. I refuse to be the one to screw that up. Hermione frowned. So your solution is to ignore your feelings entirely? Yeah, just for the summer, though I think. If I still can't get the boy out of my head by the time school starts again, we can revisit this. Daphne, Hermione said softly, when I was trying to determine who would be a good partner for Harry besides myself. You were always at the top of the list. I don't think this is the best way for you to go about dealing with your feelings, but I'll respect your decision. Hermione stood and nodded, moving to the front of the cabin. Tonks stood up as well and followed Hermione. Just remember, Daphne, Harry Potter is understanding to a fault for people he cares about. He might not mind you being with Tracy instead of us. Hell, he might even prefer it, since then he could just deal with 3 females primarily instead of 4. Tonks shook her head and gave a rueful laugh. That poor man. Give a holler if you need anything over the summer. Fleur pulled Daphne into a short hug before standing and smiling at the younger girl. If you change your mind and decides that September is too far, call Hermione or me. Not Tonks. Daphne asked, raising an eyebrow in amusement. Tonks lets us take Z lead mostly when it comes to Z's matters. I hope to see you soon, Daphne Greengrass. Harry had just finished up his notes on the sole viewer when the compartment door of the cabin slid open. He set his notebook aside and looked up to greet the girls, only to have the smile fall from his face and twist into a frown. Malfoy, is that all you have to say, Scarhead? Nothing witty in that empty skull of yours. Draco Malfoy drawled as he leaned casually against the doorframe, Crabbe and Goyle behind him. The addition of Theodore was new, though Harry really wasn't too surprised to see the other Slytherin there, considering his father had been groveling at Voldemort's feet. That's rich coming from you, Malfoy, Harry said, raising his eyebrows. I'm betting you all know already how I dueled your master and came out even. Ahead, actually, since he was hurt, and I got away without any additional injuries. Yet you're coming to antagonize me. Who's the stupid one here again? Malfoy scowled and pushed off from the door. Luck doesn't save everyone, Scarhead. You might be able to get away every so often, but the people around you can't be under the same blessed star. After all, he said, a grin slowly spreading across his face, your mummy and daddy died for you. The Slytherin boys started chuckling lowly at Malfoy's mocking tone. Harry's eyes narrowed, and he clutched his wand tighter. He could feel his magic flowing into his tattoos, begging to be released, but he held back. He was better than that. He was more restrained. He wouldn't hurt these gits for some insults. Malfoy, however, wasn't done. I wonder what the Dark Lord is going to do to the rest of your little group now that he's back. I mean, the mudblood will probably just be suffocated. She can't keep polluting our air, after all. The half-breed and the meta-slut are useful for entertainment, I guess. They'll probably be kept around for a while, though I doubt their minds will survive long. Your professor bitch, though. Well, I make sure the Dark Lord has something special planned for her. Maybe a rune of obedience or something. Would you like that, Potty? I could ask him to have her service you before she slits her own throat. Harry's world dissolved into red, and he felt Midnight's rage twine around his own. His nails extended into claws, and it was all Harry could do to growl out, "Honor," before he jumped towards them. And he was promptly caught in the strong arms of Tonks, who swung him out of the way of Stunner's cast from Fleur and Hermione. Harry shifted fully to Midnight, slipping out of Tonks' embrace, and yowled low as he stalked towards the unconscious boys on the floor just ahead. Harry, no, Tonks said, quickly moving in front of him and grabbing his head to force his eyes to peer into her own. If you touch them, they can bring charges against you. Don't give them what they want. Harry. Midnight bared his fangs while flicking his green eyes back to Malfoy. Fleur entered the cabin and looked down on Midnight as well, sighing. She is right, Snowball. They are not worth it. Let Hermione deal with them. I hear she learned that jinx from Fred, that he used on Z Umbitch at Z Ball. That should be sufficient. Hermione nodded curtly, her eyes fixed on the four boys. I've improved it too. It doesn't just affect the bowels. It also hits the bladder, now too. Let me just drop them back in their cabin, and I'll be back in a moment. Grinning wickedly, Hermione levitated the four and proceeded forward. Midnight chuffed in annoyed acceptance as he prowled back to the seat and jumped up, curling up as best he could. That's a good panther, Tonks said, smiling at him and using a horribly sweet and overly cutesy voice. Who's a good panther? Who's a good panther? You are. Yes, you are. Don't tease Snowball like that. And why am... Fleur said, grinning herself as she moved to sit next to him and stroke his ears. Midnight rolled his eyes as both girls chuckled. Hermione came back a few minutes later to see a thoroughly relaxed Midnight purring away as his two partners petting him. Grinning to herself, Hermione moved to join in on the entertainment. Voldemort sat on his throne, stroking Nagini's head with his burned, blackened hand, while deep in thought. It wasn't a truly worthy throne, yet that would come in time. For now he had to make do with an ornate chair at the head of Lucius' dining room table. Voldemort had remodeled the room, of course, so that it served as a far more appropriate throne room. Riddle Manor had possessed such promise too, but with Potter's escape it was compromised. There was no use in casting a Fidelius when he wished to recruit many allies as quickly as possible. There was also the simple issue of not trusting anyone besides Bella and Barty. Barty! Voldemort scowled, thinking of one of his most loyal and devout followers trapped in the Ministry, holding cell awaiting a Dementor's kiss. He'd have to either act quickly or subvert one of the Aurors to retrieve the man soon. Subversion was probably the easiest goal, especially since Fudge was blaming everything on Pettigrew and refusing to acknowledge Voldemort's recent resurrection. He certainly wasn't going to complain yet. It allowed him to gain allies far easier. Allies, such a distasteful word. Voldemort didn't want allies. He wanted sycophants and minions. He wanted followers. Followers like Bella, Travers, and Rookwood. People who were loyal, ruthless, and intelligent. He needed to have his circle complete again. And he needed to show his Death Eaters that he was still strong. Potter had gotten in a lucky shot with whatever flame rune they'd missed, and he'd proved to be able to hold his own for a short while. He'd even escaped after that debasing show with the wands. The pure-blood fools would keep fearing Voldemort, for a time coming back from death tended to have that effect on one, but if he did not show them his true strength, they would soon only remember that Harry Potter had escaped what should have been certain death. Lucius! Voldemort hissed. It was time to act. The silver-tongued servant hurried into the throne room and knelt at Voldemort's feet. My lord, prepare my forces. Lucius, we will attack Azkaban before the week is out. But, my lord, we barely have 24 people. We do not yet have the strength or the AHHHHH. Lucius' objections quickly dissolved into screams of pain as Voldemort casually directing the Cruciatus Curse at him. After several seconds, Voldemort let the pain lapse and resumed stroking Nagini. Dumbledore is gone, and the Ministry cowers. The Dementors will follow me without complaint or hesitation, and there is minimal staff present on the island. Do you think me weak, Lucius? He said casually. No, my lord. Of course, not my lord. Lucius said, heaving his trembling body back to his knees as he prostrated himself. Forgive me, my lord. I did not think. No, you did not. The fools removed Dumbledore. They were not thinking either. Voldemort smiled as he leaned back and chuckled. Potter will be easy enough prey in the future. We can afford to concentrate on restoring my circle first. After that, I will require the prophecy. For now, though, Bella and Barty. Ensure you have someone placed to remove Barty while we attack the prison. Lucius, I want my servant back. Lucius nodded quickly as he backed towards the door. It will be done, my lord. We will not fail you. Narcissa scowled as she watched her husband limp out of his meeting with the Dark Lord. Typical. He's not back a week, and men fall over themselves to help him burn our world to the ground. Narcissa muttered. Lucius didn't even consider the devastation that the mad fool would be unleashing. Dumbledore, Voldemort, they were two sides of the same coin, really. When she dared to raise an objection to the madman invading her house, she'd very nearly been subjected to Lucius' threats of forceful reminders as to her place. No more. Perhaps if Voldemort had stayed out of her direct sight, she could have forced herself to remain blind for a time once again. But now, he tortured one of his most loyal followers in Lucius' own home for pointing out a glaring problem in a plan. Voldemort was no Slytherin. He was no pureblood. He was no king. He was an unquestionably powerful fool with delusions of grandeur, and with just enough charisma to attract sycophants who could not think for themselves. She would not stand there and let his insanity consume her as well. Draco, Narcissa said as she walked into her son's room. Why do you look so smug? Hello, mother. Draco replied with a smirk his father would be proud of. All it served to do to her was twist the knife in her chest. I got to Potter on the express. It was glorious. His eyes lit up and his face went white. You should have seen it. Her mask cracked and she growled down at the boy. He'd been raised well by Lucius, an idiot through and through who couldn't even recognize his own stupidity. Really? From what I heard, you were mere seconds away from being challenged to an honor duel that would have seen you either dead or nameless. You should be kissing the feet of his women for knocking you out and depositing you back in your compartment, not sitting there gloating over provoking a boy to rage with the rape and murder of his future wives, surrogate mother, and deceased parents. Draco lost his haughty look for but a moment before it returned in full force. Kissing the feet of that mudblood and the beasts. Granger isn't worth the air she breathes, while Vila and Metamorphs are only good for the entertainment they provide. I would never lower myself to touching any of them. And what makes you so certain that Potter would win, Mother? You don't sound like you have any confidence in your own son. Narcissa couldn't hold back her laughter. You can barely fight your way out of a bag, Draco. Harry Potter dueled the Dark Lord to a standstill while you still run screaming from a garden snake. She peered down at him with an inviting expression begging for a rebuttal. Nothing to say, Draco. I tried to warn both you and your father to beware of just who you toy with. Your father never learned, and it's come back to haunt him with a vengeance. Every time he leaves that madman's presence, it is in pain and agony. You see this, yet not only do you proceed to keep blustering, you eagerly ask to serve, and you continue to antagonize the 14-year-old boy that can fight that beast. Congratulations, Draco. You are just like your hero. I offer you one last chance to listen to my advice. Follow me, son. Follow me to a real future. You should not disparage the Dark Lord like that, Mother, Draco said quietly. He is a great man who will lead us to where we rightfully belong. If he heard you now. Narcissa narrowed her eyes as she gazed into her son's own. All she saw was pity, fury, and disgust reflected back. She considered knocking him out and taking him by force. No, her son was a lost cause for the moment. All she could hope was that the horrors he would soon witness would shock him out of his delusions, and she could try to rebuild his shattered beliefs after the ashes fell. Just like your father, Narcissa said with a curt nod. I would suggest you learn a good mouth cleaning charm quickly. You'll need it shortly. Sweeping out of the room, Narcissa made a quick stop in her bedroom to grab her jewelry before stepping out into the backyard and making a timely apparition to hopefully her new home. Standing on the sidewalk outside, number 12, Grimmauld Place, Narcissa took a deep breath and let it out slowly. This was the moment of truth. This was her last chance to change her mind. Setting her shoulders and shaking off the doubt, Narcissa stepped onto the walkway and upon reaching the front door, rapped the regal knocker. Barely 10 seconds passed before the door swung open and revealed the man who would either be her executioner or her savior. Cousin, long time no see, Sirius Black said, raising his eyebrows. Harry collapsed bonelessly on the sofa in the living room with a contented sigh. Good to be home, kid? Shiva asked, chuckling as she closed the door to the flat and idly flicked her suitcases towards her room with her wand. Wonderful to be home. You put up the protection and warning wards right. Shiva snorted and raised an eyebrow at him. Would I have let either of us set foot in here if I hadn't? Come on, kid. Ask something harder than that. Harry's grin melted into a neutral expression, and he twisted, so he fully facing her. Warning bells went off in her mind as she realized the rather glaring mistake in issuing that particular challenge. Harder, huh? All right, what happened with Umbridge? Shiva's insides curled, and she had a hard time keeping the scowl from her face. She wasn't sorry about leaving Umbridge to die. Hell, if she had actually tried to help the bitch, the giant spiders probably would have gotten her to anyway. No, what she was dreading was the look in his eyes when she told him she saw someone about to die a rather horrible death and just causally walked away. He'd been pretty clear to Dobby a few days ago how he felt about murder versus self-defense. Shiva, you promised we could talk about this when we got home, Harry said softly. She muttered a quiet curse. You're not even 15. How you managed to remember to come back to these things, she huffed, sitting down at the other end of the couch. Harry shrugged, though had the grace to look slightly sheepish. All right, Harry, fine. She showed up a few minutes before the task began, knocked back the 2 trainees who came to get her, and ran into the woods. I followed. Harry nodded. And that's where she ran into the acromantulas. Yeah, Shiva sighed. She turned a corner on the path and ran straight into a giant arse web. I barely managed to stop without getting stuck too. Instead of letting her down, I interrogated her a bit and let her rant. Okay, and she implicated Dumbledore as telling her what to do. Shiva laughed and shook her head. Please. The woman was far too stupid to realize he played her like a fiddle. She said enough, though, that it was pretty obvious. She also said how she messed with the runic scheme, keeping that arena expanded. I actually looked into that a few days ago, by the way. There's nothing in the way of permanence or enduring sets in the cluster. Variable spatial area is excellent for transport of pre-made things, but basic safety should still be observed. Harry chuckled. Outback training alternative. I know it's not entirely their fault since this is Dumbledore we're talking about, but I still think they cut a few corners there. I think I'm just going to buy them out when I can afford it, or partner with them and fix all their issues. Anyway, we're off topic. Umbridge. After she finished ranting, I was going to start cutting her down and run back to try and stop the task when the acromantulas showed up. There were only 2 on the web, but I heard a few more in the surrounding trees. Umbridge started freaking out more, and, well, Dash, you left her and ran back, Harry said. He nodded to himself and gave a small half-grin to Shiva. So you thought I'd freak out that you left her to die without trying to help? Shiva shrugged, narrowing her eyes at him. The kid was way too unaffected by this. A little, yeah. I had enough time to get her down and hightail it out. It might have resulted in a bit of fighting, but I could have done it. Shiva, she tried to kill me since before she even met me, Harry said, crossing his arms and leaning back. All you've ever done is protect me. I'm not sorry that she's gone and that you don't have a scratch on you. All I'm sorry for is making you worry. Not saving someone who already deserves to die is a bit different than driving a soul-eating, basilisk venom-infused sword through an unconscious man's heart. Shiva sat there gaping at Harry for several moments before starting to laugh. How the hell do you do that, kid? His smile widened, and he shrugged. I'm pretty aware of my surroundings, Shiva. Relic of living with the Dursleys. I noticed you flinching when I told that to Dobby. Remind me to never try to hide your presence from you in the flat. Manor. We get to move to the manor this summer, remember? He laughed. It should be easy to hide them there. Yeah, laugh it up, kid. Shiva rolled her eyes at him and finally relaxed completely. Did you want me to take a look inside your head now, or later? Harry sobered at that and took a deep breath. I'd prefer now. I don't want to leave an open doorway for Riddle to get into my head whenever he wants, or for it to start corrupting and influencing me or something, he finished with a shudder. Shiva reached over and squeezed his knee. That won't happen, Harry. If it's really in there, we'll figure something out and cleanse the taint. Hell, kid, no one thought Dementors could be killed, yet you somehow managed to do that. And made it somewhat easy to replicate, too. We'll kill this stupid soul shard, too. Thanks, Shiva, Harry said softly. Wow, talk about your hodgepodge of stuff. Shiva muttered as Harry took her through the layers of his mental defenses. Is that supposed to be Zeus? Harry glanced over to the side as they coasted past the Death Star and down towards number 4, Privet Drive on his private asteroid. He ran a hand through his hair and gave a guilty glance. Yeah. I figured that if people could get past the Enterprise and the Star Destroyers, maybe they'd get caught by a few of the Greek gods. Artemis and Apollo are on the other side of the planet. The Death Star is mostly for show and intimidation, though it does make a good final defense. Once people penetrate into the house, they'd never think to look back outside for the last line in orbit above them. Shiva shook her head and turned back to Harry in awe. Kid, when I said go crazy with adding random odds and ends to your mindscape, I didn't actually mean go crazy. Damn, I pity the poor soul that tries to get to something you don't want them to see. He shrugged and walked forward. I'm a private person. Nobody should mess with my head without permission. It was somewhere around here. I think. Should be to the right of my cupboard, he said, frowning and gesturing towards the wall under the stairs. Shiva bristled at the flippant mention of my cupboard. She really needed to do something about the Dursleys. They should never be allowed to get away with hurting a child like that. That was something for later, though, when they didn't have Voldemort to deal with. All right, Harry, which door is the cupboard? Harry turned to look at her. What do you mean? Shiva shrugged. Which door, kid? There's two of. Fuck, you really can't see the second one, can you? Harry cursed and slammed a fist into the nearby wall. I was right. Bloody arsehole. The one with my memories is this one, he snarled, gesturing to the left door. Wherever the other one is, I didn't make it, and I can't see it. Shiva's eyes narrowed, and she pulled out the stick of chalk he had given her as they entered his mindscape. She slowly walked over and traced the outline of the second door under the stairs. As she got closer, she could feel the alienness of that particular section in Harry's mind. Standing right next to it, there was no mistaking that this thing was not part of her son. It had no place inside Harry. Stepping back from outlining it, she nodded to him. Done. That's the door to the soul shard. I think you're right, Harry. This is definitely not supposed to be here. He nodded and moved forward. Slap me if I start looking crazy, yeah? Anything to tear my eyes away from that place should be good enough. He raised his hands, and walls of steel and chains flew from the shadows to surround the outline. More steel slotted into the stairs and the wall, and padlocks materialized at multiple points along the line. A vault door looking like a hybrid between a normal bank and Gringotts slammed shut on a giant electrified cage that fit flush into place. A layer of some sort of foam that immediately hardened into an amber-like substance filled the gaps. Finally, a bucket appeared in the floor filled with water and a single snapping piranha. Harry stayed looking at the wall for several seconds before nodding satisfied and turning back to Shiva. Did I get it? I can't really feel the ruthlessness as much anymore when I stare at that spot. Shiva whistled and nodded. Yeah, kid, you got it covered up, all right. There is no kill like overkill, Harry sighed. Let's go. I need to get some food. Harry's friends had gathered in Shiva's flat to await Snapfist's arrival. The goblin was coming over to escort them to the Potter Manor and the graveyard in Godric's Hollow. In the meantime, Harry was planning to test the Soul Viewer. The only one absent was Sirius. He mentioned that he was dealing with a house guest and would be a few minutes late, Remus said when Harry checked his watch again, tapping his foot. Amelia's eyes narrowed at that comment. Oh, what type of house guest was that? Not like that, Amy. Remus hurriedly said, holding up his hands to ward off her anger. Sirius may be a shameless flirt, but he'd never do anything like that while seeing you. Then what is he doing? Andy asked with raised eyebrows. Seeing to your sister, Sirius grumbled, waltzing into the flat and claiming a kitchen seat. I forgot how annoyingly superior Chisa could be. Even when begging for help, she has this air about her. Several jaws dropped to the floor at that statement, and all conversation ground to halt. "What?" came from several mouths at once. Sirius snorted. "Yeah, that was my reaction too at first. Chissa's with us now, by the way. Andy. She's staying at Grimald for the moment, though she said she'd like to stop by and visit you at some point soon. But she's Malfoy's mother." Neville yelled, continuing to gape. Chissa is a pureblood through and through. She never agreed with Lucius and always hated being locked into that marriage. Andy said softly. She finally decided they were causing too much damage. Yeah, she gave me some juicy info about Riddle's short-term plans too, in order to help prove she was on the level. I verified with some Veritasrum, just in case. I'll tell you after we're done here, Amy. Sirius sighed. Long story short, he wants to try a prison break in the future. Chissa has had enough of, and I quote, the flobberworm-brained fools seeking to destroy everything on both sides while tossing tradition into the mud. When she walked, she drained any of the Malfoy accounts she had access to, which sadly isn't much, but it's something. Draco is firmly in the pro-Voldemort camp, though, and all she asks of us is that we at least attempt to not kill the little idiot if given a choice in the matter. Harry blinked and started laughing. Wow, you know it's bad when your own mother runs away. You trust her, Sirius? I do. I do recommend Andy takes a look in her mind at some point, but yeah, I trust her. I'll have the Malfoy marriage dissolved by the end of the week. Wish I could do the same with Bella. Andy snorted. Bella never cared about a contract for that one, sadly. She only married Rodolphus so she could grovel better at Riddle's heel. Anyway, Harry, you said you had something to show us all before the goblins arrived. Sirius asked, looking to his godson. Harry nodded and pulled out the soul viewer. Luna shifted positions so she could see better and rested her arms on Tracy's shoulders as she pushed up to look over the crowd. The Slytherin rolled her eyes in amusement, while Susan and Hannah just smiled up at the smaller blonde girl. I call this the soul viewer. It's just a perception rune tied with a soul rune and a visualization scheme. It should just manifest souls as auras. With any luck, it'll show where Riddle's soul is concentrated in me, so that we can cut it off. Still hate this plan, Shiva muttered. Tonks nodded her agreement with her hair flashing to black shortly before shifting back to pink. Harry, Hermione said slowly, you are sure that this runestone is safe, yes? You've mentioned repeatedly how soul runes tend to be unpredictable. Fleur nodded. Yes, this is not going to dia. Soul you all trying to get a peek, is it? It would be quite difficult to marry you if that happens. The low chuckles Fleur elicited met an exasperated look from Harry. No, Fleur, I'm not going to be desouled. And yes, Hermione, I'm sure it's safe. It might be a bit weird, but it's safe. There's literally nothing in this beyond 3 rooms. Hermione sighed and nodded her assent. Okay then, let's do this. It has an area effect of about 3 meters. I think so. Don't be surprised if you start glowing or something. Each soul should be represented by a different color. I think Harry shrugged and charged up the runestone, and he picked up a mirror from the table in front of him. A tingling wave of magic passed through most of the occupants in the room, who suddenly found themselves suffused with a dim glow surrounding their bodies. Luna squealed with glee as she saw Coco had a small glow around her little body, and most of the others were just as intrigued with their own soul auras. Harry had taken to staring into the mirror, as he angled it around to check his scar. His own soul was manifesting as an emerald green color, which was strangely reassuring. Unfortunately, there was a roiling black mass centered on the scar, with tendrils slithering out and encompassing a large chunk of his head and torso. Damn. It may be centered on my head, but it looks like it's twined around too much else. Cutting it off probably won't work. We'll have to come up with a plan B, I think, guys. Harry scowled. All murmurs and sound stopped as he put the mirror down. Glancing around, Harry saw everyone frozen and staring at him. Guys, what's wrong? We knew this was likely going to happen. Daphne, very slowly and very carefully, stepped forward and picked up the mirror. Harry, look at the rest of you. She held up the mirror, and Harry, perplexed, looked back down. Centered on his chest and twined throughout the entirety of his body was a third color scheme, a bright red one. It seemed to curl most strongly about the necklace he had on under his shirt, and as he watched, one of the tendrils of black touched it and recoiled back slightly. Harry's breath caught in his throat, and his mouth went dry. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't swallow. He couldn't think. He could only blink at the red soul aura suffused inside him. The charge on the soul viewer died, and the visible auras around the group faded back into nothing. Someone tried to talk to Harry, but he didn't hear what they said. A dull knock on the door sounded, and one of the group moved to open it and let the goblin in. Harry's eyes settled on Snapfist, and his brain jump-started itself again. Harry lunged to his feet and rushed to the goblin. Graveyard. Now, Snapfist rocked back on his heels as Shiva grabbed Harry's shoulders and jerked him back. Kid, slow down. We need to dash. No, Harry yelled. I need to get to the fucking graveyard. Now. Harry paced back and forth in front of the grave of his parents as several of the adults exhumed the body. He couldn't stop moving because if he stopped moving, then they would try to talk to him. Hermione had been the only one to not try and say anything. All the others thankfully gave up as he kept pacing back and forth. All the little things over the years were slotting into place like a giant jigsaw puzzle, and the conclusion he was reaching was both simultaneously amazing and horrifying. Why his scar looked like a protection rune entwined with something else. How his mother's protection was still powerful enough to hurt Voldemort 10 years after it was cast. Lily Potter's will never activating. James Potter's will specifically directing Harry to touch her body with necklace in hand. Her echo not coming out of Voldemort's wand in the duel. How a piece of one of the most powerful wizards in the past century hadn't been able to take over control of a baby. Finally, the grave was fully exposed, and the coffin levitated up. Harry stopped pacing and looked fixatedly at it. Shiva stepped forward and laid a hand on his shoulder. Kid, Harry. Numbly, he turned to stare at her. Harry, look, even with this, she said, gesturing to his chest, there's a very good chance that your mother is, well, I know. Open it, please, Harry said quietly. He was going to kill Dumbledore for keeping him from this. Intentionally or not, the old man had prevented Harry from getting here for 14 years. 14 years that he could have. He was going to find the Flammels, and he was going to stab the old man through the heart with the sword of Gryffindor. The lid lifted off of his mother's coffin, and Sirius and Amelia gasped. Remus took one look and collapsed to the side, blinking, but not seeing, not daring to breathe himself. Harry carefully stepped forward and looked upon the body of his mother. Instead of a decomposed corpse like he had expected, however, there was a beautiful young woman barely older than Tonks. Flaming red hair outlined a soft face, and delicate hands were folded over a modest chest. Lily Potter looked like she hadn't aged a day since she had been hit with a killing curse 14 years ago. Harry steadied himself and took his necklace off, reaching out to her. "Stop!" Hermione cried out, grabbing Harry in an embrace. "Harry, wait. Think about this. What if whatever she did is leaving her body in stasis while the protection she imbued into you is still active? What happens if you complete that circuit and the protection deactivates? Harry, what happens if the soul shard can overpower you when she's gone?" Hermione sobbed into his back. Tonks stepped forward and gently pulled Hermione's arms from Harry. "That's not our decision, Mione. That's his." Hermione cried harder and buried her head into Tonks' chest while Harry smiled back at his partners. "I'll be fine, Mione. I'm a lot stronger than I was as a baby after all." Without waiting any longer or letting anyone else voice opinions or concerns, Harry turned and thrust his hand out to grasp his mother's own, with the necklace sandwiched between them. A flare of light lit up the graveyard, and Harry felt a surge of magic pulse out of him draining through his hand. The energy pulled and pulled until he felt like it was taking everything he had. Finally, the flow ceased, and Harry fell to his knees beside the coffin, breathing heavily. "Harry, are you okay?" Shiva asked, kneeling beside him and wrapping an arm around his shoulders. Harry just nodded as he stared at his mother's body, unable to say anything for the moment. Nobody breathed, waiting with bated breath for anything to happen. Some seemed to be watching Harry like hawk, just waiting for him to keel over, clutching his head and screaming in pain. Others were watching Lily to see if her body started to rapidly decay or otherwise reacted in any way. Harry could only count unconsciously in his head, his eyes unwavering. With nary a twitch to belie the storm to come, a pair of startlingly brilliant green eyes blinked open. Chapter 34. Meeting of the Mothers. "Harry, you can't keep hiding in here forever," Shiva said in a soft voice from the door to Harry's room. He grunted and moved, adding another stabilization rune to his current schematic. "I'm not hiding. I'm working." "Sure, because everyone works for 14 hours straight. And don't try to tell me you stopped to sleep because the sheets haven't been touched and Dobby is forbidden from coming in here without direct permission." She sighed and grabbed a chair, swinging it around to sit down next to him, laying a hand on his shoulder. "Harry, you don't have to talk to me. You don't have to talk to Fleur or Tonks or Hermione. You don't even have to talk to her, but you have to at least come out of this room. You have to put down the pencil and come out. At least come and eat." "Can't stop working," Harry said curtly, squinting down at the page. "Why?" she asked simply. Harry's pencil froze. A moment later, it kept scratching away. "Just can't." "Not good enough, kid," Shiva said, shaking her head and squeezing his shoulder. "Give me a legit reason, and I'll leave. Otherwise, I'm going to stay right here and be as annoying as I possibly can be until you are tearing that black hair out of your head." Harry scowled, but kept scratching at the diagrams. She started silently counting to 10. She was at 9 before he finally spoke again. "If I stop working, I have to go out there. If I go out there, then I have to talk to her. What the hell am I supposed to say to her?" Well, you could start with hello. That is the commonly accepted form of introduction, after all. This is the most you've said to anyone since she woke up. Fleur was starting to get worried that whatever you did removed the capacity for speech. I think she was only half joking about that. Shiva said. Harry fixed her with an annoyed stare and turned back to his runes. Thanks for the help, Shiva, he muttered irritably. She scowled and leaned back into her chair with her arms crossed. You think I know what to say? Since Andy and Pomfrey gave her a clean bill of health and left, it's basically been brief splurges of conversation, followed by the longest, most awkward silences of my life. I wish Hermione had been able to stay. Tonks is making things worse. Fleur is too worried about you. And Lily is, well, kid, you're not the only one having a hard time here, okay? Shiva let out a groan and shook her head. Look, Harry, try to see it from her perspective. As far as she's concerned, yesterday you were a toddler who could barely string 3 words together. And now you're a teenager, her husband is dead, and she's lost a decade and half. This isn't easy on any of us, kid. You need to talk to your mother. I already have a mother, Harry whispered. His voice was so quiet that she almost didn't hear him. He obviously hadn't meant her to. She blinked and struggled to find something to say. Anything would really do for the moment. Fine. He sighed loudly, unknowingly saving her from her floundering. Fine. Under one condition. Name it, kid. You stay in the room. I don't think I can do this being alone. Shiva nodded. If you're sure. Okay, Harry. Do you want me to ask Fleur and Tonks to leave? Harry frowned, thinking hard. I'd almost prefer Daphne to be here, honestly. She'd just slap the back of my head and berate me for being a typical angst-ridden boy. The girls are going to hover, which is just going to make this even harder. Can you ask Fleur to go hang out with Hermione for a few hours? Tonks can stay. We might need some laughs at some point. Sure, Harry. Shiva stood and gave him a warm smile with a half grin. If you're not out in the living room in 10 minutes, though I'm sending Dobby in to drag you out. Lily Potter was sitting on the floor in Professor Bethsaida Babbling's living room, surrounded by papers and notes. Her wand was stuck behind her right ear, while a pen was behind her left. Another pen was clutched in her hand as she scribbled more notes and questions onto the list in front of her, twisting slightly so she could look at the book just to her right. She crossed out the last line and replaced it with the correct information. Trying to get the crash course on 14 years' worth of progress wasn't nearly as easy as fiction writers made it seem. She was still trying to decide whether or not it was a good thing that the wizarding world as a whole didn't seem to have changed much at all. The Muggles, by contrast, had taken leaps and bounds while the Magicals just sat there and stagnated. Nothing made any sense, and that could be laid squarely on her own shoulders. If she had bothered to take the time to tell someone other than James about her crazy, desperate, experimental idea, then she wouldn't have been in this position to begin with. She should have told Sirius. No, that wouldn't have mattered anyway, since apparently he'd been sent to Azkaban. She narrowed her eyes, and her lips curled into a snarl as she turned to the left to examine another pile of notes. How had anyone believed that Sirius Black could betray James Potter? The idea was utterly absurd. She could understand Peter and Remus. Remus was a pity party consumed in self-hatred, and a werewolf to boot, which already damned him in most eyes. Peter was Lily's side. She had never particularly liked Peter, but He really had been a very good friend to James in times past. How he could have jumped ship without even bothering to fight. Lily uttered a sigh of frustration and blew a strand of hair out of her eyes as she shifted and looked at a different stack of items. Her son was hiding and refusing to speak with her. Her son, her tiny little boy barely old enough to walk, was not a little boy anymore. He was a teenager apparently not in the custody of anyone she knew and trusted, but under the guardianship of a Hogwarts professor barely older than he was, all because Petunia couldn't look past her jealousy. And because Albus fucking Dumbledore had a bloody god complex. When she saw that headmaster, she was going to wrap his white beard around his neck and strangle him with it. 14 years. It would have been better to just stay dead at this point. At least she was still older than Harry. Not by much anymore, but it was something. Her potion/charm/rune combo had worked better than she'd ever anticipated and sent her into stasis while her soul was attached to Harry. This would be a hell of a lot simpler if it had just sent her into an enchanted sleep like it was supposed to. If it had, her body would have kept aging. And, well, actually, it probably wouldn't have been better since too many bloody names had her buried without even reading the stupid wills. So she'd probably have quietly died of dehydration or suffocation. Still, to be almost 22 physically and mentally, while her son was just about to turn 15. This was all kinds of wrong. At least Babbling was only about to be 23, so things weren't as awkward as they could have been. A 23-year-old watching out for her teenage son. She would have met him when she was only 19. I got him to agree to come out. Babbling Shiva. It was Shiva, said as she walked back into the room, rubbing her eyes. Fleur, Harry asked if you could make sure Hermione was okay. If you end up needing any help with setting up the wards around her parents' house and work, let me know. I'll probably be busy here for a bit, but we can always ask Bill to take a look. He's supposed to be in the country doing some local jobs. Just don't let Molly Weasley know he's around. Lily looked up and cocked her head curiously at the Vila girl, who gave a sad smile and moved forward to say something quietly to Babbling Shiva. The French girl gave another nod and a happier smile before hugging the professor, kissing Tonks on the cheek, and heading out the door of the flat. Lily suppressed another frustrated scowl. She refused to ask which of the three girls was dating her son. She'd always been observant, and that was far too personal of a question to ask someone she barely knew. She'd have originally put good money on the brunette with curly hair, but that girl Hermione, according to her notes, had gone home around midnight after her parents called, which didn't quite seem like something her son's girlfriend would do in the middle of this crazy situation. Her next bet had been Tonks, but then she did some math and realized that Tonks would actually be only a few months younger than Lily herself. Maybe if they had grown up together originally, that wouldn't have been much of an issue, especially in the magical world, though as it stood, she didn't think it likely that Harry and the girl would have hooked up while he was still this young. Tonks, at least, had barely changed at all from the adorable little child she remembered. The Metamorphmagus was still bubbly, still preferred pink hair, and still cracked inappropriate jokes. She'd been a welcome distraction whenever Lily needed a short break from trying to piece together the missing decade and a half. So Lily was now trying to see whether the French beauty was with Harry. It seemed likely. Not many people would stay over the house of a friend and try to make small talk with his newly re-embodied mother while said friend hid in the other room. Plus the girl had constantly been glancing in Harry's direction, which lent further credence to her guess. The main problem there revolved around the overly affectionate way that Fleur had clung to both Tonks and Hermione. This situation was just so complicated. Babel Shiva laid a cup of tea in front of her and fell back, resting against the front of the couch. You should probably drink something. I could use a real drink, to be honest, Lily muttered, nodding her thanks to the other woman. She took a sip, and her eyes widened at the kick. Shiva smirked, figured, added a bit of rum. Sirius said you used to like that. Lily smiled back. Still do. Thanks. No problem. Got some in mind, too. So, you really don't remember anything? From the past decade, I've been tied to Harry? No. Lily grimaced and drained half the tea. Honestly, it's probably a good thing. You've only told me a quarter of the things that have happened to my son, and I already want to find and murder half the people I know. Arg, this is so bloody strange. I don't even know what tenses to use. Shiva nodded in sympathy. Well, at least you didn't have to hear my horrific attempts at explaining sex to the kid. You'd probably want to kill me too if you had. Lily's eyebrows rose. You had to give the talk to Harry? Petunia didn't know, of course not. She couldn't even give him a proper bedroom or food. Why would she bother explaining sex? Yet another thing to put on the to-do list. Ruin Petunia and Vernon's life while ensuring they knew exactly why it was happening. When did you do that, by the way? About 3 years ago. It was towards the beginning of his second year. I think, Shiva said, shrugging. I was rather true to my last name at the time, and by the end started well and truly babbling about stuff like anal, bondage, and groups. It was mortifying, she finished with a huge blush and a quiet voice. Off to the side, Tonks started laughing uproariously as her hair flipped to a bright yellow. I wondered why he asked about a safe word that first night. Lily could only blink and stare at Shiva, not even registering what Tonks had said, which was probably a mercy. You told my 12-year-old child about groups during the sex talk. Hey, I tried to tell him to go to Pomfrey to get it explained properly. Shiva muttered. I was 20. I wasn't exactly planning to have to figure out how to talk about that shite for another decade at least. Lily groaned, wiped a hand across her face, grimacing. Well, at least you tried. I suppose I probably wouldn't have done much better either. That was going to be James' job. Her brow furrowed, and she had to blink away a tear. I'm sorry. About your husband, Shiva said softly, reaching forward to squeeze Lily's knee. Thanks. It's all right, she said hurriedly. It's just going to hurt for a while. I know to everyone else he died 14 years ago, but to me it's only been a few nights. I'm going to miss him. Yeah, I'd be surprised if you didn't. The women fell into a quiet silence, and Lily turned back to her papers. After a few minutes, the sound of footsteps started coming from behind her. Not kicking and screaming, Harry Potter, sir. Dobby would have tied up and gagged first to ensure that Great Master Harry Potter, sir, does not injure himself as Dobby moves. A high-pitched squeaking voice sounded from the hallway, followed by a loud groan. Dobby, new ground rule. If you are told to drag someone into a room, don't take it literally. Just pop in, grab them, and pop back to wherever you are supposed to take them. And furthermore, only my partners and I can tie each other up. Okay. Lily whipped her head around and blinked in wonder at the house elf crossing his arms and huffing in annoyance. Dobby thinks that Master Harry Potter is objecting too strongly, but Dobby will agree to new rules. Shiva chortled merrily at the exchange and gave a small salute towards the newcomers. Thanks for getting him, Dobby. Good to see you getting some air, kid. Tea is on the table. Grab a glass and find a seat. Lily turned her attention to Harry standing awkwardly at the mouth of the hallway, looking utterly lost and terrified. She could see so much of James in him, but his features were so much softer than her late husband. Rounder, livelier, more welcoming. His cheekbones were higher and his ears smaller. His eyes looked just like hers, though. Air. Hi. Harry said, hesitantly running a hand through his hair. Lily smiled at him in as welcoming a fashion as she could while pushing all of her own panic and doubt to the side. Hey. Tonks winced as she watched Harry sit down on the couch across from where Lily had claimed the floor. At least he hadn't seemed to hear their previous conversation, but this was still going to be difficult. She almost got up to move next to him until a small shake of his head had her sitting back down in her armchair off to the side. Tonks wasn't as good at the nonverbal stuff as Hermione was, but she could take a hint. He needed her for moral support and possibly levity to shake things up if they got too serious too fast. She could do that. Probably. Hopefully. Sure. She'd probably have better luck inviting Snape to a little girl's tea party. Actually, if that girl was Lily, well, that probably wasn't the best metaphor. Tonks snorted to herself and refocused on the conversation. I can't believe you're so big, Harry, Lily said softly, smiling at him. Harry ran a hand through his hair again. Yeah, you can thank Shiva for that. She got me on a good set of nutrient potions before I truly hit my growth spurt, so I'm about how tall I should be. Tonks resisted an urge to slap a hand to her face at that. That wasn't really what I meant. Lily said, grimacing. Harry's grimace matched his mother's. Oh, yeah, I guess not. So, you're okay? Lily shrugged. As well as I could be, I suppose. Clean bill of health, at least. Physically, I'm still trying to sort through a lot of the mental side of things. How are you, Harry? Are you okay? He shrugged, and Tonks couldn't really hide her grimace at that. That was his sure, I'm fine. I just got caught in Spain's running of the bulls, but I'm fine. Just a few gore marks. They'll heal. No problems. Shrug. I've been better. It's just a little overwhelming. Between Voldemort, Dumbledore, and now you, it's been a long few weeks. I can imagine, Lily grunted. Shiva leaned forward and tried to move the conversation ahead a bit. So, Lily, you haven't really said just how you survived. Was it a rune thing? If it didn't work, right, Harry might be able to help with figuring out why. He's a rune savant, by the way. I don't know if we mentioned that before. A rune savant. Really? That's amazing, Harry. Lily gushed, smiling. Harry blushed a bit and mumbled, It's not that special. I'm good with runes. Shiva and Bill are pretty good too. Tonks couldn't stay quiet at that. She and the others had been working far too hard to break him of that annoying habit of putting himself down and not taking credit for things he deserved. Don't let him fool you. Harry here has dozens of inventions and his own owl order store with plans to get a storefront property next to Fred and George Weasley's joke shop. These earrings were invented by him and modeled after Muggle mobiles. Plus, he figured out how to use runes to kill Dementors. Harry blushed even harder and muttered something under his breath. Louder, he said, Okay, so I've done some cool stuff. I did also blow up a troll's head with my first invention. Lily's just gaped at him. It wasn't intentional, he hurried to say. I just thought it would daze it for a bit, but the Extravagance Rune show was a lot more. Explosive while it was still incomplete. Shiva snorted. That's one way of putting it. That's actually how he met me. I offered some advice afterwards and taught him some basic safety measures. Thankfully, nothing else has blown up that wasn't expected/designed to since then. Mostly, Harry said, nodding. Mostly? Shiva said in a low, dangerous tone. Kayad. Harry shook his head and held up his hands to ward her off. It's nothing. I swear. I exploded a tree by accident when I was testing the Yamato cannon. That's it. Shiva just groaned and shook her head in exasperation. Harry, if you blow up your house, I'm letting Hermione deal with you, Tonks said, laughing. He shuddered at that. Lily just looked between the three before cracking a small smile. I think I'm going to need more details about this later. And also about how an 11-year-old ran into a troll. For the moment, though, you asked about how I survived. She swept a hand through her hair, sending her pen clattering to the floor, while her wand stayed put behind her ear. I tinkered around a bit when I first found out about magic. I really enjoyed potions, charms, and ancient runes. I excelled with the first two, though I was rather bad with runes. I studied and got better, but it's never really going to be my strong suit. Harry nodded. I found your notebooks on those. Aunt Petunia had them in a trunk in the attic along with the necklace. Harry clutching briefly at his shirt where the necklace lay before continuing. I found your introductions to each of them. Hilarious, by the way. Lily frowned for a moment before her eyes widened at the memory and laughed. Oh, I forgot about those. Do you still have them? I could show you the areas I combined to make this, she said, gesturing to herself. Work. No, sorry. Hermione has the one with charms. Fleur is borrowing the runes one to help her learn warding, and Daphne has been copying some of the potions book. She was putting together a book with some of the stuff you came up with and adding it to her own work. I could ask her to stop, he offered. Lily shrugged. No, don't. I'd like to co-author it, actually, if she'd be willing. Have I met Daphne yet? Shiva waved her hand in a SOSO gesture. Sorta. She was in the graveyard, but she left with most of the others. She's over here pretty regularly, though, and when we move into the manor, she wants to see the basilisk skeleton. So I imagine you can meet her in a day or two. I'm sorry, I misheard that. Did you say basilisk skeleton? Lily asked, her eyes wide. Tonks grinned, nodded towards Harry. Yup, she did. Wonder Boy here killed Salazar Slytherin's 1,000-year-old basilisk with a sword through the skull. Pretty impressive for a 12-year-old. Huh. Damn near gave me a heart attack after that one, Shiva muttered. Harry just shrugged. It attacked Hermione. It had it coming. Daphne helped a lot, too. Lily again looked between all of them incredulously. Finally deciding they weren't having her, on she drained her cup dry. I really am not going to enjoy going over your school years, am I? Yeah, not likely, Shiva said, laughing. She grabbed Lily's cup and stood to get her a refill. It's become sort of a running joke that the new defense against the dark arts teacher is going to try and kill Harry at some point, generally towards the end of the school year. We're currently 3 for 4. Thanks, Dobby. Shiva sat back down and passed the refilled mug over to a thoroughly shocked Lily. 3 for 4 murder attempts. Lily asked with her mouth hanging open and her hand shaking slightly. Harry shrugged. Well, as far I know, Remus never tried to kill me. You know, I'm almost disappointed that he never turned while around me, because then I could claim I had the full set. Tonks had to bite down on her hand to prevent herself from falling off her chair at that comment. Remus? He taught at Hogwarts. Yeah, he was pretty good too. The only one who's come close has been a Death Eater. Lily gaped for a moment before draining her drink again, and muttering, I am going to slaughter Albus Dumbledore. I am going to rip out his spleen and feed it to him, then strangle him with his own beard while cutting his bollocks off. Lily, we'll be sure to take you with us when we go visit him in a few months, Shiva said, patting the other woman's knee. You were saying something about combining things. Right, Lily said, groaning and shifting to grab a few papers and laid them out in a line on the floor. Everyone shifted a bit to see it better. This was what I meant. I created a few new linking charms layered into a potion brew to help it bind with a person's magic. The necklace was in the cauldron during that process to help tie it into the procedure. Then I infused the same set of charms into 2 anchoring runes, one on each person, the target and the caster Harry, and me. Upon my soul separating from my body, it would be channeled through a rune on the linked necklace that would help bind me to Harry temporarily. The idea was that if my body was left intact and mostly unharmed, then I'd be sent into an enchanted deep sleep. My bodily functions would have dropped so low as to be effectively dead, though I would still register as alive to any diagnostic charms. We thought that they could repair any physical damage, and then follow the instructions in James will to have you touch me with the channeling rune, and I'd be transferred back over. James kept going on about how I was breaking the accepted natural laws of magic left and right, but I didn't pay any attention to it. The Muggle upbringing probably helped there, she said, shrugging. Tonks raised her hand. So for the non-academic in the room, what does that mean? Lily pointed to Harry's scar. Basically, Harry's scar served to anchor my soul to him when I died. I was the one who cut the mark into his forehead, she said, wincing and wringing her hands briefly. I'm really sorry about that, Harry. It seemed better to do it on your forehead where it would bleed, but only be superficial rather on your chest or something where I might have actually injured you by accident. I knew it was only a matter of time before we were found, and I was rather desperate. I thought if I could anchor my soul to you while still having a tie to my own body, I'd serve as a buffer, for lack of a better word. It had the wonderful theoretical side effect of rebounding the specific magical signature that had forced me from my body if cast at the same power level or above. Harry's eyes narrowed as he worked through that explanation, while Shiva gasped. Holy shite! You mean if Voldemort had killed you with a simple piercing spell, then anything he sent at Harry stronger than that spell would have rebounded? Lily nodded. Yes. I was hoping he'd use something that small, though I can't say I'm surprised he went for a killing curse. Unfortunately, it's a huge power hog, so the protection didn't do too much after the first shot. Honestly, it probably worked out for the best. I'm really not sure if my procedure would have actually worked on anything else now that I think about it. Actually, it wasn't totally useless after that night. It let me burn him when I touched him first year, Harry commented. At least it did until he resurrected properly using my blood. That's weird, though. It should have still hurt him going by that. Lily frowned. Yes, it should have still hurt him. The protection was tied into your body through my soul, not through blood. Maybe it's because he touched your forehead, Harry? Tonks said, shrugging. That's where the soul shard is mostly concentrated after all. Maybe Lily wasn't able to reach that high after she had bound to you. Makes sense, I suppose, Shiva said, nodding. Soul shard? What soul shard? Lily asked, confused. Harry looked distinctly uncomfortable. Can we talk about it later? Lily looked at him for a few more moments before reluctantly nodding. Thanks. You were saying that you anchored it to me using my scar? Is that why it looks like a protection rune? Well, Lily said it's a protection twined through a soul variant and reflected back through a channeling rune. The channeling twin is inscribed on the necklace, while my transference one is on my chest above the heart. Harry frowned. Necklace. He pulled out his chain and started looking at the design. Where? Lily reached up, flipped it over, and held it back towards him, pointing at the interlocking letters. Harry's mouth dropped open. I've worn this since I was 10. How the bloody hell did I miss that? No one's perfect, Wonder Boy, Tonks said, leaning back with a fond shake of her head. Harry groaned, leaning back. I feel like an idiot for missing that. Do you think this is something we can modify to work without needing someone to sacrifice their life? Lily shook her head emphatically. No, that was a key part of the charm. There's no way to get around that component. Trust me, James. Well, he got rather angry about that. He started claiming I was suicidal and only interested in being a martyr when we should be coming up with better ways to fight. She sighed deeply. We fought a lot in the last year because of it. So no, Harry, I don't think this is something that should be looked into large scale. If I die before you again, though, it should reactivate. Harry, Tonks, and Shiva all glared at her. That, Harry said in a soft voice layered with pain and worry, is never going to be Plan A. Or involved with any plan, Shiva agreed. Let's take a break, guys. We could all use some food, I think. After they had finished lunch, the four returned to the living room, with Lily abandoning her nest of papers, books, and news articles, and moving to sit on the couch instead. Harry and Tonks took the love seat while Shiva perched on the armchair. Lily's brow furrowed for a moment as Tonks' arm draped over Harry's shoulder, but resolved that it was a far less important mystery than anything else going on today. So, Harry, can you tell me about some of your inventions? Tonks mentioned something about killing Dementors. I didn't think that was possible except for locking them up inside a sealed room and just starving them. Harry's brow furrowed, and he let out a small chuckle. Never thought of that method. I guess that should work if they're actually getting nourishment from us. He shook his head and gave a small wry grin. My method is a lot different. I actually know of 2 ways to directly kill them, and have done both. The first is somewhat mundane. Stab them with the sword of Gryffindor. I don't know if that was something innate to the sword, a product of the basilisk venom it's been infused with, or if it was just something it's picked up through the centuries, but it works like a charm. Lily blinked. She might as well have just brought the bottle of rum over the rate this day was going. His inventions were supposed to be a safe topic. You killed a Dementor with a sword. The sword of Godric Gryffindor. Harry just nodded. Yeah. Well, in fairness, the Dementor was trying to eat my soul at the time, and the second one was trying to eat Hermione's soul, so I stabbed it too. What am I, chopped liver? Tonks said with a hand over her heart and face morphing into an exaggerated doe-eyed expression. And wham! I didn't save you until after the time jump, remember? That was when we found out that the silver spirit kills Dementors too. Only the ones over me, and Hermione got the sword. Harry just shook his head in exasperation at the girl. Well, excuse me for being unconscious for the good bits, Tonks said, chortling. I still need to see that memory, by the way. My hero saving my soul would be priceless to watch. Lily couldn't stay quiet any longer. Excuse me, I'm starting to feel like a broken record here, but what the hell are you talking about? Harry sighed and considered that. Dementors mobbed the school when Sirius showed up, after escaping Azkaban. Long story short, the core group was caught outside and almost got all of our souls eaten. I panicked, killed a few with the sword hijacked Hermione's time turner, and came back to help out refreshed and with a newly finished rune cluster that sent them running for the hills. That explanation was not remotely sufficient. Lily had opened her mouth to say as such before Shiva beat her to it. Don't worry about the details. I'll explain later. Harry, tell her about your silver spirit. Harry nodded agreeably. It's basically just a runic equivalent of a Patronus. Sorta. Partially. Okay, not quite. We're not exactly sure just what it is, though I can tell you for sure that it has a tiny little piece of the caster imbued within it while it's active. Hurts like freaking hell if it gets forcibly dispelled or absorbed. A quick shudder passed through him before he centered himself again and continued. Basically, I used a soul rune to link it to the caster, so it's a bit weird. We sell them in Potter Runes, and the Aurors got a huge discount on them. Amelia says they're required for all Azkaban guards now. Anytime one's active, the Dementors stick far away. Right, Lily nodded. Sure, like this made any sense at all. Any other interesting inventions? He had to have something that didn't sound like it broke any laws of nature. Not that she was one to talk there. Harry's face scrunched up for a moment before smiling and holding up his right hand. The pillow next to her flew toward his hand a moment later. Lily's mouth fell open. You can silently cast before 5th year. Well, yeah, a few spells at least. I had to get some intensive training for the tournament last year, Harry said, rubbing a hand through his hair. That wasn't what I did, though. Look. He held his hand up palm towards her, and Lily gazed in confusion at what appeared to be a tattoo on his hand. Wait, you have a runic tattoo? She gasped. Do you know how dangerous that is? Harry nodded while Shiva groaned. Yeah, this is just a summoner, though. Super simple, and it was just the proof of concept one. Daphne's the one who gave me most of them, though Shiva has watched over us while we added the rest. I needed the leg up to stay alive. I've only had 2 problems with them, and both were because I was an idiot. Don't ever try to channel while transformed. Bad idea. Lily slowly counted to 10 before giving up. She went to get the rum bottle and returned to her seat. Chuckles quickly came from Tonks while Shiva saluted her. You lasted longer than I expected, the older woman said in understanding. This is the easy stuff, too. Lily just grimaced at that and waved for Harry to continue. So, yeah, I have 6 tattoos. 7 if you count the Windrunners, but those are only useful while I'm midnight. The summoner you've seen, on the top of that hand, I have a boomstone one. It's like a muggle boombox, though I can increase the volume to extremely high levels. A localized silencing field wraps around the caster, so it doesn't affect me. Works kinda like a depth charge underwater, and apparently it scares Voldemort since it was the only one he took the time to damage, Harry said, gazing down at his hand. A small shrug, and he continued on. My left hand has a lockpick on the top, which is a super version of an Allohamra spell, and works on almost anything, though it does take some time depending on the complexity of the lock. The palm has a knockback, which is basically a scalable bludgeoner. Harry paused and winced a little as he held up his arms to the side, bringing the forearms close but not touching. Tonks visibly squeezed him a bit tighter. This one wasn't quite my idea, but I'm almost certain I would have come up with it eventually. I call it the lava bomb, and it's pretty powerful, but also dangerous. I can't shut it off once it's active, so that's why it's in 2 pieces. I'm sure it has something to do with an after effect of the chimera contamination, but the tattoo does seem to hold whatever the problem was at bay. So I'm not really looking into it. I have a lot of other things to prioritize first. Chimera contamination, lava, you are certainly your father's son. Lily grunted. I'm rather impressed, though all the same. What were the last 2? Harry lifted his shirt to expose a bit of his side and pointed to a small tattoo there. The Dementa anchor is the really important one. Shiva finished the design, actually. It keeps the bearer from being affected by a Dementor's kiss, and it should also protect them from the soul-eating aspect of my sword. So we need to get that tattoo on you within a day, or 2 max. Lily barely had time to process that before Tonks lightly smacked the back of Harry's head. Bad Harry. No tattooing anyone until they understand why. But Dash. No, Wonder Boy. We humored your paranoia while at school with that one. You can wait a week for Lily to settle in and actually understand before immediately going for the magic ink. Harry scowled, but huffed out a muttered agreement. Lily looked to Shiva for help. The professor snorted and shook her head. Kid's scared to death. His demon sword is going to eat the soul of someone he likes by accident. Honestly, I'm more worried about the basilisk venom at this point. Anyway, Harry said, the last one is on my feet. It's basically just a small concussive wave that helps me jump higher and farther as midnight. I have a lot of other actual runestones, too. Harry smiled and started rapidly listing off several of his products. Some are prank runestones that disintegrate after one use. Others last longer. I have a rune that works like a fishing pole, though. I guess it can be used to imitate Spider-Man too, funnily enough. I have another that was designed to help prevent poisoning in potion labs by switching your lungs' contents with clean air, but that one works fantastic for diving also. I have some simple ones just for fun, which let you change your hair color. The meta hair was actually based off NYM. The freezer is really useful for non-lethal takedowns, since it shoots out water that immediately freezes. Can't be used for long, though, without disintegrating. The reflector lenses on my glasses reflect any spells directed at them. I had robes that did the same, but I'm never speaking about those again. His eyes lit up and his grin widened even further. Actually, I just finished designing a different version of those that work using a Protego base instead. It still doesn't project past the actual robes, but I think I worked out some of the issues with the cloth channeling. They still won't hold up under concentrated fire, though I got it to the point where it's just the outer layer that should disintegrate instead of the whole thing. I think the armor robes will be a vast improvement over the twins' idea for shield hats. I'm also working on a pretty cool thing called the War Gauntlets. Shiva sat up straighter and opened her mouth to say something. Harry, though, waved her off and kept going. Don't worry, Shiva. It's a lot less impressive than it sounds, and I haven't even tried to make the prototype yet, since it's not complete. I'm combining ideas I got from making the tray ski and the Yamato cannon into one thing. When it's done, it's going to basically be a super channeler. I'm going to make it into a set of bracers connected behind the back. Any magic that hits one end will be channeled through the design and get emitted out of the other bracer. Defensive and offensive in one. Hence war gauntlets, Harry said, finishing proudly. Huh, Tonks said, cocking her head to the side. That sounds right useful, Harry. Right, it'll be so cool. I just need to figure out a few issues. It still has a similar problem to the tray ski, but this time it looks like it might bleed magic throughout the channel, which would suck. Burns when utilizing it wouldn't be fun at all. So I need to iron things out before I start actually producing it. Lily couldn't help the huge grin from spreading across her face. You really do love this topic, don't you, Harry? He nodded. I get runes. They're a lot simpler than people or really anything else in most ways. It's relaxing and fun. I've gotten a lot better with the wand the past year and a half thanks to Hermione, McGonagall, and Flitwick, but runes are always going to be my first thought for things. That's wonderful, Harry. I'm really glad you found something you enjoy. Shiva nodded in agreement. Yeah, me too. So, not to be a downer or anything, but we should probably figure out what we're going to tell the public about you, Lily. I experimented with things using questionable magical combinations. Probably isn't the best way to put it considering the current climate. Harry winced. Can't we get Fudge fired yet? Tonks and Shiva both sadly shook their heads, while Lily just looked confused. Fudge. The Minister for Magic, Tonks said with a sigh. He's an arse only interested in his checkbook and who is filling his pockets. Plus he's an idiot, a coward, and he constantly jumps for the simple, immediate solution instead of actually figuring out the problem and how to fix it. He's on the decline now, though, at least. A few countries are up in arms about how he handled the farce of a Triwizard tournament, and the Umbitch's repeated murder attempts haven't helped since she was his direct underling. Sadly, the arse still has enough backroom supporters that we can't carry a vote of no confidence yet. Public reactions are helping us, though, so while we can't get him kicked out, we can at least wring some concessions out of him. The ore department got a huge budget jump, finally. Thank God. Oh, he sounds like so much fun, Lily scowled. Some things never changed. Politics was always rotten to the core. I agree, we probably shouldn't mention exactly what I did. Perhaps we could twist things a bit and just have it as I was in a deep magical stasis while augmenting Harry's natural protections. It's mostly true after all. Shiva nodded. I like that. Plus we could say that with the tournament ended, he came to pay respects to you as detailed in his father's, well, which is also mostly true, since that was the original plan. We can even say his touch revived you, and just avoid mentioning anything about souls, and we should be golden. Harry nodded. Works for me. I'll ask Luna to write up an article for it. It can go out at the same time as her Voldemort one. With any luck, the mass questioning will be shifted more to things about him than you. Sounds like a plan. Tonks agreed, nodding enthusiastically. Lily was trying to think of what else to ask when Harry winced and put a hand to his forehead. A few moments later, he stood and stretched. I'm a bit knackered. Think I'm going to go to bed a bit early. Have a nice night, everyone. Harry, Shiva said, quietly stopping him in his tracks. Tonks had already stood and quietly lowered the hand that had been reaching for his back at her words. Lily looked between the three in confusion, waiting to see what the issue was. "Kid, what's wrong?" Harry sighed and shook his head. "It's nothing. Just a headache." "A headache or a headache?" Tonks asked. "It just hurts okay," Harry said, grimacing. "I had to throw up extra chains and walls, but my defenses are holding. I could see the bulge in the wall before I added the new stuff, so while I can't see the door, I can see the effects, which is good to know. If Riddle wants to burst his way into my head, then he likely will be able to, unfortunately, but I'm still pretty sure I can kick him back out relatively quickly. The Horcrux isn't a big deal. I'm just going to have to deal with a headache until we can figure out how to remove it. I may not know what a Horcrux is, but that doesn't sound like a minor issue," Lily said softly, uncertain of just what she was referring to. Harry shrugged. "There's not much we can do about it short of pushing you in front of Voldemort's wand again, which isn't happening. I can deal with some pain. I spent years dealing with Dudley and Vernon. This is nothing compared to them. We are getting that thing out of you, Harry," Tonks said, reaching out and locking onto his arm. "Yeah, Shiva, can you ask Bill to stop by the manor tomorrow? When we first met, he showed me something the Egyptians used in their tombs dealing with a soul absorption thing. It didn't work, but if I can figure out why, then maybe I can modify it to get rid of my hitchhiker." Harry paused and ran a hand through his hair. "I really am tired, though. I kind of stayed up, working all night." Shiva sighed and nodded. "Go get some sleep, kid. We'll get to the manor tomorrow, and I'll have Bill meet us there with his diagram." Harry smiled back at her and waved good night to everyone before heading off up the hallway. Lily watched Tonks exchange a glance with Shiva before bidding the remaining two women good night as well and heading for the back hallway. Lily frowned and turned to Shiva. "Doesn't she have her own flat?" Shiva laughed and nodded. "Yeah, but you'd never know it. She usually stayed with Sirius while she was helping him clean Grimald, but considering how last year, when I wouldn't be surprised if she stays with us most nights now. I know you didn't get much sleep last night either. You can take my bed if you want. I'll kip on the couch." Lily gave the other woman a resigned smile and shook her head. "I'm fine for the moment. Thanks. I'd rather not sleep just yet. I feel like I've spent my entire life sleeping, and I admit I'm a bit scared that if I go back to sleep, then the next time I wake up. Harry have little kids. I can imagine. Want more alcohol? Or do you want to start going over some of Harry's schooling in depth?" Shiva asked. "Both." Lily replied in a hopeful tone and slight glance towards the refrigerator. "Both it is." Less than half an hour later, Lily needed a break. They had finished going over Harry's first year of school, and she was fit to strangle someone. She didn't particularly care who at the moment either. Only the knowledge that her son was still alive and relatively well off a few rooms away kept her pacing the room instead. She would just go check on him for a moment, just to make sure. Begging a minute's break from the horror story that masqueraded as Harry Potter's life history, Lily quietly padded down the hall toward his room. She was halfway there when the flush of the loo sounded, and Tonks walked into the hall covered only by an oversized t-shirt. The girl waved to Lily and stepped past her. It took a moment for Lily to register that Tonks had her hand on the door to Harry's room, but as soon as she did, her eyes narrowed and her nostrils flared. She stepped forward to snag the Tonks by the arm. "What do you think you are doing?" she said in a quiet, carefully controlled voice. Tonks looked from Lily's arm to her face. Her eyebrows rose, and she waved her free hand towards the door. Going back to my boyfriend, considered I'm only half dressed, I would think that's rather obvious. Tonks said, "Boyfriend." Lily asked her control, slipping somewhat. She leaned in to start questioning Tonks thoroughly when a hand fell onto her shoulder from behind, and another one gently took her other hand and removed it from Tonks' arm. "I got this, Tonks," Shiva murmured. "You go get back to Harry." Tonks shrugged and headed into her son's room, while Lily turned to Shiva snarling, "What the bloody hell?" "She's Dash." Shiva held up a hand and shook her head. "She's his girlfriend, and will most likely be Lady Black in a few years. Come on, I'll jump ahead a bit." Lily's lips stayed curled into an expression Severus would have been proud of, but she followed her host back to the living room. While Shiva whipped out her wand and cast a few privacy charms around the room, Lily took to pacing behind the couch, breathing hard. When Shiva was done, she waved for Lily to ask her question. "What the hell? He's barely 15. She's at least 6 years older than him. How can you possibly be okay with this? How can you let this happen? She's taking advantage of him. He's just a child. He is not remotely old enough for her to be in his room half naked." Lily finished her rant glaring. Shiva shook her head and gave Lily a sad smile. "You haven't been there for his life. I'm sorry, but you don't get to go around berating Harry or his girlfriends until you've gotten a chance to get to know them. You may have given birth to him, but I'm the one who has been raising him for the past 4 years. So sit down, shut up, and listen." Lily was stopped and gaped at Shiva. This was the first time that the other woman had sounded remotely annoyed, and it was enough to get Lily to calm down slightly. Once she had stopped turning over the issue of a barely clad, Tonks for half a second, the rest of what Shiva had said sank in, and Lily collapsed onto the couch with her head in her hands. "You're right, I don't have the right to say anything," she hiccuped out in a wavering voice. "Please, though, help me to understand this. She's so much older than him." "Only because he's still in school," Shiva said, sighing. "Any other time period in their lives, and you wouldn't give it a second glance. As it is, Tonks had a hell of time deciding this was acceptable." She paused and gathered her thoughts before continuing. "You're wrong on pretty much all accounts, Lily. To start with, Tonks and Harry met at the beginning of his second year at Hogwarts. She made a really shitty situation a heck of a lot easier for him when he couldn't get onto the train platform and still massively distrusted anyone over 17 not named Bethsheda. They've been friends since, and he's basically the best thing to ever happen to her, despite Harry having a hand in convincing her to quit the Aurors that statement includes professionally as well as romantically. Lily's eyes widened at that revelation, but Shiva kept going before she could ask any questions. He was the first one to actually take her or her skills seriously, and she was the one he trusted to help him look up information about Sirius while everyone thought he was a murdering traitor out for blood. Tonks helped Harry and his friends prove that Sirius was innocent. Almost immediately afterward, he named Harry his heir. His heir. Lily gasped. What was that man thinking? Yeah, that was pretty much our reaction, as well, though Harry didn't get the implications until midsummer. Lily's face paled as she thought back over the 3 girls who had been surrounding Harry almost since she woke up. Wait, he doesn't have a 3rd title, does he? Shiva snorted. No, thank God. I doubt the kid could handle 3 official wives, plus 3 official consorts. Not that I know many men who could. Then he's also dating Fleur? Yes, Shiva answered. But Fleur is the Potter House consort. Hermione is in line to be Mrs. Potter. Lily's mouth dropped open. Yeah, crazy, huh? It's not often we see multiple marriage these days. In case you're curious, Hermione was first. They've been practically inseparable since the troll incident, Shiva said with a small scowl at the memory of that disaster. Hermione is actually part of the reason why Tonks and Harry started dating. Girl made a legit list of people she thought would be suitable for his second wife. 3 lists, actually. Tonks made the top of one of them. Lists of wives. Shiva laughed. Welcome to Hermione's mind. When something is causing a problem, make a list on how to fix it. Girl's amazing and utterly brilliant, but she can be a bit awkward socially. Anyway, Tonks was against it for a while. Everyone could see she had some feelings for Harry, but she was really good at ignoring them. Like you said, the age difference is a bit of problem when one partner has only just hit puberty a few months previous. Then why? Lily asked, glanced back down the hall. They have a lot in common. Like him, Tonks has had issues with both peers and authority figures. She's been taken advantage of most of her life because of her metamorph powers. Harry was one of the first people outside her family to not care about her abilities and to blatantly state as much. He's only ever cared about how she felt, not what she could do. Harry's not a child, Lily. He may be young, but he's not a child. Your dear sister and her. Family saw to that quite well. Between the Dursleys and the shite he's dealt with at Hogwarts, Harry's practically more an adult than most of the people I work with. He's certainly more mature than Snape and Filch. Lily couldn't help the snort of amused agreement at that. If Severus is half as bad as you've described, I can believe it. Still, though, Shiva nodded. Something had to give right. It did. Last year, Harry was entered against his will into the Triwizard Tournament. We'll get to the full details later, but for the moment, just know that most of us assumed it was a polite death sentence. So he called Tonks, asked her for help as a former Auror to come and train him. He very nearly died in the first task. Shiva shuddered and wrapped her arms around herself for a moment. Lily let out a sympathetic sigh and moved closer to hug the woman briefly. Once Shiva had gotten herself back under control, she smiled her thanks at Lily and continued. After that, Tonks gave up trying to ignore how she felt. Harry and Hermione had already offered to start dating her over the summer, and she decided to take them up on that offer. They've been going pretty strong since then. That was about 8 or 9 months ago. Luna managed to spin an article in the Quibbler about how Tonks was actually upholding pure blood values by dating Harry, and they were both strengthening an ancient house. It was pretty impressive, actually. Got the entire public back on their side instead of vilifying her. They haven't had many issues since then. Actually, as far as I know, Tonks has fought with him less than Hermione. Lily considered that information and very slowly nodded. And Fleur? Shiva grimaced. Different story. We went to the Quidditch World Cup last summer. A riot broke out afterwards, and Harry and Hermione helped to save her from being raped and possibly killed. Fleur's part Vila, and neither were greatly affected by her allure. Fleur was part of the team that came over for the tournament from Beauxbatons, and they grew from friendly acquaintances to real friends during the year. Fleurs flirted with them, most of the year seeing a lot of similarities between her history and Harry and Hermione. She's similar to Tonks that way. Very few real friends due to her nature and abilities, and the teens were some of the first to treat her as more than a potential sex toy. Shiva leaned back and wiped a hand across her face. Nothing happened as far as I know until after Fleur's sister was used as a hostage in one of the last few tasks. The girl nearly died, and Fleur was almost murdered by one of the mermen shortly before. Mermen? Against Vila? Lily asked, her eyes wide. Yeah, that was our reaction as well. Harry saved both their lives. He literally brought Fleur back from the brink. They accepted her into the relationship afterwards. Harry isn't a typical kid. He's special, Shiva said, floundering for an appropriate word. He could have anyone he wanted, but he's only made any sort of connection with people he well and truly cares about. Lily, Harry isn't being taken advantage of. He isn't being seduced, actually, scratch that. He is being seduced. Fleur is a bit of a minx, but it's not happening any faster than all of them are comfortable with, and I'm pretty sure they haven't gone all the way yet. At least I hope not. I think Tonks and Fleur both wanted to wait until he was at least 15, but I try to make it a point not to ask too much about that aspect of the relationship. All four know the contraception charm, which was as far as I was willing to get involved. It helps a lot that this thing isn't a harem. We joke about it, but it's really not. All of them are dating each other as much as Harry. If you listen, you'll notice they're all very careful to use the term partners most of the time. Lily leaned back with a deep sigh. She summoned the alcohol bottle from the table and took a long pull. I'm going to end up being an alcoholic before we're done catching me up, she mumbled. Probably. I know Harry's almost caused that reaction in Minerva already, so you won't be alone. He's made many drink. Lily gasped, twisting to stare at the woman beside her. At least now I don't feel so bad. Wow. Yeah, that's Harry for you. Shiva smiled and shook her head. So, second year? Harry draped an arm around Tonks as she slid back into bed and shifted, so he was laying his head on her chest. She smiled and started running one hand idly up and down his back. Feeling better, Harry? He heard her ask softly. A bit, he replied. It's just really overwhelming. I don't even know what call her. I can't keep using you. Tonks shrugged as best she could. Well, obviously, I'm sure she'd love for you to call her Mom, but I know that'd probably make you uncomfortable for the moment. Maybe stick to Lily? It's a bit weird to call your mother by her first name, but I already have Mum, though, Harry said, so quietly that Tonks barely heard him. Her grin widened as she squeezed him. You do, Harry. Now you have to. You should tell Shiva that, by the way. She's probably worried that you're going to leave now that Lily's back in your life. He shook his head and held her. It's not going to happen. I'm not leaving anyone I care about. Good, Tonks replied. Harry, are you seriously okay? You've been backsliding a bit lately. What do you mean, backsliding? She peered down at him, and her hair flipped through several colors before she figured out how to best put it. You've been more indrawn and less confident. You're acting more like when I first met you. You only started to perk back up again when you started describing your newer ideas and your tattoos. I just want to make sure that you don't start retreating into yourself, Wonder Boy. We've put a lot of work into getting you confident and proud, and I'm not about to let you start going all teenage angsty on me now. Harry chuckled at her teenage angst comment. He considered what she was saying before letting out a small sigh. Sorry, I didn't mean to start withdrawing. It's just something I learned from the Dursleys, and it's a hard habit to break when a lot of stuff comes flying at me all at once. Between Voldemort, the prophecy, the Horcrux, and now Lily, it just all got a bit much. I understand, Harry. We all do. I spoke with Hermione and Fleur during lunch. They're worried too. He nodded and laid his head back down. I'll call them and invite them to stay at the manor tomorrow night. You can all proceed to thoroughly remind me of just why I am one of the luckiest men in the country and why I should definitely not be descending into teenage angst on you. Tonks laughed and shifted a hand to briefly squeeze his bum, eliciting an amused grunt from Harry. Damn right we will, Wonder Boy. Damn right we will. Chapter 35. Manners and Manners. Dark Lord Tom Riddle, a.k.a. Voldemort, re-embodied thanks to nefarious Triwizard plot. Written by Luna Lovegood. We at the Quibbler take our news seriously. While many have accused us of fanciful flights and wondrous ponderings, we always strive to deliver the story. Our reputation for intriguing and unusual reports is well-deserved, as the Quibbler has historically tried to stay mainly on the fringes of what is known. We do this intentionally in an effort to satisfy the sense of adventure and wonder that is so often missing from other publications. This story and the one below it, however, are different. Previously, we have interviewed Harry Potter, the boy who lived, Triwizard co-champion. We have also reported on some of the extreme circumstances that he becomes involved in. We have always reported only the facts when it comes to Harry Potter. Mr. Potter's life tends to be far too extreme to risk embellishments. That is why we ask you to not assume we have written this story as part of a prank or an unsubstantiated rumor. The accounts in this report have been largely verified by several sources, including the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. We originally were asked to hold off on publishing this story, and we wish to allow for initial measures to be taken, and for the Ministry of Magic to be allowed to break the news first. Unfortunately, as the largest leading report for the past 2 weeks was the current winner of Brightest Smile, it appears our hope for action was unfounded. As such, we will not maintain the silence any longer. What follows is a brief explanation of the events surrounding the final task in the Triwizard Tournament. Sirius smirked as he watched Remus finish reading Luna's new article, and nodding appreciatively. The girl's good, isn't she, Moony? That she is indeed. You'd never know she was only 14 from how she writes these articles, Remus said. I especially like the bit at the end guaranteeing their readers that a weekly defense column will be included from now on. Oh. Sirius' grin widened far enough to split his face in half. Did you catch who was going to be writing those? Remus shook his head. His nostrils flared as he caught Sirius' far too pleased expression. You didn't. I did. Sirius said, pumping his arm in the air. What better person to write a defense column than a recently inducted or Wizengamot member, head of House Black, and escapee from Azkaban? The job was practically written for me, Moony. Sirius moved over and clapped his friend on the back, as Remus just sighed heavily. Perk up, old buddy. You get to write a few guest sections to, you know. I what? The werewolf sputtered. When did I agree to that? Just now. Glad to have your help. I'm a busy man after all. Sirius laughed and pulled Remus to his feet. Come on, we have to get going, or we're going to be late. Remus nodded and dropped the paper onto the table. The article below, the one with Voldemort, was face up the one describing Lily Potter's miraculous revival. I still have a hard time believing all this, Padfoot. Which part? The one with Potter Manor being restored, the one with Voldemort getting resurrected, or the one with our deceased female friend also being resurrected? Remus snorted. Well, when you put it like that, all of them. However, what I was specifically referring to was Lily. I know we were both there in that graveyard the other night, but it still seems surreal. We didn't exactly stay to talk to her. I feel like we almost ran away. Are we even sure that she remembers anything? Sirius rolled his eyes. We didn't stay so that Harry could have some time to deal with it without us hovering over him. Or, well, fawning over Lily, and of course she remembers. You can't know that for certain, Sirius. It's not every day that someone returns from the dead, you know. Remus said, shaking his head in exasperation. Well, Moony, unlike you, I do know for certain that she remembers us. I called Shiva last night to see if she needed any help and how things were going. Sirius held himself up in a regal pose. He managed to hold it for a few seconds before his shoulders slumped. They're all as good as can be expected, I suppose. Harry's not exactly being enthusiastic, but it sounded like he's starting to open up a bit. Lily is walling off again, like she used to. I just hope she lets it all out before she cracks. Remus cringed. Damn. I suppose I shouldn't be very surprised. She did just lose James after all. Sirius pushed the door to Grimmauld open and herded his friend outside before locking up and walking into the garden. Sighing, he shook his head. It's not just James, Remus. Bloody hell, it's probably not even mostly James. You do know how much they were fighting towards the end, don't you? Remus paused and looked to Sirius with a frown. James' letters made it seem insignificant. It wasn't. I don't know, specifics, didn't want to know at the time. But it wasn't nothing. Sirius scowled. Not that it really matters anymore anyway. Harry's a teenager. Dumbledore is a murderous bastard. Her son has been all but adopted by a school teacher barely out of her teens. Oh, and Harry has a harem. None of this is going to be easy for her. Sirius sighed and turned to fully face his friend. Remus, you've ditched a lot of the old annoying habits of hanging back and being depressing. If you're going to have a relapse, then let me know now, so you deal with it before meeting everyone. The last thing they need at the moment is a depressed werewolf. Remus' eyes narrowed for an instant before he started chuckling. I feel like I should probably take that as an insult. Instead, I'm going to take it for the rebuke it was intended to be and humbly state my apology. I promise I will endeavor to be upbeat and totally not depressing today. Good. Sirius replied, his face splitting into a wide grin again. Then let's go see our friends. Hermione nervously wrung her hands as Fleur slipped on her shoes. Are you sure? Maybe just you should go? Or just me? Or perhaps I should call Luna. Maybe Daphne? Neville would be good too. Even Fred and George might be better. And Dash. Mione, Fleur said, smiling as she got up and put her arms on the brunette's shoulders. Calm down. Ari will be fine with just you and me. Luna has already said she will stop by later in Z week, and I would be willing to bet good monies that Daphne will be around before Z Day is rough, if only to see Z skeleton on display. Fleur paused and nodded contemplatively. I admit, I am looking forward to that part myself. Anyway, you know that Neville will not be allowed to meet Lily until his grandmother can make it something formal, which means he can't meet up with Ari just yet. And do you really want to subject the poor woman to Fred and George this fast? Hermione's mouth opened and closed a few times before she chuckled and shook her head. Well, when you put it like that. Then she shuddered and leaned into Fleur. I'm still scared, though. Fleur. He's going to be so confused, and I don't know if I can help him through this. This isn't like the battles or accidents he's been in. This is social. This is not my field. Fleur pulled back slightly and leaned down to lightly kiss Hermione. Relax, love. You simply need to be there for him and to listen if he needs to talk. Both things that you already do. I can help with bigger things if needed. I doubt we will need to help much stuff. Tonks stayed with him last night, remember? She will have helped him to feel better and open up. You're right. I'm being foolish, Hermione said, stealing her gaze and briefly hugging Fleur. Thanks. I wish my parents hadn't called the other night. I know they were worried, and I know that you and Tonks were still there for him, but it is not the first impression you wish to leave on the mother of your boyfriend. No? Fleur teased. Hermione's face blushed bright red. Not really, no. We know he didn't need all of us hovering, but does she know that? Ugh, this is pointless. I'm just going to get worked up again. Mum, Dad, Hermione shouted, turning to the stairs. We're heading out. Richard and Emma came down the stairs dressed for work and moved to hug both girls in the hallway. Good timing, sweetie, Emma said. We're just about ready to leave ourselves. Hermione, your mother and I greatly appreciate you coming home when we asked. Next time you go silent for ages, please do try and call first. Especially if you've said you'll only be gone for a short while, and there's a known terrorist who dislikes you on the loose. Hermione nodded, hurriedly staring at the floor. I'm sorry, Dad. Just everything started happening so quickly, and with Harry's mum. Richard hugged her and pulled back, smiling. I don't pretend to understand just how you four make this work, but it's blatantly obvious you care deeply for each other. You go take care of your partner, girls, Richard said, smiling at Fleur and Hermione. Fleur, I'm trusting you to make sure she calls if something else major happens. I will, Richard. Thank you for your hospitality last night. It was a pleasure, dear, Emma said. Run along, girls. Say hello to the rest of your friends for us. Hermione, do try to come back for a bit longer stay at some point this summer if you can. I love you. I love you too, Mom, Dad. Hermione gave her parents one last hug before walking outside with Fleur holding her hand. Okay, let's go. Daphne's day had not been off to a good start. Tracy had elected to spend time with Luna ostensibly to keep the girl happy and allow Daphne time to be near Harry without complications. While that was all true and perfectly understandable, it was actually downright sweet. The unforeseen side effect of that was leaving Daphne alone with her father. Normally, this wouldn't be a huge problem. Marcus Greengrass was not an evil man. He just wasn't a good man. There had never been much love between Marcus and Daphne. She had originally thought he hated her, though eventually realized he was simply disappointed in her gender rather than anything she had done or not done specifically. He needed an heir to inherit the legacy he'd built. Daphne, being a woman, made such a thing vastly more complicated and annoying for him. In turn, Daphne had always felt that he used far too heavy a hand in nearly all aspects of life, from his business dealings to his punishments. She'd swiftly grown to distance herself from him, while maintaining the veneer of a pure-blood princess that would always keep him mostly satisfied with her, and convinced she could be left to her own devices. All they'd ever truly needed to function amicably together was a buffer. It wasn't perfect, but it wasn't something she'd ever complain about. Unfortunately, this summer had removed all normal buffers from their relationship. Her mother and Astoria had gone to Paris for a week in order to visit with the Delacours. Daphne had been pleasantly surprised to find that Astoria had struck up an odd friendship with Gabrielle. How that little tidbit had slipped under her radar the entire school year was something she'd have to seriously interrogate Astoria about upon her sister's return. Really, the girl was becoming far too adept at using her perky personality to mask her deeper goals. Hiding things from others was fine. Hiding things from her sister was not so fine. With her sister and mother gone, though, and Tracy vanished for the day, that left Marcus and Daphne eating breakfast alone together. Her father had been increasingly agitated throughout the entirety of the last year, and as Daphne quietly laid the plate of breakfast in front of him, he stared up at her with a coldly calculating gaze. A shiver of apprehension ran down Daphne's spine as she took her seat across from him in the air position. "Daphne," Marcus said in a perfectly calm and rational tone. That wasn't ominous at all. "Where do you stand with the young Lord Potter?" Daphne barely managed to hold in her scowl. Of course, he was going to ask about Harry. His precious heir had to be secured, and his continued family name ensured. "I am in good standing with Harry, father. He respects me, and his legal guardian approves of me. His primary partners are amenable to opening talks in the future. According to the papers, Lily Potter has recently awakened as well. Where do you stand with her? Her opinion is going to be extremely important to the boy, and therefore the negotiations in general." This time Daphne couldn't prevent the twitching of her lip, though at least she kept from growling. Her voice was remarkably controlled when she replied, "I'm surprised you heard that, father. I wouldn't think you read the Quibbler." "I don't. However, Jeanette does, and she brought it up while I met with her husband." "You're standing Daphne?" "I haven't spoken to her yet. I felt the best course of action was to allow for her to meet and speak with her son before bombarding her with anything else. Considering she'd only been among the living for a few days, how Marcus had expected Daphne to meet with the woman was utterly beyond speculation. I hope to make a favorable impression while inspecting their restored manor today." Marcus rubbed his chin, nodding. "Very well. Ensure you do. I grow tired of waiting for this. Daphne, either cement your status as the boy's betrothed soon, or I will be forced to pursue other options." Daphne froze. Dimly she realized her hands were clenched into fists and made a conscious effort to relax them. This right here was a large part of the real reason she had refused to accept Harry's paramour's offer of speaking with him about her attraction. She was certainly interested. She had Tracy's blessing, and she had a father who was basically forcing her to enter into a political marriage before she hit 16. While she wanted to try and be with Harry Potter, she did not want it to be because she had been cornered by Marcus Greengrass. This was going to be her decision, and no one else's. Daphne was in control of her own life, and If she had to be thrown out of her family and made nameless in order to prove that, then she would do so. Father, I believe I have made myself very clear on this matter. I am maintaining my own course here perfectly well. You need not be concerned, she said. Her calm veneer shattered ever so slightly more, with part of her frustration seeping into her tone. If only I could trust that, her father sighed. I know of your dealings with Tracy Davis. I am no fool, and you have learned well from me even if you haven't enjoyed it. Daphne, I no longer believe that you have any interest in Harry Potter other than a convenient cover for your true relationship. He scowled and wiped his lips briefly, while Daphne just glared and clenched her fists again. I don't give a toss if you want to keep that girl on the side for the rest of your life. I don't care if your husband only exists to provide you with semen for a baby. I do care, though, that you have a baby and a husband. Appearances must be maintained, and I will not let this family disappear to appease your heart. Do not toy with me, Daphne. Use the boy for cover or find someone else. Either way, ensure you do something, girl. This misdirection and stalling is unbecoming of you and not at all indicative of my heir. Keep trying my patience, and I will assume you are playing power games with me, and act accordingly. His piece said, Marcus pushed his plate aside and left the room. Daphne finally allowed the angry growl loose as she rose to clean the plates. Taking her father's plate to the sink, she turned back to her own half-eaten dish. Starting slightly at the sight of several small blood droplets near her setting, Daphne turned her hands over and noticed for the first time that she had dug her nails into her palms hard enough to draw blood. Letting out another frustrated sigh, Daphne cast a quick healing spell on her hands and finished cleaning the table, her appetite gone entirely. Checking the time, Daphne moved to the flue. She was a few minutes early, but it seemed appropriate to take her leave rather than risk running into her father again. Harry would understand. He probably wouldn't even notice she was early at all, Daphne thought with a small grin. The boy got far too consumed in the bigger picture and lost sight of the minutiae at times. Tossing a pinch of powder into the fire grate, she called out, Potter Manor. No hypocrites allowed. Harry's version of a passcode was entertaining if somewhat unsecure. The familiar whirling swept over her, and the trip was only interrupted by a slight tingling just before she stepped out of the receiving fireplace. I will never understand how you all make that look so easy. A familiar, mildly annoyed voice sounded from just off to her left. Daphne shook her head at Harry and chuckled. And we in turn will never understand how you managed to fail so spectacularly from a simple flu trip. Hello, Harry. Hey, Daph. How's it going? Harry asked, laughing along with her. You're a little early. I think maybe I kind of lost track of time and didn't want to find a clock. You could have just used a tempest spell, she said, arching her eyebrows. Harry's wide eyes and small gape only served to add to her amusement. He groaned and ran a hand through his hair. I keep forgetting that I'm not at the Dursleys anymore, so I can actually do small spells and things during the summer. You'd think I'd have learned by now. Well, it has only been one real summer you've been in a wizarding household, she said, shrugging. You can't be expected to drop every old habit right away. Besides, I imagine Shiva would try to limit it somewhat, if only to at least attempt to maintain the spirit of the underage magic law. Harry grunted. Maybe before we heard a prophecy saying that Riddle is going to gun for me explicitly, Now, between her and Lily, she's probably going to be enforcing mandatory training 12 hours a day soon. Daphne turned an intense gaze on him. I didn't think either of you believed the prophecy meant you'd be dueling him one-on-one? Harry shrugged again. Honestly, Daph, do I think it's set in stone because of a prophecy? Hell no. Do I think my worst good luck ever is going to end up with me facing off against him one way or another just because fate apparently hates me? Pretty much, yeah. Daphne groaned and managed to avoid face-palming. Well, at least you got your mother back. Fate can't hate you that much. Yeah, 'cause that hasn't been awkward as hell, Harry muttered. Daphne's eyes narrowed at that, but Harry smiled and looked up at her before she could say anything. Come on, I'll show you around a bit. Snapfist is with Lily and the others in the study. We're waiting for the others before the official tour starts. Then, how are you going to show me around? Daphne teased with a grin. Harry chuckled. Okay, you caught me. I just want to show off the basilisk skeleton. It looks amazing. Daphne laughed at his enthusiasm. Good to know. I admit I'm looking forward to seeing it myself. You didn't have any issues with Snapfist, did you? Huh? Harry asked, looking confused. His face scrunched up, then relaxed. Oh, you mean did he give me a hard time for freaking out the other day? Daphne nodded. He pretended to for a minute or so, but admitted almost immediately he understood why I was rather short. Just asked me to try and be more polite the next time I had a minor breakdown. Harry snorted and shook his head in exasperation. Like I can control that. Daphne shrugged. Well, you didn't start tossing spells or kicking up a magical wind, so I think you were rather restrained as it was. Anyway, I really think you should change the passcode to open the flue, Harry. It's far too simple. Harry stopped walking and turned to her, smiling widely. Daphne just lifted an eyebrow in response, waiting for him to explain why he appeared to have caught the canary. Nice to see that Griffins can outfox Slithinders. The passcode is mostly a funny ruse. I did originally want it to be no toads allowed, but with the Umbitch dead, it kind of seemed like a waste of a joke. Anyway, it just serves to shunt you from the primary flue to the personal one. The wards are the real protection. Daph. What wards work through the flue? She asked, incredulous. Shiva, Bill, and I added a bit to the goblin's work. A slight modification to the anchor lets the ward scheme penetrate into the flue stream. Anyone coming in without permission is bounced to a random grate somewhere down the line. Anyone coming in without permission and with hostile intent is basically slapped back to their origination point with a hammer. He rubbed a hand through his hair and grinned guiltily. The passcode does help the wards to identify people, but it's just an initial targeting section. You and most of the others are already keyed in by blood. I still need to get Remus, Amelia, Neville, and Hannah when they stop by, but the main group is mostly good otherwise. Daphne's mouth fell open, and she couldn't help the shiver of shock that ran through her. She was not above admitting to herself that there was a hefty amount of pride and happiness that he'd trusted her enough to preemptively key her into his home's defenses. When did you get my blood to key me into the wards? She finally asked after floundering for something to say. Harry shrugged. Sometime before the Yule Ball was announced, I think. It was back when I still planned to come and inspect this place during the winter halls. Impressive foresight, she said, finally pushing down her reaction and managing to smile at him. Thanks for letting me in, Harry. You're my friend. Of course, I was going to let you in here if you ever wanted in, he said, shrugging. She blushed, slightly realizing that to him, it really was just that simple. A knock sounded from the next room over, and Harry turned, walking forward. I got it, he called. Come on, Daph. Entrance hall is through here. Daphne stepped forward quickly to follow her friend, but as soon as she walked through the door, she gasped in surprise. Hanging several meters above her, and twisting idly in the air, was the skeleton of the giant basilisk they had killed. Some of the initial effect was likely lost since they were at the tail of the beast, though it was certainly impressive enough, as it was. Her mouth lifted in a half smirk, thinking back to the battle with the creature. Sure, she hadn't actually done much damage, but she'd still participated in bringing it down. It was nice to imagine what she'd be capable of in the future if she could do that at 12. Mione! Fleur! You're here! Daphne heard Harry yell, and she turned to see the newcomers step into the house. The basilisk's head turned its empty gaze down on them and opened its mouth in a not entirely silent hiss. Hermione and Fleur both froze and stared up at the thing as it examined them. Harry, completely unfazed, pulled them both into a hug and leaned in to kiss first Hermione, and then Fleur. Daphne felt a brief pang of longing, though her expression was steeled back into a welcoming smile before any of the three pulled away and looked back at her. It's nice to see you too, Harry. Hello, Daphne, Hermione said with a wide grin. Hello. I see you've met Mr. Skelly, Daphne said, walking towards them. Fleur laughed as she nodded. I do not know about this nickname, but Ze Beast is most impressive. You two truly slaughtered this at 12. Harry winced. I wouldn't say slaughtered. More like got in a lucky shot. But, yeah, we did. Does it have to hiss at us every time we walk in? Hermione asked, glaring at the skeleton. It's charmed to do that to whoever's at the front door. Fleur, you can apparate directly into this room now that you've seen it, so it won't bother you if you do that. Mione, as long as you use something besides the front door, it won't pay any attention to you. Hermione nodded. Good to know. Harry. She paused as she ran her eyes up and down his body, carefully checking him over. Are you all right? He held up one hand and waved it back and forth in a SOS motion. I've been better. Tonks helped last night. I did talk with Lily yesterday, and this morning though, and it's not as awkward as it was originally. I feel a bit bad, though, that I was rather comforted when I woke up, and she was brewing a hangover potion. Fleur cocked her head at that. That does seem a bit unusual. Airy. Shiva told her most of my life story last night, it seems. It's comforting to know that she was upset enough to end up with a hangover. I'm not happy she had a headache. I'm happy she cared. All three girls winced and were suitably impressed at the woman's ability to be able to brew a potion after hearing all of that. They stopped just before hitting this last year, I think. Shiva mentioned this morning that she wanted Lily conscious for today and not off trying to murder Dumbledore or finding the Umbridge's remains so she could reanimate her and kill her again. Which was a very good idea. If your last year was worse than the first three, Lily Potter said a trace of both amusement and exasperation as she walked into the entrance hall. I don't even want to know who James, and I pissed off to give you such bad luck. Harry. Hello, girls. Fleur. Hermione, nice to see you again. You must be Daphne. Daphne curtsied and nodded. Yes, m'lady. I'm Daphne Greengrass. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Lady Potter." A wince and flash of pain darkened Lily's features, though both were gone, so quickly Daphne almost thought she'd imagined it. "Lily is fine, dear. If you're not comfortable with that, Mrs. Potter is okay too. That one does make me feel a bit, well, old, but I suppose I should get used to it." "Lily, then," Daphne said, smiling back at the woman. She was remarkably polite and upbeat for a dead woman. She also hid her pain, well, like Harry. "Mrs. Lily, has the manner changed much since you were first here?" Hermione asked, waving a hand to encompass the grounds. Lily shrugged. "I haven't explored much yet, and honestly, I hadn't spent much time here to begin with before it was damaged." Snapfist was saying they kept most of the arrangements the same in the reconstruction. Ragnarok apparently got a kick out of the trophy room. The way Snapfist tells it, the man seemed positively giddy that the old wyvern had survived. She shook her head. "Men and their trophies. Honestly, I practically fainted when I walked in here and saw this thing." She gestured towards the slithering skeleton above. "I can't believe Daphne and Harry fought this alone before hitting their teens. Daphne, you have my respect, and I seriously hope you have your parents too. If not, bring them here and take them through the front door," Lily said, shuddering slightly. Daphne blushed at the woman's praise. While she had told her father she wanted to make a good impression, she hadn't actually believed that she'd stand a chance of impressing Harry's mother. Certainly not this quickly. That Lily was singing her praises without even having gotten to know her beyond second-hand stories, and especially after what her father had said just a short while ago. Damn it, she might not make it until the start of September if this was the sort of in-law she could look forward to by dating Harry. "Thanks, Lily," she finally managed to mumble. "Let's go back to others," Harry said. He wrapped an arm around Hermione and tugged gently. "Come on, Mione. We're hanging out in the library." Daphne had to cover her mouth to stifle her laugh as the brunette's eyes widened and her breathing picked up. Before any of the others could say anything, Hermione had started walking out of the room at a pace that was practically dragging Harry behind her. Lily watched their guests with a small smile as they explored the small library. Hermione seemed to be a girl after her own heart, eagerly flitting from shelf to shelf and taking notes on what she wanted to read, and in which order. The brunette, which had barely paid any attention at all to the other occupants beyond the initial pleasantries, though she did still surreptitiously glance at Harry whenever he fell too silent, only returning to her books when he started talking to the group again, or made a small gesture that seemed to satisfy Hermione. Fleur was far more engaging now that she wasn't consumed with worrying about her partner. Lily suppressed a small grimace at that. The fact that her son was not only dating, but dating all three girls at once was more than enough to spur a return of the headache she'd woken up with. The French villa certainly didn't make it easy to forget that fact. She used almost any excuse to kiss or touch Harry, and he tended to respond in kind. Fleur seemed easy to like, and she definitely had a healthy amount of respect for the young woman's skills to have gotten through her own set of challenges last year, even if the details were still mostly clouded in shadow. Daphne, on the other hand, was an enigma. To most appearances, Daphne Greengrass was a typical pure-blood princess with a haughty air and a superior attitude. When she engaged with most, she was brusque, but polite and knowing while still being respectful. However, near Harry, her demeanor shifted quite largely. She was still thoughtful and careful, but it was tempered with an obvious humor and exasperation. The effect was enough of a difference that Lily was reminded strongly of Andromeda Tonks. One of the reasons she had so adored Andy was because the woman was a perfect blend of the skills and experience in pure bloods coupled with the joy and openness in most Muggle-borns. Daphne seemed to be quite similar in that regard, and it bode well for the girl's prospects in whatever she aimed to achieve, both personal and professional. Tonks, as a direct contrast, was busy arguing with Dobby over what color the walls should be painted. The little house elf was insisting that a gold and red scheme be used in the majority of the manor, while Tonks was trying to make a case for some Hufflepuff colors. Her efforts to prove her point by standing against various walls and shifting her hair to match her stated preferences was hilarious to watch. Completely unbecoming of proper behavior, but that was a large part of what made it so much fun. Lily had almost fallen to the floor in shock as she caught a quick glimpse of the goblin laughing at Tonks' antics. That Harry had managed to get such good friends in spite of his history warmed Lily's heart. It proved that Harry was still her sweet little boy, even if that wasn't quite as literal as it used to be. A deep knock sounded throughout the hall, followed by a pathetic little scream of terror. Several heads turned to the door to the library, while Lily just rolled her eyes. "We're in the library. Sirius," she yelled. "Stop playing with Skelly and come in." "Hey, that thing's scary." Sirius pouted, walking in, with Remus following close behind. While Sirius had obviously played it up, Moony was looking rather pale. Lily couldn't help the twinge of satisfaction at making the man squirm a bit. Sure, he hadn't betrayed them, Shiva had cleared that up, but he still hadn't even bothered to try and contact Harry before the situation was forced onto him. While she respected that he'd made changes to his life, she wasn't going to give him a free pass until she made certain that he had earned that pass. Was the hissing too much? Harry asked innocently. Lily chuckled. Maybe some of the others could tell if he was genuinely asking or teasing, but she certainly couldn't. "I was originally going to just have it hanging up there, but when the goblins mentioned they could have it animated a bit, I might have went a bit overboard with the effects." Tonks' hair and most of her body turned green, with her tongue flicking out and lengthening into a split snake's tongue. "I think this big brother sis of mine is perfects." Every single occupant of the house turned to stare at Tonks, who just stared back at them all. It took a full 10 seconds before everyone was clutching their sides and wiping their eyes from their laughter. Tonks grinned, bowed, and morphed back to her normal form. Shucks, folks. Thanks." When people had finally calmed down, Sirius moved to warmly embrace Lily. "It's good to see you up and about, Lils. I missed you." "Well, I wish I could say I missed you too, but," she said, shrugging and giving him a small smile in return. "Yeah, I know. I talked with you, friend, earlier. I know the basics. Look on the bright side, though, Lils. At least you're still crazy young." She snorted and shook her head genially, while Remus stepped forward with a sigh. "Sirius, while that may be true, there's probably a far better way to put it. Hello, Lily. I'm pleased to see you again, as well. Also, I hope you'll accept my apologies for not doing more for Harry while it would have counted. I was rather taken to task with my poor behavior, well, deservedly so, and while I can't change the past, I can try to atone for it in the future." Lily's eyes narrowed as she searched his features. He seemed genuine, and that he'd freely offered the sentiment before she'd even had the chance to tear into him was something. Slowly she nodded and pulled him into a very brief hug. Ensure you keep doing right by my family in the future, Remus. And we're okay? Step out of line again, though, and I will not be as nice. Shiva groaned. Ugh, Remus, don't piss her off. I had a hard enough time keeping her from tearing off after Lockhart and Dumbledore. You might be a werewolf, but you're still a heck of a lot easier to find than those two. Actually, Flophart is easy to find. He's still in St. Mungo's, Daphne said nonchalantly. I hear they've gotten him to the point of being able to ask for food and loo trips again. If Lily wants to go torture him a bit, I'm all for that. I can even show you his room. Hermione paused in her inspection of one of the shelves and peered at Daphne curiously. Oh, really? Daphne, have you paid visits to the man? Well, he may have developed some intense itching in rather uncomfortable places while I was checking on some other patients. A few times. That he can't actually explain what the problem is was sadly unfortunate, the Slytherin said with a wicked grin. Hermione just shook her head in exasperation, though she didn't appear to have any actual issues with her friend's actions. Lily chuckled and eyed the girl appreciatively. Daphne certainly had a vindictive side to her. Well, that certainly helps diminish my need for justice. Though I may have to pay some visits and try out some of my more experimental potions on him. She grinned widely. Snapfist stood and looked at her, flashing a toothy smile. I see why you have a good reputation with the nation, Mrs. Potter. If we aren't waiting on more, perhaps we should start the tour. Sure. Led on, account manager. The group passed through the entrance hall again as they moved to the east wing when the basilisk skeleton started hissing at the door and chimes sounded. Harry gave an annoyed sigh. That's the signal that someone is approaching who doesn't have hostile intent against any of the people keyed into the wards. Give me a second to see who it is. Daphne gave an annoyed huff and moved to follow him. It's quite possible it's my father. He was rather forward this morning, and it would certainly be in character for him to drop by, introduce himself, and see how things were going. I'll get rid of him, if it is. Harry pulled the door open and blinked in surprise at two Aurors just stepping up to the door. Hello. He recognized Dawlish, but while the other one seemed vaguely familiar, he couldn't place a name to the face. Mr. Potter, Dawlish said with his face set firmly into an expression caught between disgust and fear. We're here for the abomination. Please stand aside. Abomination? Harry asked, looking to Daphne, who just shrugged, mirroring his confusion. I know the skeleton might be a bit much, but I wouldn't call it an abomination. That seems rather harsh. The second Auror stepped frowned. Skeleton? So you've already killed it? Yeah, Harry said slowly as if speaking to children. This was really big news over 2 years ago. Daphne and I killed the basilisk, and it's hanging here. What skeleton did you think I meant? Harry? Either invite them in or lock them out. I want to see the rest of this place. Lily called. Both Aurors froze. It's alive. Dawlish yelled. Savage, protect the kids. I'll get the creature. Dawlish and Savage whipped out their wands and had time to take a single step forward before staring dumbly ahead. Harry and Daphne were back to back in front of the two Aurors blocking the door. Both teens had their wands out pointed at one Auror each. Harry had his left hand pulled back with his palm extended, the knockback tattoo glowing slightly, which matched the boomstone tattoo glowing on his hand, clutching his wand. Daphne, in turn, had pulled a freezer rune stone from somewhere and was clutching it in her offhand. Harry was carefully positioned so that the skin on his right hand was brushing against Daphne's left in case he had to use the boomstone. To helpfully increase their image of unstoppable badasses, Skelly leaned her head down behind them and unhinged her toothy jaw, letting out a very loud hiss. "Put your wands down and step back from the door," Harry said remarkably calmly considering how badly he wanted to curse these two idiots. "There is no necromantic abomination present in this household. Horrors," Daphne said, all joking gone and steel edging her voice. "I kindly recommend you take your leave immediately before a misunderstanding occurs. You are in the process of invading a lord's manor with faulty justification. You are not here under orders. Director Amelia Bones would have nipped that right in the bud. Head Horror Scrimgeour has also already been informed of Lily Potter's return to health, so he has not authorized this either." The corner of Harry's lip twitched as he saw Dawlish visibly gulp. Savage just sneered. "Out of the way, children. You've obviously been confounded by someone." Harry growled, and Daphne's eyes narrowed to slits. Before either could act, the rest of the group stepped up behind them with Lily in the front. "I'm a necromantic abomination now. Well, I suppose I shouldn't really be too surprised about that. Am I supposed to be decaying and putrid too? Do I eat brains?" Dawlish gaped at the sarcastic comments, his wand lowering slightly. Savage, however, shifted his aim to point over Harry's shoulder. His lips moved to start casting a spell when he was thrown off his feet. Harry's disarming charm hit the man at the same time that his knockback blast slammed into his chest. Daphne's body-bind jinx hit him barely half a second afterwards. Both teens turned their wands on Dawlish, not even bothering to notice who had raised a shield behind them. "Your move, or Dawlish," Harry said quietly. Dawlish slowly held up one hand and lowered his wand, though he didn't sheath it. "I have to take it into custody, Lord Potter. Necromancy is the only explanation here. I don't know how it's tricking you or who's controlling it, but I promise you we will find out and hunt them down." Harry heard the sound of a hand slapping a face behind him, though he just groaned. "Have you listened to a single thing we've said? Did you even bothering to read the article in the paper, or did you just run off half-cocked after catching a glimpse of the headline?" The guilty expression on the Auror's face was answer enough. Daphne glared at him. "Allow me to summarize for you in that case." Lily Potter was in a state of deep enchanted sleep while augmenting Harry Potter's protection. As the specific requirements to break this enchantment were previously unfulfilled thanks to an ignored, well, only recently was the spell broken. Lily Potter never died. She simply slept. Her status was confirmed by 2 separate licensed healers, 3 heads of ancient houses, and the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. "Now get your partner and get the hell off my property." Harry finished shouting. "I'll take it from here, Lord Potter," Amelia Bones said as she walked up the path. "Tonks, thank you for calling. I see we have a bit of trouble here." She paused as she stopped by Savage. A flick of her wand had the man standing in front of her, next to Dawlish, though still frozen by the body bind. "Dawlish, explain." Dawlish's face paled even further as he stumbled over his words. "Ma'am, Savage and I saw the article in the Quibbler on Proudfoot's desk this morning. Well, it's only natural to assume necromancy or other dark magic when dealing with a reanimation. We didn't want to waste any time, since who knows what someone without any morals like that would do with their creation left near Harry Potter. Lily held up her hand from beyond Harry and Daphne. They did sound like they tried to protect the teens. Sort of, at least, she said jovially. Harry wanted to be frustrated with her for joking under these circumstances, but if she was anything like him, he knew she was probably doing it in a deliberate effort to avoid going for her own wand. What am I going to do with you two? Bones sighed. Unpaid leave for 1 week. Paid leave for another week after that. Both of you are then going back through the last 3 months of the Auror training program. Savage, while this is technically your first offense, your general attitude has been severely lacking, especially concerning safety and procedure. Dawlish, goddammit Dawlish. You are a good Auror when you can pull head out of your arse. And we need good Aurors now more than ever. Initiative is fine and commendable even, but we check facts first for a reason. She waved her wand again, and the spell, holding Savage, dropped. He proceeded to drop his head in shame. Get out of here, both of you. The 2 Aurors hurried off the property, and Bones turned to the group with a sigh. I apologize for that. Lily, I'll talk to my department immediately to make sure this doesn't happen again. It was scheduled for before everyone went home for the day, originally. I'm sorry for the disruption. She started to turn, but stopped and gave a small amused shake of her head at Harry and Daphne, who had finally holstered their wands and moved slightly apart. I've seen Dawlish go up against a werewolf while transformed and not break a sweat. I don't know what you people did to him, but I sincerely hope you join our ranks when you graduate. Good day, everyone. As Amelia walked back down the driveway, Harry slammed the front door and scowled. They obviously had hostile intent to Lily, at least. Why the hell didn't the wards trigger? He asked aloud, frowning down at the floor. Shiva laid a soft hand on his shoulder and squeezed. She's not entered into them, kid. We were going to do that when we got to the anchor. Nobody expected an attack in the half hour we've been here. Harry's scowl deepened further, but Hermione moved forward to kiss his cheek before he could say anything. That was quite impressive, Harry. I believe I told you once before that Daphne was a good second for you, and an equal in battle. There's all the proof you need. Tonks gave them a thumbs up with her hair a mix between emerald green and scarlet red. Harry, suitably distracted, just ran a hand through his hair and huffed. I am so glad I came to this personally. Snapfist said, clapping his hands together and smiling. Come, let's go to that ward anchor first. As the group moved to follow Snapfist, Harry noticed Lily eyeing Daphne and giving the girl a very affirming nod of acknowledgement. Shortly after the manor tour ended, the group had had dinner together, with everyone departing except for Hermione, Fleur, and Tonks. Lily found it somewhat hard to ignore that all 3 girls were bunking in her son's bedroom. No matter how many assurances she'd received that this wasn't something new, it didn't change, that he seemed far too young. Leaning back against the wall behind her, she used her butterbeer to salute a picture of a young black-haired girl on the end table nearby. Quite the hypocrite I'm being, huh, Marlene? I was sleeping with you at 15, and now I'm getting angry with my son for doing the same thing. I guess it's different when they're our own children. Lily scowled and drained her drink. Marlene had died only a few weeks before Lily and James had gone into hiding. While their fling hadn't lasted long, they'd stayed friends ever since, and her death had hurt quite a lot. That Marlene's entire family had been wiped out at the same time just made it even worse. Lily turned from the picture and walked back towards her room. Harry had offered the master bedroom, but she turned him down. That room was supposed to be for the lord of the manor, and she didn't really qualify for that position anymore. Granted, she'd actually never qualified for the position. James' parents had died in the same attack that destroyed the manor, so she'd never even set foot in the room before this morning. It was easy to let Harry have that area. The larger quarters would at least make things simpler for his sleeping arrangements. The hallway split, and instead of turning towards her bedroom, Lily found herself going the other way. She stopped in front of James' old room. Slowly, with a slight tremble, Lily pushed the door open and walked inside. The goblins had indeed been thorough. If nothing else in the house had made that clear, this room did. There were still some of the pictures and posters that James had decorated hanging in the same spots. Her old attempt at knitting a blanket was draped across the back of the chair, just like she'd left it. The bed's sheets had that same eye-watering combination of brilliant red, blazing gold, and fluttering snitches. Lily sat down on the bed and pulled a small bear from the side table. She'd bought that as soon as she found out she was pregnant. Every kid liked bears, and while stuffed dragons were largely the preferred option among magical families, she'd wanted her child to grow up with a connection to the Muggle world. Harry had grown up with that connection. He'd grown up with Petunia, with the same woman who'd stated multiple times he should die before even being born, with the aunt who'd stuffed him in a cupboard because he was special, and she wasn't. Her son had grown up completely alone because she and James had been too busy arguing to bother telling people how her research was progressing. Everything she'd ruthlessly pushed down since first opening her eyes and seeing a coffin bubbled up to the surface. Lily clutched the bear to her chest, squeezed her eyes shut, and started sobbing. Her breath hitched and her arms trembled. She couldn't fix this. She couldn't fix anything. She damned her son to hell while trying to save him. How was she supposed to justify that? Lily barely even registered when a soft arm wrapped around her shoulders and pulled her head down to rest on a shoulder. She could only cry harder and squeeze the bear tighter. "Sho, it's okay," a quiet voice said. Lily shook her head and kept crying. "Let it out." Harry does the same thing. You can't keep this shite bottled up because it just gets worse and worse. At the mention of her son, Lily's breath hitched again. She tried to pull back, vigorously shaking her head. "I left him alone," she shouted. "I left him alone for years. You saved him." Lily finally managed to pull enough coherent thought together to recognize that Shiva was the one holding her and trying to calm her down. Did he end up having a shitty childhood? Yeah. That's not on you, Lily. We read your will and your husband's. Harry doesn't blame you at all for being stuck with the Dursleys. You had no way of knowing that your wishes would be completely ignored. It doesn't matter. I should have known. I knew what bigoted arses the wizarding world created. I ranted about them enough to realize that it was likely to happen. I should have told someone about what I was trying to do. If I had told someone, then I could have raised him. Lily gave up trying to move away and collapsed back down into Shiva's embrace. I was too busy trying to make James understand why I was so determined, why I was set on that course, why I couldn't afford to do any other research. Why I wasn't trying to be a Merlin be damned martyr. We gave up understanding each other's positions. I ignored everything except finishing it. I didn't explain anything. "I'm glad you didn't," Shiva said quietly. The complete incongruity of that statement jolted Lily out of her sobs. She pulled back to stare wide-eyed at the other woman. I don't mean that I'm glad Harry grew up the way he did, or that you got trapped in stasis for a decade. I mean, I'm glad you got it working in time. If you hadn't been so focused, your son would have died, Lily. You saved him. You gave him a chance. I've patched over his wounds, but I never would have even met him if you hadn't saved him to begin with. Shiva smiled and hugged Lily. This time, instead of a comforting embrace, it was a thankful one. I love that boy like he was my own flesh and blood, and I can't thank you enough for letting him live long enough that I could meet him. Lily started crying again at that, and she clung to Shiva tighter. She hadn't looked at it from that angle before, but the professor was right. If she had stopped working, there was a good chance she wouldn't have been ready for when Voldemort showed up on their doorstep. Harry's life had been hard, but Shiva was right. He was alive, and she could start doing everything in her power to make sure that she made up for all the years she had missed with him. Severus Snape sat down to his breakfast and morning tea without his usual sneer. Dumbledore had been removed long enough that Snape was beginning to see the benefits of having one of his masters gone for good. Bones, a hard-ass bitch who made no secret of disliking him, but she was fair and forthright with her explanations and orders, two things that Dumbledore had never been. To make matters even better, the idiot Lucius had managed to let Narcissa walk away from him. While she was unable to make a deep dent in the man's finances, the money she had taken was rather impressive, and rumors were running rampant that Black was going to file for a divorce on her behalf on breach of contract grounds, reclaiming a sizable dowry. The Dark Lord's displeasure was firmly centered onto Lucius leaving Severus free to do whatever he wanted in the meantime. All in all, it was an excellent start to the summer months. He opened yesterday's papers to see what amusing anecdote the insane Lovegoods had come up with this time. Reading the article on Voldemort's return was rather anticlimactic, as there were no embellishments or conspiracy theories. Moving on, he flipped to read Below the Fold. The headline of the article barely registered on his first pass. Lily Potter's miraculous revival, a strengthening ritual gone wrong thanks to Wisengamot mismanagement, written by Luna Lovegood. Many of you may think a joke article. As was stated in the first section, it is not. You read that correctly. Lily Potter has regained consciousness after remaining in an enchanted sleep for nearly 14 years. Snape spit out the tea he was drinking as he stared at the paper in front of him. Moving so quickly the table bounced backwards, he lunged forwards and gripped the quibbler like his very life depended on it. Hurriedly, he started reading the entire thing. She was initially forced into the magical slumber during the night of Voldemort's attack on the Potter household in Godric's Hollow. The Dark Lord unknowingly completed the final component of an ancient ritual that allowed Mrs. Potter to strengthen her son's natural defenses. This is what led directly to Voldemort's initial defeat. The final segment after the danger had passed was for the young Harry Potter to come into contact with his slumbering mother, passing back the enhancement and allowing her to wake. In a tragic series of events, this never came to pass. The chief warlock of the time, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, sealed the wills that explained this step of the ritual, thereby refusing to permit it to be performed. It is unknown whether Dumbledore took this step knowing the true ramifications or not, but the fact remains that he vastly overstepped his bounds in this instance. by ignoring the final stipulations of James and Lily Potter, Albus Dumbledore led to the burying alive of a healthy, if unresponsive woman for over a decade. Upon the recent completion of the Triwizard Tournament, and with the return of Tom Riddle, Harry Potter felt it was appropriate to follow the last wishes of his parents. Upon paying his respects, Mr. Potter and all others present were quite surprised to observe the long overdue completion of the original ritual and the revival of Lily Potter. She has since been examined by several certified healers and pronounced in perfect health. The director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement has also signed off on Mrs. Potter's status, saying, "There is no evidence of dark magic here at all." While Mrs. Potter does not remember the exact ritual she used, it's evident that this was family magic, and likely is unable to be spoken of with outsiders to begin with. Mrs. Potter's survival is certainly unexpected, but rare and unusual light magic should not be mistaken for dark. Mrs. Potter is currently recovering from her lost time with her remaining family. Any inquiries into her current health and status are authorized to be directed through either Quibbler staff or Madame Bones. Snape's hands shook as he finished the article. "It's a trick. It has to be a trick. I held her body. She was dead. I know she was dead." He stood up so quickly that the kitchen table flipped over on its side. Running to the door, Snape took just enough time to grab his jacket. Before rushing far enough off his property to apparate, he didn't notice at all when he arrived at the Dursley household, missing a bit of hair above his left ear. Moving to the door, he knocked twice. He waited for a moment and knocked again. He waited less than a second and proceeded to knock again, and again, and again. His hand was raised for another knock when the door opened, and Snape's fist nearly collided with the horse-faced woman instead of the wood. Rearing back and resisting the supreme urge to curse Petunia, Dursley, nay, Evans out, Snape took a shuddering breath. "Is she here? I need to see her." "I know you," Petunia said, her eyes narrowing. Her lips twisted into a grimace a few moments later. "Snake something. Snape, that was it. Snape. What do you want? The boy hasn't been here since the beginning of summer last year. He'll never be back now, and thank goodness for that. We want nothing more to do with your kind." Snape's fists clenched, and he only barely managed to not draw his wand on the obstinate bitch, who was every bit as horrible as he remembered. "I don't care about Harry Potter. I want to see Lily, you imbecilic woman." Petunia snorted and moved to close the door. "Try the graveyard, then. In case you haven't heard, that woman died 14 years ago. If you people even use graveyards." The door slammed shut. Snape growled and twisted on the spot, operating away. He landed in the alley near Babbling's flat, minus more hair, a bit of his right shoe. He knew his colleague's address through the benefit of working at the school, not to mention her recent status regarding the Potter spawn. Never as grateful for that, as right now Snape charged around the corner and up the steps, tripping ever so slightly at his unbalanced right leg. Snape scowled at the delay. He'd been stupid to try Petunia first. Of course Lily would never go back, that woman. She'd have gone to her son. He pulled up outside the door and started knocking continuously. When no one responded after nearly 30 seconds, he was about to start banging and casting spells at the door. Before he could start on that, though, the flat across the hall opened, and an annoyed man poked his head out. "Will you keep that racket down? Some of us are trying to sleep in, you know. I need to get into this flat. "It is extremely urgent," Snape snarled. "Well, unless it's burning down, come back when they're home, idiot." Snape froze. "You know they are gone? Where did they go?" "How the hell should I know? We're not friends. I just saw the women and her kid heading out yesterday morning with their friend, and they never came back. Now stop knocking on the bloody door and go the hell away before I call the police on the disturbance you're making." Another door slammed in Snape's face, and his lips lifted in a snarl. Where would they have Potter Manor? Snape ran down to the alleyway, tripping over more stairs on the way, and apparat again. This time, he lost a bit of the end of his robes, as well as more hair from above his left ear. He didn't bother slowing down and ran full tilt to the front door of the manor. A dim hissing sounded beyond the barrier to his progress, but he paid it no mind. He started banging incessantly on the door. His jacket was only half put on still, and it flapped hard enough to slam into the door with dull thuds after his fists landed. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, the door opened, and the Potter spawn stared out at him. "Snape?" Potter asked in confusion. He rubbed his eyes and yawned. "This is weird dream." "You are not dreaming, you dunderhead," Snape growled. "Where is she? I need to see her. Is she here?" Potter frowned and stood straighter, most of the tiredness in his gaze swapping for annoyance. "Oh, of course you're here for my mother. Finally got around to reading the paper. Huh, Snape." Potter scowled and glared at him. "She's sleeping right now. Come back at a decent hour." "Let me see her now," Snape snarled. Potter's scowl turned into a wry grin. "Sucks being on the other side of things, doesn't it?" The boy's gaze took in Snape's appearance, and he groaned. "Luckily, I'm not as cruel as you are. Wait in the lobby. I'll go see if she's awake and interested in talking to you right now. If not, you have to promise to leave and let her be the first one to contact you. Deal?" Snape's lips curled, but he gave a curt nod. It would at least get him into the manor. He knew she'd be willing to speak with him. It was Lily. Lily was always willing to listen. Potter pulled the door wide and gestured him inside. Snape took a single step beyond the threshold and froze solid as a giant skeletal snake had settled in his path, hissing, with its jaw hinged wide. Potter's snickering followed shortly after. Snape turned to glare at the boy's back as he left the room, while the basilisk skeleton drifted back up to slither nearer to the ceiling. Snape looked down at his clothes and for the first time noticed his lack of decorum. With a wince, he finished pulling his jacket onto his other arm and tied the laces on his left shoe before tucking in his shirt. He was still trying to figure out what he could do with his right shoe when footsteps sounded in the hall. Abandoning his current attempts at damage control, he turned his eyes upwards. Standing in the middle of one of the hallways was a vision of beauty. Her red hair framed her face just as he remembered it. Her clothes were the same style she always preferred, towing the line between magical and muggle. Her arms were crossed in the typical manner she always reserved for when she was annoyed with someone, and her face was set in the careful mask that he had never quite been able to read. It was true, Lily Potter was alive. "Lily," Snape said, stepping forward, his voice thick with emotion. Lily's eyes narrowed, and the edge of her mouth twitched. The voice that issued out of those perfect lips was cold and laced with disgust. "Severus, you have a lot of nerve showing up here like this. Just what do you want?" Parasila Fulcanelli stood up from her weekly chat with Albus Dumbledore, all smiles. "Well," she said, "thanks for finally telling us about that thing with the ring. I don't get why you're obsessed with that at all. You realize what I'm missing by talking to you for so long about this, don't you? I missed 3 different autograph sessions to have this chat." Albus scowled and tried to respond. The frustrating woman had silenced him as soon as she stood, though, so nothing came out. "Whatever. You deserve a reward for finishing up your tale, I suppose. How about a paper, Al? Don't worry. It's enchanted, so that it just looked like one of the Muggle tabloids if anyone non-magical looks at it. Well, squibs too. Your accepted thanks to a bit of sympathetic magic. Enjoy." I particularly enjoyed the second article on the front page. Parasila gave an evil little grin that set Albus' hairs on end. She left the paper and walked out laughing to herself. Albus frowned and picked up the copy of the Quibbler to see what could be so ill-boding that Perenelle would think it fit to torture him with. He skimmed the article regarding Voldemort. Unsurprising, and matching mostly what Harry had previously stated with a few additional details. Getting to the second article caused every muscle in Albus' body to freeze. Lily Potter was alive. He reread the article. A third time. All color drained out of Albus' face. "He's finally done it," Albus whispered dimly, noting that he had use of his voice again. "Harry has broken the boundaries that even Voldemort feared to tread. I knew he needed to be stopped before the worst could happen, and now this." The sheep believe it to be a good thing, too. Harry was masterful in his acquisition of such a powerful spinster so early in his rise to reanimate his mother into a nefarious dark creature. "I must get out. I must stop him. The boy will be the end of us all." Albus clutched the paper like a lifeline and ran to the door leading into the courtyard. He wasn't as spry as he used to be, but he could still force the gate with a long enough lever. The pool skimmer might work. He just managed to get the skimmer lodged into the gate hinge when one of the orderlies came over and gently put his hands over Albus. "What seems to be the problem, Mr. Bryan?" "I must leave. It is urgent." "Look." Albus thrust the Quibbler into the man's hands. "You see? They believe he's justified in what does. They believe her reanimation is good, when all it proves is that Harry has fallen to depths not seen since the times of Egypt and Atlantis. I have to get back and save them from him before his evil can spread across the globe." The orderly examined the paper carefully, nodding slowly. For a brief moment, Albus' eyes shone with righteous promise and hope. "Al, I can understand why you would think that the alien bringing someone back from the dead would be a bad thing, but you have to remember that tabloids doctor these types of photos all the time. It's not real, it's just a fake. Nobody is going to corrupt the world with alien resurrection machines or Atlantean death beams." Albus tore the paper out of the man's hand and scowled. "You fool. It's not aliens or death beams. It's magic." Thank you for listening to Part 6 of Harry Potter and the Rune Stone Path. This section marks a turning point, not only in Harry's magical growth, but in his understanding of the systems he once accepted without question. Growth, it seems, is no longer a quiet evolution. It's becoming a rebellion. New relationships are tested. Conflicts emerge. And the boy once shaped by fate is starting to shape it in return. What moment resonated with you most in this part? Which character surprised you or revealed a new layer of depth? Let's talk in the comments below. And if you haven't already, subscribe to stay on the path with us, and like this video to help us share this story with more fans. For those of you supporting us through the Wizard Army, thank you. You make this journey possible. Did you know? Temporal Knight's work is often praised for its subtle thematic echoes of Norse mythology and its treatment of power as a burden rather than a reward, one of the reasons the Rune Stone Path stands out in the fanfiction world. Thanks again for traveling with us. And remember, power earned through insight is power the world can't take from you. We'll see you in part 7. Until then, stay bold, stay mindful, and never stop seeking the deeper magic.